and it's covering the ground there. None of that is in the Metroplex. This is just drizzle going on. But temperatures now at freezing in the Fort Worth here at top of the hour. Still 35 in Dallas. But the other line here, this is where it's 29, 28 degrees or below, and that's where everything sticks to the roads, and it would sticks as ice. As we take a wider look, do you see this right here? This is what's headed our way here around the midnight hour and beyond. Across the Metroplex it will go. As we take a live look down into the streets at I-30 here on the east side of Fort Worth, it's wet, but somewhere around the midnight hour it becomes freezing, and from then on it's freezing rain starting to accumulate ice. First on signs, on windshields, on sidewalks, and then eventually on the roads. The road temperature is the big thing here. You can see everything in green. There's no ice, but the temperatures are in the upper 30s. This is when you get the road temperatures below freezing. Again, we don't think that's happening until the midnight hour and beyond. As we take a look at Futurecast, we can see this transition happening overnight. And then we get some freezing rain. We have a winter storm warning because we think this could be as much as a quarter of an inch of freezing rain, of ice sticking on the roads. That's what you wake up to in the morning tomorrow. There'll be some sleet in the mix, and then it will be sleet as it goes on later in the day. This sleet's going to really start accumulating Saturday night, by the way. Temperatures are going to be in the low 20s, and we're going to have all this piling up on the roads. It'll end with a little bit of snow, but we do mean a little bit of snow. We're talking about total accumulations around 2 inches, and most of that's going to be sleet. So a live look down in Arlington on the wet bridge there. We have 36 degrees in Arlington and a brisk north wind. It's overnight it becomes a problem. Roads iced over by morning, and tomorrow we get that round of sleet and travel will be hazardous all day. Tomorrow night they get a little snow on top of all this ice, and it gets dangerous out there. Rainfall amounts will be small. Ice amounts will be at a quarter inch to a half inch, and then we'll get into that sleet accumulating. We'll have the full forecast and talk about that really big cold that we're going to get starting Sunday.
All right, Jeff, thank you very much. For a closer look at how the roads are doing right now, I want to get you right to Aaron Jones, who is live right now at the Buc-ee's in Denton. All right, set the scene for us, Aaron.
Well, Ken, here in far north Fort Worth, you can see it's just this light drizzle, and really there's nothing frozen here yet. Here on the car, you can see that, and then here on the ground, it's just rain everywhere. And so we were speaking to a man who came here to the Buc-ee's. He came from Oklahoma, and he said it was pretty bad there, and he thinks that's what we're going to expect here.
Well, I'm from Lawton, Oklahoma. Right now, as I was getting here, it was really, really cold.
But overall, Atlai Rodriguez says so far better conditions here locally than what he experienced up north.
So the roads, everything, all the water that was falling down on the windshield, it was freezing really quick. So I had to turn on the heater, and then it was getting really foggy, and then it was really hard to see. I had to stop a couple times.
Now he's headed to DFW Airport to pick up his sister. He's hoping he makes it safely before the weather moves in. He tells us just in case they get stuck on the road, he's packed a bag of essentials, telling us you should always have a blanket, warm clothes, water and snacks, a phone charger, a flashlight, and a basic emergency kit. He also points out it's important to keep a full tank of gas.
Make sure you're stopping if you feel unsure, and also make sure to keep your eyes on the road.
If you get stuck on the highway, call 911 if you're in immediate danger. Stay in your car and put on your hazard lights. This makes it easier for first responders to find you. Miguel Garcia says this weekend he has nowhere to be, so he'll be planted firmly at home. He's purchased a generator and filled up a few gas cans, thinking about his experience during the 2021 winter storm.
We were one of the ones affected, so we want to make sure that's not a thing anymore. We just want to make sure we're prepared.
And one of the things that Miguel said is even if the roads look fine, freezing rain can turn to ice very quickly. That's what he experienced in 2021. So again, just a great idea to stay off the roads this weekend if you can. Reporting live in Fort Worth, Aaron Jones, CBS News, Texas.
Best piece of advice we can give. Aaron Jones, thank you very much. Appreciate it. You know, the storm is reminding many North Texans of the 2021 storm. That was when millions of people lost power. ERCOT says it is not worried about another grid failure, and there's plenty of available supply. I want to give you a look right now at the grid forecast. This is for this weekend. The purple dashed line on top is supply. The blue dotted line below, that's demand. So there is enough separation between the two until Monday morning at about 8 o'clock in the morning. But this does not guarantee that your power will stay on. Of course, icy tree limbs, those could fall. They could knock out the power, and the lines could just snap by themselves. So lots of factors and variables here. Anyway, that is why Oncor says the crews are now prepared to respond quickly if the power does in fact go out. The utility company has stocked extra transformers. They've got extra poles and electrical lines to make any repairs that might be needed. However, they are still encouraging customers to stay vigilant and stay prepared.
Customers can also sign up for My Oncor alerts by texting REG, that's R-E-G, to 66267. And we will send them personalized notifications about outage impacts to their specific address.
Take you over to DFW Airport right now, give you a live look at DFW, where more than 1,000 flights out of North Texas tomorrow, those have already been canceled, according to FlightAware. So if you are flying out this weekend, airlines are suggesting using their apps for up-to-date flight information. Both American and Southwest Airlines are allowing travelers to change their flights for free, and cancellations, of course, are as they continue to pile up.
A little nervous, but we came prepared. We both brought our laptops, and we're going to extend our trip as needed and just hunker down.
It's a lot of wrecks happen at that time, so I'd rather just be at the house drinking cocoa and coffee until it ease up, you know. It's not like New York. They got the salt on the ground, on the road, so you can travel.
Well, if you do need a warm place to stay, Dallas opened its emergency shelter at Fair Park. Volunteers out there, they say it can hold up to 1,200 people. The shelter is being run by Our Calling and Austin Street Center. We're told Texans on mission will cook more than 3,000 meals a day for anyone that is staying there this weekend. The Salvation Army has 5 warming shelter locations that will be open all weekend long. Have a look. They're in Dallas, in Garland, Arlington, Fort Worth, and in McKinney. The Salvation Army expects to serve 20% more people per day this weekend. Now, to get out of the cold, one organization is working urgently to move as many young adults into emergency shelters. Elevate North Texas is already at capacity tonight. Now add the frigid cold temperatures. Our Marvin Hurst spoke to a young woman who believes.
Nia Moore sits comfortably on a couch in a hotel.
I had no idea if it was from a hotel or if I was going to be sleeping on cots or if I was going to be in a whole room with a bunch of people I didn't know, men and women.
With one of her roommates who will ride out a cold and icy system in North Texas over the next few days. She got help from Elevate North Texas.
I had no idea what I was walking into, but when I heard over the phone, we're going to help you right now because you need help right now, I knew that I was in the right place.
The 24-year-old describes this as her point of view a few days earlier, living out of her car outside of a gym with a job. Homeless, she says, since she was 18, with a year or so of stability.
Most of them are just looking for shelter because they find themselves in crisis. A lot of youth are also couch surfing. That's when they're staying with friends, sleeping over on their sofas and whatnot. And so many youth don't see themselves as being homeless until it turns into crisis.
The crisis this weekend is the weather, says the organization's executive director, Jason Vallejo.
We know that youth feel safer on the street versus one of those adult emergency shelters, just because those shelters are usually filled with the older chronically homeless or that have severe mental health issues. And so many of those youth just don't feel safe.
Here's the problem. He's at capacity at a local hotel for beds and sleeper couches. So the 18 to 24-year-olds they serve are being referred to other places.
We're going to have to refer them to some of those warming stations.
And Nia Moore believes she would have been inside of her car where survival would not have been as warm.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Once I got too cold, it was over with.
Marvin Hurst, CBS News, Texas.
Multiple school districts across North Texas have already canceled class for Monday, and that does include Grapevine, Colleyville ISD, Keller ISD, and Carroll ISD. We're told Fort Worth ISD will make a decision tomorrow about closing on Monday. You can find a running list of school closures right now on CBSNewsTexas.com. It is on there for you. North Texas doesn't get winter weather very often, and it can be fun to see. Once it is safe to do so, though, be sure to share your pictures and your videos with us to help tell this story. The QR code that you see is a quick link to send them straight to us. You just may end up seeing some of your photos or videos right here in one of our newscasts. Our winter storm coverage continues next as temperatures continue to drop overnight. Coming up next, straight ahead, how one labor and delivery department is helping its nurses be ready in case they need to jump into action this weekend. Plus, not everything is shutting down this weekend, believe it or not. Why the Fort Worth Stock Show and Rodeo says they're staying open.
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it.
The stalker did it. There's a killer out there, and we're going to go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they going to find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
Why America's last best place is at risk.
If the public land that you use were sold off, could you run your business?
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
Innovative.
Magical.
It's like being a child.
And truly original reporting.
God, you do your research. I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You both had talked about going on Survivor together.
Right.
A Survivor contestant believes his sister was murdered.
I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you.
And is determined to be her voice.
This is her speaking to everyone saying, don't let this happen to you.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
It could be the greatest turnaround in college football history.
What is the magic here?
The undefeated Big Ten champs, Indiana Hoosiers.
Welcome back now as we continue to have a live look right now at the roads as the Arctic air continues to set in. This is a live dash cam look from our storm chaser, Jason McLaughlin. He's still out in Bowie. That is an area right now that, as you can tell, you can see some of the ice already starting to sort of form. Not many cars out there, so they're heeding the advice out there. Stay off the roads if you can, right? Stay off at all costs. Now, the roads, of course, are expected to freeze overnight all throughout North Texas, causing some icy conditions for driving tomorrow, quite frankly, throughout the entire weekend, even into Monday. But right now, again, officials urging anyone to stay home if you can. We are going to hear, we're going to be saying that a lot. You are going to be hearing that quite a bit here in the next couple of days. All right, for more emergency crews, though, and for first responders, they don't have a choice, right? They have to get out there. So they're taking preparations to make their work as safe as possible. Plano police are making sure that their patrol vehicles are in good shape. They're also carrying extra traffic control devices, things like cones and flares, and they're making sure that emergency lights are all working on their vehicles. Officers say they will carry sand and de-icing material if they or someone else out there might need it. Back here in Fort Worth, though, makeshift sleep rooms are set up now for staff at Cook Children's Teddy Bear Transport Office. It's so staff there can stay there overnight over the weekend so that the hospital's fleet of ambulances and their aircraft can be ready to deploy quickly in conditions that will likely slow them down. So that's what they're doing. Similar situation over at Medical City McKinney. Got a look there where the hospital is providing cots and food vouchers to staff who are spending the night at the labor and delivery department this weekend.
It means safety, you know, I mean, it means that they'll have the numbers that we need to take care of them safely. You know, labor and delivery is no joke. It is no joke. You have to have everybody on a team working together.
Yes, you do. More than 200 million people across the U.S. right now are in the path of this major winter storm. And that means about 2/3 of the country could be affected by what could likely be the largest winter storm in at least 5 years. Up to 2 feet of snow is expected in the northeast, but the big threat, of course, to the south is the ice, and it is, in fact, a very dangerous threat. Let's get over to First Alert weather meteorologist now, Jeff Ray, monitoring some of these dangerously cold temps. And again, tomorrow, they're really going to plunge. They're going to stay like that for, what, 83 hours, we were saying?
Yeah, below freezing. It starts at midnight or so. And we will get down those temperatures down to single digits. It'll be as cold as it's been in 5 years here. But let me just start by showing you how big of an ice storm this is. It starts in Texas, and Texas exports it all the way into the Carolinas. Now, this is just the ice. The snow to the north goes all the way up into Maine, and it's going to be quite heavy as well. And it's going to be very cold conditions. Now, starting Monday, we started with this First Alert weather telling you that we get into the weekend and we got our first big winter storm. We'll have temperatures for highs tomorrow at 28, but that's the morning. The temperatures will be dropping through the day, and it's just a day full of sleet, freezing rain, and eventually a little snow. We might start Sunday with a little bit of snow, but the high on Sunday is only in the low 20s, and we stay below freezing all day Monday. Despite the sunshine, it still might help the roads just a little bit Monday afternoon. But until then, you kind of need to have that siege mentality at home and just stay there, because right now it is just wet roads over the Metroplex. That's what's in green. But you see the pinks and the blues. This is a wintry mix that is sticking to the roads, sticking to the bridges and overpasses. This is coming in from the west into the Metroplex over here the next hour, and it will drop the temperatures down. Now, we have stayed out of the big bands of the precipitation so far, but I think overnight we will just have the sleet falling and the freezing rain. That's why I think you wake up with ice on the roads tomorrow. Then through the day on Saturday, a couple of rounds of heavy sleet will be going on. And on top of that, with this icing going on power lines and trees, we're going to have some strong winds, so that's going to put in danger power, and the electrical grid will be challenged by all this. And Sunday morning, we're going to have a little bit of snow and dangerously low wind chills. They're literally going to be in the negative numbers, so you cannot find yourself stranded. Don't try to get out Sunday morning. We do think that we will have considerable ice by then and treacherous roads. Okay, so winter storm warning, first one of the season, all for North Texas for tonight and for tomorrow, and then an ice storm warning, the first one of the season. You can see eastern counties, including Van Zandt and Athens. You're going to have this start at 6 a.m., and you could end up with close to an inch of ice, or at least 3/4 of an inch of ice. We're seeing this transition just in the next couple of hours, and then this comes over us through the night. In between freezing drizzle, by the way, during the day, temperatures in the 20s, still dropping through the day, and then a couple of more rounds with a big one coming Saturday night, tomorrow night in the overnight hours, ending with a little bit of snow and temperatures in the teens by Sunday morning and brisk winds. The ice forecast for all this is going to continue to be rather impressive, with the worst of it off to our east. But ice, as you know, is the biggest danger around here. When it starts to accumulate past a 1/4 inch, we know we're going to have some power problems. You can see 1 to 2 inches, 2 to 4 inches of snow sleet. Most of it's going to be sleet. And of course, our first cold warning of the season. We haven't had one of these in 5 years, and we are expecting temperatures on Saturday to be cold, but just wait till Sunday and Monday, because we're going to have temperatures in the teens pretty much most of the day, with feel-like temperatures in the single digits. But the coldest weather we have seen in 4 years will be on Monday. It'll be sunny, but it won't help. We're going to have feel-like temperatures in the negative numbers for most of that morning. Of course, icing and high winds create power line problems. These are wind gusts tomorrow, 25 miles an hour or so. By the way, it's going to be windy on Sunday. We're going to end up 83 hours below freezing. It starts in the next hour or so. and goes all the way into Tuesday midday, that's when the roads will really start improving Tuesday. You might get a little break on the roads in the afternoon on Monday with the sunshine, but after freezing start and ice on the roads get better Tuesday and Wednesday. And yes, that's snow in the forecast on Friday.
Oh, boy. All right. Well, one thing at a time. We'll talk about that in a few days. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. Remember, my friends, you can find updated forecasts and alerts on our CBS News app. It's there for you. Just select the Texas section and you are good to go. We'll be right back.
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it.
The stalker did it. There's a killer out there, and we're gonna go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they gonna find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Why America's last best place is at risk.
If the public land that you use were sold off, could you run your business?
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
innovative,
Magical.
It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
How'd you do your research? I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You both had talked about going on Survivor together.
Right.
A Survivor contestant believes his sister was murdered
I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you.
and is determined to be her voice.
This is her speaking to everyone saying, don't let this happen to you.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
It could be the greatest turnaround in college football history.
What is the magic here?
The undefeated Big Ten champs, Indiana Hoosiers.
Some events at the Fort Worth Stock Show and Rodeo, at least for now. Officials, last check, they say it will remain open all weekend despite the ice. We're told that most of the animals are used to that kind of cold weather, so officials there say the outdoor midway, by the way, and the petting zoo, that might close, so that might be the only change.
There's a lot of winter weather going on, but it's not stopping the sports, guys. Luka and the Lakers are coming to town. What the players remember most about his last trip to the AAC. We'll hear from them next.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity and formality and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you? Oh, come on. Join me on the Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Go to the ends of the earth.
A great adventure together.
Come on in.
And reach for the stars.
We'll hit the heights.
Bingo.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Good morning. I'm First Alert meteorologist Michael Audavino, tracking a major winter storm moving across Texas. I'm going to give you a little radar tour and talk about what's going on. So as we give you the wider picture, you're seeing a lot of colors on the radar. The dark blue indicating areas of some snow as well as some sleet, and purple is mainly the sleet. And notice the pockets of the bright pink. That's areas of freezing rain. And then out to the south, we're continuing to see some rain, which could be sticking on contact as temperatures are dropping towards the freezing mark. So let's give you a little closer zoom in the radar loop over the last couple of hours. We've been seeing the moisture increase in coverage across our area, but not everyone is seeing that wintry mix. It really depends on your location and where you're located for this morning. Right now across the Metroplex, we are continuing to see that wintry mix, that sleet mix, and even if you look outside, you may even see some snowflakes. Let's get you a closer look into areas like Fort Worth. Notice we're continuing to see even some areas where some light snow is falling, mixing in with that sleet, as well as areas of freezing rain possible. So again, you really shouldn't be traveling for this morning, but on those roadways, we're continuing to see slick spots on 35 West. Looking into Dallas County right now, notice we're continuing to see some areas of freezing rain. Southern Dallas County near DeSoto, even out to the east near Garland, continuing to see areas of sleet and even some freezing rain up to the north near Carrollton. So it's very specific as to where you're located this morning as to what you're seeing outside. Into portions of McKinney into Collin County, seeing some snow trying to mix in with that for areas to the north, as we're seeing temperatures hover just below the freezing mark to even right along the freezing mark as well. Even out to the south, notice near areas like Corsicana into Palestine, we're continuing to see areas of some rain mixing in with that, and we're not really seeing those below freezing temperatures to get that wintry mix. Waxahachie this morning, seeing areas of freezing rain develop, including Terrell as well. So really just a mess on these roadways as temperatures continue to drop even more so below freezing. Really just within about the last hour or two, we have seen temperatures drop right into that freezing mark. Zooming out, notice into the northwest, we're seeing some dry pockets. As we move throughout the day for today, we'll see rounds of this wintry precipitation build in. So you may look outside and it may not be raining, snowing, or sleeting, but we will have several rounds of this as the system continues to make its way north, and we'll tap into more moisture sources across North Texas. Notice over the last couple of hours, even as we zoom out, we've been seeing kind of rounds of this wintry precipitation move through. Notice those dry pockets I was talking about. And then out to the northwest, we're continuing to see a dry pocket as well. But as this makes its way northeast, we will see more of the rain, snow, and sleet kind of develop. And a lot of it will fill in, and you may even start to see some snow mixing in with it at times as we do see temperatures stay on the cooler side. Let's take a look at the futurecast of what we're expecting. Here's midday today. All of us continuing to see that wintry mix, and notice the shades of pink. That's indicating we could see some freezing rain mixing in with that. That will freeze on contact. Temperatures up to the north into the teens this morning, 17 in Bowie, 19 in Gainesville. That's why we're getting reports in areas like Cook County, Montague County. We're continuing to see areas of developing sleet and accumulations on those grounds. Here's midday today. We could see some dry pockets, and then I think we get another round of this moving ahead into this evening, 5, 6, 7 o'clock. I think that's when we'll start to see some more accumulations of that sleet, especially here in the Metroplex, as temperatures continue to stay on the colder side throughout the day. Even by midnight tonight, more rounds of the wintry precipitation will start to build into our area, and that's why we are expecting, again, some very treacherous road conditions. We may see a few pockets of some snow building in for tomorrow morning, but as of right now, it doesn't really look like we'll continue to see much of that across the area. But what you need to know, we're continuing to see icy spots on those roadways, slick spots, all of the Metroplex seeing a wintry mix. Some pockets of freezing rain are building in, and we will still continue to see a lot of us see this wintry mix, sleet, and freezing rain as we do move throughout the day across the Metroplex.
Yeah, and Michael, as we do switch over to some of these graphics to show you what the road conditions are going to continue to look like as we make our way throughout the rest of the morning, we're looking at that freezing rain likely to continue within the next several hours and the potential for some of that sleet moving in too. So road conditions are going to look really rough as we continue through the rest of this morning and even throughout the rest of the day today. Temperatures are now at that freezing line here across the Metroplex, and the road temperatures are around the freezing line as as well. So we will continue to monitor that as we make our way throughout the rest of the day. Let's talk about totals and what we'll be anticipating as we continue into, well, the next 24 hours. Anywhere from 3 to 5 inches of sleet or snow up along the Red River Valley. Here across the Metroplex, anywhere from 1 to 3 inches. Again, that's going to be a wintry mix. We could be looking at anywhere from snow totals to even sleet totals. And sleet is more icy, and whenever that gets on the roadways, it's going to make into a slushy mess. So something to keep in mind. Road conditions are just not going to be good today. Down to the south a little bit further, we're looking at a higher icing threat, but still accumulation of around an inch is going to be a possibility for any sleet or snow. Again, we do have that winter storm warning that stays in effect until Sunday at lunchtime. Anywhere from 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice is going to be a possibility, and anywhere from 1 to 4 inches of snow and sleet will be likely. However, in this dark purple shaded area, I'm going to step out of the screen here. You can see that's an ice storm warning. So Tyler over into East Texas, including Louisiana, big concerns there for an icing threat. That's where the highest potential for power outages are going to be likely, as well as those fallen and broken tree limbs, which could lead to some additional damage. Now let's talk about temperatures right now, because this is going to be a big piece of the puzzle, because yes, we're seeing that wintry precipitation that's going to be bringing us some really big impacts, but it's also going to be the cold over the next several days. We're looking at 80 consecutive hours potentially of at or below freezing temperatures, and that could lead to, of course, bursted pipes. It could lead to power outages, and of course it's just downright cold outside, and that could be a dangerous situation as well. So you want to make sure you're bundling up. Right now, temperatures have dropped from earlier this morning. 28 degrees as of the current moment into Dallas, 25 Fort Worth, and 29 Waxahachie. Into Denton, we're at 23 degrees. But notice it feels more like the teens because those winds have shifted out from the northwest, and they're gusting upwards of around 20 miles per hour. We'll hold on to gusty winds as we move throughout the rest of the day today. Temperatures will feel even colder than the actual temperature outside, so it'll feel more like the teens, even in the single digits, as we move into the evening hours tonight. Tonight gets really cold, and that's why we have an extreme cold warning in effect tonight as we move through the day tomorrow. We will be looking at morning wind chill values over the next several days, even ranging from 0 degrees to -10 degrees. Make sure you are taking precautions and you are staying warm. Again, hypothermia is going to be a possibility, especially as we move into tomorrow morning and into Monday morning. Travel impacts are high. Power outage impacts are likely for some of us here across North Texas. It's going to be dependent on where we see those freezing conditions. Frozen pipes, make sure they are covered if you haven't already. And extreme cold is going to be another big winter impact as we move throughout the rest of the day today and into the next several days. So it is something I'm keeping a very close eye on as we continue into this weekend. It's going to be a very cold weekend ahead. We're looking at some big impacts. And Michael, do you mind changing the graphic here? It's not wanting to change, but I want to get you into your 7-day before we switch things over to Michael, and he'll let you know what it's looking like once again for those of you who are just joining us. First alert weather days in store for us Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. We do have that precipitation through the day today and even into tomorrow morning. But look, temperatures will just be downright cold until Tuesday afternoon, when we finally start to get above freezing at 43 degrees. Michael, how are things looking right now?
Well, Lauren, you know, you're talking about these freezing conditions. Anything that falls onto the surface, again, it's going to stick, and it's going to stay with us as we move over the coming days. So overnight tonight into tomorrow, as temperatures turn dangerously cold, again, we'll see very icy spots on those roadways. Speaking of those road conditions, let's take a look and see what we're expecting right now. Notice the shades of pink. This is iciness on the roadways across all of the Metroplex and most of North Texas. Areas up to the north seeing more sleet and even some snow onto those roadways. So again, those shades of pink indicating slick spots across all of our area. You definitely don't want to be on the roads. Let's take a look at what we're seeing right now, giving you a little radar tour across North Texas. Notice the shades of purple. That's indicating the sleet and even the freezing rain, even into portions of Dallas County for this morning, as as temperatures continue to turn a little bit colder. You see the bright colors at the bottom, that we're still seeing some areas of rain in areas like Corsicana where temperatures are still above the freezing mark. Not to say that we can't see any slick spots on those roadways as well. So notice over the last couple of hours, we've been seeing the moisture fill in an increase in coverage across North Texas. This will be the case, and we'll continue to see changeover. You'll see some snow, even some sleet mixing in with the precipitation at times, and even those pockets of freezing rain, which are pretty hard to predict who will see them, but just know that once that falls, it will stick on contact. Giving you a wider view, areas to the south, Corsicana, continuing to see some rain falling as we move throughout this morning. Let's give you a little tour of the Metroplex. Dallas County right now, near Carrollton, seeing some areas of freezing rain. Notice into the heart of Dallas County, I-30, 35 East, we're seeing some sleet, but with these temperatures continuing to fall, again, the sleet will start to accumulate onto those roadways. To the south, DeSoto, Balch Springs, continuing to see some areas of freezing rain develop into their areas. So again, we're going to keep going back and forth between the sleet and the freezing rain as we move throughout this morning. Collin County, right now, we're actually seeing some snowflakes in areas like McKinney into Princeton, mixing in with the sleet. And this will be the case. We're kind of going to keep changing back and forth. Sleet, snow, freezing rain as we move throughout the day. Waxahachie out to the south, seeing some freezing rain develop. Again, I-35 East, I would be very confident right now that it's pretty icy along that roadway if you're traveling, which you really shouldn't be doing. You may also look outside at times today and say, oh, it's not raining, it's not snowing. We are expecting to see some dry pockets. That will be a possibility as we move throughout the day for today across North Texas. Bowie, most of Bridgeport right now on the drier side. Even portions of Fort Worth continuing to see some drier pockets filtering in as we do see some gaps in the moisture. So this is what we're expecting right now. And then notice we start to see some more moisture building into the southwest. And then I think by midday we get a little bit of a break, and then we'll see more rounds of this moisture building in as we move into this afternoon. So one more time on the Futurecast, midday today, here we go. We got those dry pockets developing across our area, but more of the sleet, freezing rain will develop as we move ahead into this afternoon. And you will start to see, again, chance for some snow, mainly across our northern counties, as temperatures for sure are on the colder side. And then we could see all of this end potentially as snow as we move throughout the day into the early morning hours of tomorrow before the deep freeze happens. And anything on the contact, again, will with the ground will certainly be on the freezing side. Anywhere from about 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 of an inch of ice expected. We could see 3 to 5 inches of total accumulations, especially across our northern counties. We'll keep you updated here on CBS News Texas. It will be on the stream as we move throughout the day as well as throughout the morning.
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it.
The stalker did it. There's a killer out there, and we're gonna go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they gonna find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Why America's last best place is at risk.
If the public land that you use were sold off, could you run your business?
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
innovative,
Magical.
It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
God, you do your research. I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You both had talked about going on Survivor together.
Right.
A Survivor contestant believes his sister was murdered
I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you.
and is determined to be her voice.
This is her speaking to everyone saying, don't let this happen to you.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
It could be the greatest turnaround in college football history.
What is the magic here?
The undefeated Big Ten champs, Indiana Hoosiers,
Welcome back now as we continue to have a live look right now at the roads as the Arctic air continues to set in. This is a live dash cam look from our storm chaser, Jason McLaughlin. He's still out in Bowie. That is an area right now that, as you can tell, you can see some of the ice already starting to sort of form. Not many cars out there, so they're heeding the advice out there. Stay off the roads if you can, right? Stay off at all costs. Now, the roads, of course, are expected to freeze overnight all throughout North Texas, causing some icy conditions for driving tomorrow, quite frankly, throughout the entire weekend, even into Monday. But right now, again, officials urging anyone to stay home if you can. We are going to hear, we're going to be saying that a lot. You are going to be hearing that quite a bit here in the next couple of days. All right, for more emergency crews, though, and for first responders, they don't have a choice, right? They have to get out there. So they're taking preparations to make their work as safe as possible. Plano police are making sure that their patrol vehicles are in good shape. They're also carrying extra traffic control devices, things like cones and flares, and they're making sure that emergency lights are all working on their vehicles. Officers say they will carry sand and de-icing material if they or someone else out there might need it. Back here in Fort Worth, though, makeshift sleep rooms are set up now for staff at Cook Children's Teddy Bear Transport Office. It's so staff there can stay there overnight over the weekend so that the hospital's fleet of ambulances and their aircraft can be ready to deploy quickly in conditions that will likely slow them down. So that's what they're doing. Similar situation over at Medical City McKinney. Got a look there where the hospital is providing cots and food vouchers to staff who are spending the night at the labor and delivery department this weekend.
It means safety, you know, I mean, it means that they'll have the numbers that we need to take care of them safely. You know, labor and delivery is no joke. It is no joke. You have to have everybody on the team working together.
Yes, you do. More than 200 million people across the U.S. right now are in the path of this major winter storm. And that means about 2/3 of the country could be affected by what could likely be the largest winter storm in at least 5 years. Up to 2 feet of snow is expected in the northeast. But the big threat, of course, to the south is the ice. And it is, in fact, a very dangerous threat. Let's get over to First Alert weather meteorologist now, Jeff Ray, monitoring some of these dangerously cold temps. And again, tomorrow, they're really going to plunge it. They're going to stay like that for, what, 83 hours, we were saying?
Yeah, below freezing. It starts at midnight or so. And we will get down those temperatures down to single digits. It'll be as cold as it's been in 5 years here. But let me just start by showing you how big of an ice storm this is. It starts in Texas, and Texas exports it all the way into the Carolinas. Now, this is just the ice. The snow to the north goes all the way up into Maine, and it's going to be quite heavy as well. And it's going to be very cold conditions. Now, starting Monday, we started with this First Alert weather telling you that we get into the weekend and we got our first big winter storm. We'll have temperatures for highs tomorrow at 28, but that's the morning. The temperatures will be dropping through the day, and it's just a day full of sleet, freezing rain, and eventually a little snow. We might start Sunday with a little bit of snow, but the high on Sunday is only in the low 20s, and we stay below freezing all day Monday. Despite the sunshine, it still might help the roads just a little bit Monday afternoon. But until then, you kind of need to have that siege mentality at home and just stay there, because right now it is just wet roads over the Metroplex. That's what's in green. But you see the pinks and the blues? This is the wintry mix that is sticking to the roads, sticking to the bridges and overpasses. This is coming in from the west into the Metroplex over here the next hour, and it will drop the temperatures down. Now, we have stayed out of the big bands of the precipitation so far, but I think overnight we will just have the sleet falling and the freezing rain. That's why I think you wake up with ice on the roads tomorrow. Then through the day on Saturday, a couple of rounds of heavy sleet will be going on. And on top of that, with this icing going on power lines and trees, we're going to have some strong winds. So that's going to put in danger power, and the electrical grid will be challenged by all this. And Sunday morning, we're going to have a little bit of snow and dangerously low wind chills. They're literally going to be in the negative numbers, so you cannot find yourself stranded. Don't try to get out Sunday morning. We do think that we will have considerable ice by then and treacherous roads. Okay, so Winter storm warning, first one of the season, all for North Texas for tonight and for tomorrow, and then an ice storm warning, the first one of the season. You can see eastern counties, including Van Zandt and Athens. You're going to have this start at 6 a.m. and you could end up with close to an inch of ice, or at least 3/4 of an inch of ice. We're seeing this transition just in the next couple of hours, and then this comes over us through the night. In between freezing drizzle, by the way, during the day, temperatures in the 20s, still dropping through the day, and then a couple of more rounds with a big one coming Saturday night, tomorrow night in the overnight hours, ending with a little bit of snow and temperatures in the teens by Sunday morning and brisk winds. The ice forecast for all this is going to continue to be rather impressive, with the worst of it off to our east. But ice, as you know, is the biggest danger around here. When it starts to accumulate past a 1/4 inch, we know we're going to have some power problems. You can see 1 to 2 inches, 2 to 4 inches of snow sleet. Most of it's going to be sleet. And of course, our first cold warning of the season. We haven't had one of these in 5 years, and we are expecting temperatures on Saturday to be cold, but just wait till Sunday and Monday, because we're going to have temperatures in the teens pretty much most of the day, with feel-like temperatures in the single digits. But the coldest weather we have seen in 4 years will be on Monday. It'll be sunny, but it won't help. We're going to have feel-like temperatures in the negative numbers for most of that morning. Of course, icing and high winds create power line problems. These are wind gusts tomorrow, 25 miles an hour or so. By the way, it's going to be windy on Sunday. We're going to end up 83 hours below freezing. It starts in the next hour or so and goes all the way into Tuesday midday. That's when the roads will really start improving Tuesday. You might get a little break on the roads in the afternoon on Monday with the sunshine, but after freezing start and ice on the roads get better Tuesday and Wednesday. And yes, that's snow in the forecast on Friday.
Oh boy. All right. Well, one thing at a time. We'll talk about that in a few days. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. Remember, my friends, you can find updated forecasts and alerts on our CBS News app. It's there for you. Just select the Texas section and you are good to go. We'll be right back.
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it.
The stalker did it. There's a killer out there, and we're going to go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they going to find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
Why America's last best place is at risk.
If the public land that you use were sold off, could you run your business?
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
Innovative.
Magical.
It's like being a child.
And truly original reporting.
God, you do your research. I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You both had talked about going on Survivor together.
Right.
A Survivor contestant believes his sister was murdered.
I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you.
And is determined to be her voice.
This is her speaking to everyone, saying, don't let this happen to you.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
It could be the greatest turnaround in college football history.
What is the magic here?
The undefeated Big Ten champs, Indiana Hoosiers.
Welcome back. The Arctic blast is not impacting some events at the Fort Worth Stock Show and Rodeo, at least for now. Officials, last check, they say it will remain open all weekend despite the ice. We're told that most of the animals are used to that kind of cold weather, so officials there say the outdoor midway, by the way, and the petting zoo, that might close, so that might be the only change.
There's a lot of winter weather going on, but it's not stopping the sports, guys. Luka and the Lakers are coming to town. What the players remember most about his last trip to the AAC. We'll hear from them next.
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it.
The stalker did it. There's a killer out there, and we're gonna go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they going to find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Why America's last best place is at risk.
If the public land that you use were sold off, could you run your business?
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
innovative,
Magical.
It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
God, you do your research. I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You both had talked about going on Survivor together.
Right.
A Survivor contestant believes his sister was murdered
I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you.
and is determined to be her voice.
This is her speaking to everyone saying, don't let this happen to you.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
It could be the greatest turnaround in college football history.
What is the magic here?
The undefeated Big Ten champs, Indiana Hoosiers,
Coming at you from the Weather Center, we're tracking a big winter storm making its way across North Texas. I'm going to give you a little radar tour, let you know what's going on in your neighborhood for this morning. So giving you a wider view, temperatures are into the teens up to the north. Areas in northeast North Texas are seeing some snow. The shades of purple indicating sleet that's falling. We have pockets of freezing rain, and we are already seeing some accumulations of snow and sleet across portions of the Metroplex. Notice as we moved over the last couple of hours, all of the radar has kind of filled in with all of this wintry precipitation across the area, and this is what we're tracking throughout the morning. Let's take a look right now into Tarrant County. We're seeing mainly sleet, but we're getting some pockets of some snow that is starting to develop, and this will accumulate very quickly on top of the ice, so you won't be able to see it, but slick spots are likely across all of North Texas at the moment. Let's give you a closer view right now along 287, seeing some snow building into portions of Saginaw, along 820 out west into Lake Worth, White Settlement, and into River Oaks. So we're continuing to see sleet as well as snow across their area. Let's look right now into Dallas County, southern Dallas County near Wilmer. We're seeing some freezing rain, but up to the north, Garland, Carrollton, we are continuing to see that sleet falling, and that is accumulating on those roadways. It may look like snow, but again, just those pellets, when they all line up, they do look like snow, but they are accumulating as well. Into Collin County, seeing some areas of snow develop, some snow showers, but again, as long as this falls, it will stick pretty quickly. Blue Ridge continuing to see that snow as well, and even into zooming out into portions of Ellis County, continuing to see areas of freezing rain developing. So you just got to keep this in mind. It depends upon your location this morning. You may see sleet, you may see freezing rain, you may see a wintry mix, or you may see some rain. Notice out to the south, well out to the south along 45, we're continuing to see rain that's falling near Corsicana as temperatures are a little bit warmer for areas out to the south. Now, up to our northwest, we're continuing to see some drier conditions. This will be something that we'll track throughout the morning. We'll see some opportunities of some pockets of some drier weather. So don't always expect to see something when you look outside your window. But if you're heading on 35 right now, again, we're getting reports of very slick roadways into Denton as they're continuing to see some accumulations along in 35 east as well as 35 west. So we have some dry pockets that will start to fill in as we move throughout this morning. And then notice out to the south, continuing to see mainly rain, but right along that line, you get the rain, freezing rain, and then all of that sleet across our area. Let's talk road conditions. Notice the shades of pink. That's continuing to indicate, again, those areas of sleet, freezing rain, and those icy spots on those roadways. And pretty much all of North Texas, we are continuing to see icy spots on those roads this morning. We got reports North Richland Hills continuing to see some areas of sleet on those roadways and accumulations. Speaking of accumulations, look outside right now into Denton. Notice we're seeing the sleet and the snow that is accumulating on those roadways. And we have Marissa outside. Marissa, what are you seeing?
Good morning, Michael. Well, the situation here has dramatically changed from yesterday to today. As you can see, we do have some snow coming down, and those freezing temperatures, as expected, are here. It is very cold. You can actually see my breath coming out, right? I want to talk to you guys a little bit about how this snow looks. Now, you mentioned it, right? I mean, this snow here is very hard. I kind of would compare it to like a snow cone. It's almost like an icy snow, but a lot of that snow is starting to stick, and that's when the concern comes in. Not only do we see it sticking to our roads, but of course, power lines and even our cars. This morning when we were cleaning off our car, we did see a light cover of snow. We had to brush that up.
All right, Marissa, thank you. As you could see, Marissa showed you on the ground. She saw the accumulations, and this is what we're expecting. You saw those snow-covered roadways, all of the slick spots, again, with the sleet and the snow combined. Again, this is leading to very treacherous travel conditions. You may look outside this morning into your area, and you may say, oh, the roads are good, but all you have to do is travel 10, 15 miles north, and it all starts to go downhill. We're gonna look a little radar tour, our little webcam tour. This is Clyde Warren Park in downtown Dallas. Notice we're continuing to see some areas of snow, some snowflakes falling. Again, I just showed you Dallas County on the radar before, and this is what we're expecting. We're going to be changing precipitation as we move throughout the day. Looking into downtown Dallas right now, continuing to see, again, it looks like some snowflakes that are falling into portions of their area. And when you could see Union Tower on the left. Now, notice right now, in Fort Worth, this webcam is completely frozen over. Again, this is likely some freezing rain has fallen onto this webcam at the moment, and that's why we are continuing to see frozen conditions across the area. Now, as we take a look at the next webcam, let's take a look. What are we going to see here? This looks like the high 5 in Dallas, and notice where that car is coming from on the left. Notice the light shade of white onto those roadways. Again, that is definitely some slick spots onto those roads for this morning. So you want to take it slower, and even look into the lights over there on the bottom right of your screen. You can see we're starting to see some snow falling. I think that's contributing to falling onto those roadways and creating that white conditions on there. Taking a look into Denton this morning, we're continuing to see those accumulations that have been falling, and throughout this morning, again, we're continuing to see those accumulations building up on those roadways, and that's what we're expecting throughout this morning across our area. So definitely take it slower if you're heading into those roadways for this morning. And Lauren's going to talk more about the freezing conditions and also more about those roads.
Yeah, thanks so much, Michael. What I'm looking at right now is the roadways are actually at freezing. So that means everything's starting to accumulate on the grounds. It's becoming very dangerous, and it'll stay dangerous as we move throughout the day today. Again, I want to go ahead and get you into some of those current conditions and temperatures, feels like values. It's 23 degrees outside of Dallas, Fort Worth. Feels like temperature is around 8 degrees because winds are gusting upwards of 28 miles per hour. Temperature forecast as we move throughout the rest of the day, it will be on the decline. So the high temperature for the day is actually in the morning. Again, winter storm warning is in effect as we continue through our Sunday afternoon. We're looking at anywhere from about 1/4 to 1/2 of an inch of ice and anywhere from 1 to 4 inches of snow and sleet. Ice storm warning is in effect for those of us to the east into East Texas. In those spots, higher ice accumulation and lower snow and sleet totals will be expected. Regardless, anywhere here across North Texas, we'll be anticipating that chance for some power outages as well as treacherous travel. As we continue into noon on Sunday, anywhere from 3 to 5 inches along the Red River Valley, 1 to 3 inches here across North Texas into the DFW Metroplex, and then to the south of the I-20 corridor, less than an inch of accumulation of snow and sleet will be expected. Let's talk about the next 3 days. We're talking about today, high temperature of 27 degrees. And again, that's going to be in the morning. Temperatures on the decline through the rest of the day. We're anticipating rounds of sleet and precipitation, likely even the chance for a little bit of snowfall as we move into tomorrow morning. High temperature will only be at 20 degrees. Feels like temperatures will be anywhere from 0 to -10 degrees. Make sure you're bundling up. As we head into Monday, we'll clear things up, but still a first alert in the forecast. Why? Because temperatures will be freezing, and in fact, it'll be dangerously cold. We're looking at feels like temperatures once again into Monday morning, 0 to -10 degrees with a high of 28, but it'll feel more like the teens. So dangerously cold temperatures, and we're looking at precipitation over the next couple of days, and that's why we have first alerts in store for you. We'll be talking about this and more coming up right after the break.
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it.
The stalker did it. There's a killer out there, and we're gonna go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they gonna find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Why America's last best place is at risk.
If the public land that you use were sold off, could you run your business?
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
innovative,
Magical.
It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
God, you do your research. I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You both had talked about going on Survivor together.
Right.
A Survivor contestant believes his sister was murdered
I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you.
and is determined to be her voice.
This is her speaking to everyone saying, don't let this happen to you.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
It could be the greatest turnaround in college football history.
What is the magic here?
The undefeated Big Ten champs, Indiana Hoosiers.
Here on this Saturday morning, it's a little dicey on the roadways. Please just stay indoors if you can and hunker down because we're continuing to watch wintry precipitation move across the region, and some accumulation has been pretty heavy, especially for those of us to the north along the Red River Valley. We're seeing a decent amount of snowfall anywhere from Sherman to Paris. Some of these darker blues indicating some heavier snowfall rates, and then we're also monitoring some sleet happening into Tarrant, Parker, Dallas County, over into Denton and Collin County, down to the south into Kaufman County and Ellis County. That's where some freezing precipitation is happening. We're talking about a bit of that freezing rain and some icing potential into those spots. Anywhere along those roads are going to be dicey. Again, it's going to be a good time to hunker down. We're looking at temperatures right now below freezing in the 20s as well as into the teens. Now I want to go ahead and bring in Danica. She's got more updates on what it looks like right now and the airport delays. What's it looking like conditions on the roadways too, Danica? I bet it's pretty dicey.
That's right. That's right, Lauren. Yeah, we're taking a look right now. I want to switch over onto my computer and take a look at what we're seeing. So this is our flight aware map. I'm going to start it from the top of the earlier this weekend. I want you to watch Dallas. When you see that green, that means flights look good. And then once you start getting to that red later on in the day, that's when flights start canceling and delaying. So when I last checked around 6:40 today, there's 1,271 flights delayed out of Fort Worth or full out canceled. Now over in Love Field, we're seeing 186 canceled right now. We know that's only anticipated to get a little bit worse as we start to see these this weather system continue to move through here. I also want to take some time and show you what we're seeing on the outage maps right now. So as you can see, Encore is reporting right now they have just a little over 11,000 outages. I'm not at this moment seeing anywhere that's super big, just a bunch of little outages adding up to that, but that is something to be aware of. Now, I also want to take you over, Lauren, you mentioned the roadways. I want to take you over High-5 now, and you can see it is slick out there. You can see the roadways, people taking their time, especially up that one on-ramp right there. We know this can be a trouble spot, especially for those big trucks trying to get up there and maybe sliding back, but right now it does appear that people are taking their times out there on the roadway, but you can see the reflection of the lights. That means that is slick out there. So a good reminder for you people out there that plan on driving, take your time, give yourself plenty of space. We know that TxDOT did pre-treat these roadways, but with some of that rain coming through yesterday, we do know that a lot of it potentially did maybe wash away. We are checking in with TxDOT to see what they're doing throughout the day as well, monitoring this. But that is what we're looking at over here at the desk, just keeping up with those power outages, delays at the airports, and also checking on those road conditions. I'll keep looking at that and bringing any updates to you as they come in. But Lauren, that's what we're looking at. I want to send it back over to you because we know that this weather event is happening today, but we're going to be cold for quite some time.
Oh, it is going to be cold, and that's another factor that's going to play a big part in this forecast. We're looking at potentially even 75 to even 80 hours consecutively, either at or below freezing. That's going to cause some issues, especially whenever it comes to your pipes. So if you haven't already winter-proofed your house, now is the absolute last time that you can do it. Now, we're talking about a high temperature of 27 degrees today. First alert weather day in store for us. Lots of wintry precipitation will take place, dicey road conditions, and we're also looking at the potential for some power outages, especially for those areas that do get those broken tree limbs, or the potential for some power outages in spots where we just get too much ice accumulating on those power lines and they pop and they break. We're looking at temperatures decreasing throughout the rest of the day, so an extreme cold warning is in effect as we move into the night tonight. Wind chill values will be anywhere from 0 degrees to -10 degrees as we move into Sunday morning. Notice the low temperature is 14 degrees, but it's of course going to feel even colder than that. As we move through your Sunday morning, chance for a little bit of snowfall will be a probability here across North Texas. Then we dry things up into the afternoon. High temperature around 20 degrees. Again, we're still below freezing. Monday, first alert weather day. 9 degrees is the forecast temperature in the morning. It feels like values will be very dangerous. In fact, it'll be so dangerous within a matter of 30 minutes you could get hypothermia. You want to make sure you're taking this seriously and bundling up. High temperature into Monday, 28 degrees, but we finally get some sunshine. Hopefully some melting will take place. Tuesday morning will be bitterly cold once again, but a high temperature of 43, finally above freezing. It's not until Friday when we're looking at the potential. There is a potential of our next weather maker, and we could even be looking at additional snowfall. Now, I'll leave you with that, but as we come back from break, Michael has another look at what to expect as of right now. We'll be right back.
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it.
The stalker did it. There's a killer out there, and we're gonna go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they going to find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Why America's last best place is at risk.
If the public land that you use were sold off, could you run your business?
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
innovative,
Magical.
It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
How'd you do your research? I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You both had talked about going on Survivor together.
Right.
A Survivor contestant believes his sister was murdered
I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you.
and is determined to be her voice.
This is her speaking to everyone saying, don't let this happen to you.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
It could be the greatest turnaround in college football history.
What is the magic here?
The undefeated Big Ten champs, Indiana Hoosiers.
Good morning. I'm First Alert meteorologist Michael Ottavino here on the CBS News Texas stream. Let's take a look outside across Denton. Looks like a winter wonderland. What you're seeing on the screen is a mixture of sleet and snow accumulations and even some ice under that. So again, we're continuing to see treacherous road conditions area-wide, and we will still continue to see again a lot of these road conditions deteriorate as we move throughout the day. Let's take a look at the radar right now of what we're seeing. We're continuing to see again into Tarrant, Dallas, Collin, Denton counties, even into Parker County, continuing to see sleet that's passing through our area and even some snow trying to mix in with that. Notice over the last couple of hours, we've seen some pockets of dryness on the radar. So if you look outside today, don't be surprised at times if you don't see anything going on. I want to show you exactly what you're seeing. The shades of blue indicating snow, the purple indicating sleet, and then you start to see the pink. That's problems because that's indicating freezing rain. In Tarrant County right now, we're seeing mainly sleet, but notice these little circles of blue. That's indicating some snowfall. And let's give you a closer look. 35 west right now, continuing to be very icy and slick. 287, we're seeing some snow just south of the Saginaw area, along 820 out to Lake Worth, White Settlement, as well as into the River Oaks area. Let's get a closer look at the moment into Dallas County. We're continuing to see sleet into areas like Carrollton, Irving, even into locally right into the heart of Dallas. We're seeing some dry pockets as well as some sleet. Southern Dallas County right now, this is a problem. We are continuing to see some areas of freezing rain right along 45 near Wilmer and just south of the Hutchins area. So if you're traveling for this morning, again, good luck. You really shouldn't be on those roadways. We're continuing to see some reports of some crashes as well as some accumulations on the roads in Collin County as well as into Denton County and right along our Red River areas. Into Collin County right now, we're seeing some snow into areas like Princeton, McKinney, Melissa, Blue Ridge, and even just right along near the Frisco area as well, and even into Denton County. From what I've been seeing, the roads look the worst in Denton County this morning, especially on 35. They've been seeing sleet as well as some snow that's falling onto that, and a lot of it has been rapidly accumulating onto those roadways. 35 east this morning, Louisville, Highland Village, Corinth, continuing to see the sleet accumulating onto those roadways. Even as we zoom out up to the north, our Red River areas like Sherman into Fannin County, continuing to see some snow rapidly accumulating and falling pretty quickly there. So roads will continue to deteriorate as we move throughout the day. And let's take a look out to areas out to the south, into Ellis County, continuing to see some pockets of freezing rain developing. This will cause very dangerous road conditions, icy spots, slick spots on those roadways. And if you travel a little bit further south into Corsicana, we're seeing some rain falling for this morning, even some bands of heavier rain closer to the Palestine area. But notice even there, they're continuing to see a little bit of a mix of sleet, freezing rain, and this is what we're going to be seeing throughout the morning, especially for areas out to the south where temperatures are hovering right around that freezing point. Out to our northwest this morning, Bowie, Bridgeport, Gainesville, getting a little bit of a break in the action. And at times today, this is what we'll see: on and off wintry mixed conditions continuing all across our area. Out to the south near Waco, seeing mainly rain. And look out to the west, to our southwest. We could start to see a break over the next couple of hours. And I think all of us by midday will get that break as well. Quick look at those road conditions for this morning. Notice the pink indicating the icy spots on those roadways, and that's the case all across our area. Getting reports of some sleet-covered roadways in Tarrant County and North Richland Hills, and other areas are continuing to see that as well. Areas to our south like Corsicana could even be seeing some freezing drizzle, so it really doesn't matter which way you're headed for this morning or if you're out and about. Again, you will certainly see some dangerous travel conditions expected. Quick look at the futurecast. Here's midday today. I think we'll still see some pockets of some dryness at times, with more sleet and freezing rain building in at times, and even some pockets of snow trying to peek through that. Here we go by midday today. Take a look at some of the accumulations that could be expected. Close to 1/4 of an inch of ice, some areas of snow potentially up to 3/100ths of an inch, and then notice into portions of northern Texas we could see some rain accumulating as well. But I think by this point we're continuing to see mainly sleet, freezing rain, wintry precipitation expected, and then I think by 5, 6, 7 o'clock tonight we'll get another round of some stronger precipitation, which will quickly accumulate on those roadways. Midnight Sunday, we're still seeing that wintry mix ongoing, and as the system pushes out, we could see some lingering snow showers. But overall, I think a lot of the precipitation falls during the day for today into the first half of tonight, and then really starts to wind down overnight. We'll keep you updated here on CBS News Texas Stream, and we'll have another live update coming up at 8 o'clock this morning.
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it.
The stalker did it. There's a killer out there, and we're gonna go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they gonna find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
Why America's last best place is at risk.
If the public land that you use were sold off, could you run your business?
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
innovative,
Magical.
It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
God, you do your research.
I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
you both had talked about going on Survivor together.
Right.
A Survivor contestant believes his sister was murdered.
I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you.
And is determined to be her voice.
This is her speaking to everyone saying, don't let this happen to you.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
It could be the greatest turnaround in college football history.
What is the magic here?
The undefeated Big Ten champs, Indiana Hoosiers.
Good morning. I'm First Alert meteorologist Michael Ottavino coming at you from the Weather Center. We're tracking a big winter storm making its way across North Texas. I'm going to give you a little radar tour, let you know what's going on in your neighborhood for this morning. So giving you a wider view, temperatures are into the teens up to the north. Areas in northeast North Texas are seeing some snow. The shades of purple indicating sleet that's falling. We have pockets of freezing rain, and we are already seeing some accumulations of snow and sleet across portions of the Metroplex. Notice as we moved over the last couple of hours, all of the radar has kind of filled in with all of this wintry precipitation across the area, and this is what we're tracking throughout the morning. Let's take a look right now into Tarrant County. We're seeing mainly sleet, but we're getting some pockets of some snow that is starting to develop, and this will accumulate very quickly on top of the ice, so you won't be able to see it, but slick spots are likely across all of North Texas at the moment. Let's give you a closer view right now along 287, seeing some snow building into portions of Saginaw, along 820 out west into Lake Worth, White Settlement, and into River Oaks. So we're continuing to see sleet as well as snow across their area. Let's look right now into Dallas County, southern Dallas County near Wilmer. We're seeing some freezing rain, but up to the north, Garland, Carrollton, we are continuing to see that sleet falling, and that is accumulating on those roadways. It may look like snow, but again, just those pellets, when they all line up, they do look like snow, but they are accumulating as well. Into Collin County, seeing some areas of snow develop, some snow showers, but again, as long as this falls, it will stick pretty quickly. Blue Ridge continuing to see that snow as well, and even into zooming out into portions of Ellis County, continuing to see areas of freezing rain developing. So you just got to keep this in mind. It depends upon your location this morning. You may see sleet, you may see freezing rain, you may see a wintry mix, or you may see some rain. Notice out to the south, well out to the south along 45, we're continuing to see rain that's falling near Corsicana as temperatures are a little bit warmer for areas out to the south. Now, up to our northwest, we're continuing to see some drier conditions. This will be something that we'll track throughout the morning. We'll see some opportunities of some pockets of some drier weather. So don't always expect to see something when you look outside your window. But if you're heading on 35 right now, again, we're getting reports of very slick roadways into Denton as they're continuing to see some accumulations along in 35 east as well as 35 west. So we have some dry pockets that will start to fill in as we move throughout this morning. And then notice out to the south, continuing to see mainly rain, but right along that line, you get the rain, freezing rain, and then all of that sleet across our area. Let's talk road conditions. Notice the shades of pink. That's continuing to indicate, again, those areas of sleet, freezing rain, and those icy spots on those roadways. And pretty much all of North Texas, we are continuing to see icy spots on those roads this morning. We got reports North Richland Hills continuing to see some areas of sleet on those roadways and accumulations. Speaking of accumulations, look outside right now into Denton. Notice we're seeing the sleet and the snow that is accumulating on those roadways. And we have Marissa outside. Marissa, what are you seeing?
Good morning, Michael. Well, the situation here has dramatically changed from yesterday to today. As you can see, we do have some snow coming down, and those freezing temperatures, as expected, are here. It is very cold. You can actually see my breath coming out, right? I want to talk to you guys a little bit about how this snow looks. Now, you mentioned it, right? I mean, this snow here is very hard. I kind of would compare it to like a snow cone. It's almost like an icy snow, but a lot of that snow is starting to stick, and that's when the concern comes in. Not only do we see it sticking to our roads, but of course, power lines and even our cars. This morning when we were cleaning off our car, we did see a light cover of snow. We had to brush that up.
All right, Marissa, thank you. As you could see, Marissa showed you on the ground. She saw the accumulations, and this is what we're expecting. You saw those snow-covered roadways, all of the slick spots, again, with the sleet and the snow combined. Again, this is leading to very treacherous travel conditions. You may look outside this morning into your area, and you may say, oh, the roads are good, but all you have to do is travel 10, 15 miles north, and it all starts to go downhill. We're gonna look a little radar tour, our little webcam tour. This is Clyde Warren Park in downtown Dallas. Notice we're continuing to see some areas of snow, some snowflakes falling. Again, I just showed you Dallas County on the radar before, and this is what we're expecting. We're going to be changing precipitation as we move throughout the day. Looking into downtown Dallas right now, continuing to see, again, it looks like some snowflakes that are falling into portions of their area. And when you could see Union Tower on the left. Now, notice right now, in Fort Worth, this webcam is completely frozen over. Again, this is likely some freezing rain has fallen onto this webcam at the moment, and that's why we are continuing to see frozen conditions across the area. Now, as we take a look at the next webcam, let's take a look. What are we going to see here? This looks like the high 5 in Dallas, and notice where that car is coming from on the left. Notice the light shade of white onto those roadways. Again, that is definitely some slick spots onto those roads for this morning. So you want to take it slower, and even look into the lights over there on the bottom right of your screen. You can see we're starting to see some snow falling. I think that's contributing to falling onto those roadways and creating that white conditions on there. Taking a look into Denton this morning, we're continuing to see those accumulations that have been falling, and throughout this morning, again, we're continuing to see those accumulations building up on those roadways, and that's what we're expecting throughout this morning across our area. So definitely take it slower if you're heading into those roadways for this morning. And Lauren's going to talk more about the freezing conditions and also more about those roads.
Yeah, thanks so much, Michael. What I'm looking at right now is the roadways are actually at freezing. So that means everything's starting to accumulate on the grounds. It's becoming very dangerous, and it'll stay dangerous as we move throughout the day today. Again, I want to go ahead and get you into some of those current conditions and temperatures, feels like values. It's 23 degrees outside of Dallas, Fort Worth. Feels like temperature is around 8 degrees because winds are gusting upwards of 28 miles per hour. Temperature forecast as we move throughout the rest of the day, it will be on the decline. So the high temperature for the day is actually in the morning. Again, winter storm warning is in effect as we continue through our Sunday afternoon. We're looking at anywhere from about 1/4 to 1/2 of an inch of ice and anywhere from 1 to 4 inches of snow and sleet. Ice storm warning is in effect for those of us to the east into East Texas. In those spots, higher ice accumulation and lower snow and sleet totals will be expected. Regardless, anywhere here across North Texas, we'll be anticipating that chance for some power outages as well as treacherous travel. As we continue into noon on Sunday, anywhere from 3 to 5 inches along the Red River Valley, 1 to 3 inches here across North Texas into the DFW Metroplex, and then to the south of the I-20 corridor, less than an inch of accumulation of snow and sleet will be expected. Let's talk about the next 3 days. We're talking about today, high temperature of 27 degrees. And again, that's going to be in the morning. Temperatures on the decline through the rest of the day. We're anticipating rounds of sleet and precipitation, likely even the chance for a little bit of snowfall as we move into tomorrow morning. High temperature will only be at 20 degrees. Feels like temperatures will be anywhere from 0 to -10 degrees. Make sure you're bundling up. As we head into Monday, we'll clear things up, but still a first alert in the forecast. Why? Because temperatures will be freezing, and in fact, it'll be dangerously cold. We're looking at feels like temperatures once again into Monday morning, 0 to -10 degrees with a high of 28, but it'll feel more like the teens. So dangerously cold temperatures, and we're looking at precipitation over the next couple of days, and that's why we have first alerts in store for you. We'll be talking about this and more coming up right after the break.
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it.
The stalker did it. There's a killer out there, and we're gonna go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they gonna find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
Why America's last best place is at risk.
If the public land that you use were sold off, could you run your business?
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
innovative,
Magical.
It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
God, you do your research. I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You both had talked about going on Survivor together.
Right.
A Survivor contestant believes his sister was murdered
I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you.
and is determined to be her voice.
This is her speaking to everyone saying, don't let this happen to you.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
It could be the greatest turnaround in college football history.
What is the magic here?
The undefeated Big Ten champs, Indiana Hoosiers.
Much for joining us here on the Saturday morning. It's a little dicey on the roadways. Please just stay indoors if you can and hunker down because we're continuing to watch wintry precipitation move across the region, and some accumulation has been pretty heavy, especially for those of us to the north along the Red River Valley. We're seeing a decent amount of snowfall anywhere from Sherman to Paris. Some of these darker blues indicating some heavier snowfall rates, and then we're also monitoring some sleet happening into Tarrant, Parker, Dallas County, over into Denton and Collin County, down to the south into Kaufman County and Ellis County. That's where some freezing precipitation is happening. We're talking about a bit of that freezing rain and some icing potential into those spots. Anywhere along those roads are going to be dicey. Again, it's going to be a good time to hunker down. We're looking at temperatures right now below freezing in the 20s as well as into the teens. Now I want to go ahead and bring in Danica. She's got more updates on what it looks like right now and the airport delays. What's it looking like, conditions on the roadways to Danica? I bet it's pretty dicey.
That's right. That's right, Lauren. Yeah, we're taking a look right now. I want to switch over onto my computer and take a look at what we're seeing. So this is our flight aware map. I'm going to start it from the top of the earlier this weekend. I want you to watch Dallas. When you see that green, that means flights look good. And then once you start getting to that red later on in the day, that's when flights start canceling and delaying. So when I last checked around 6:40 today, there's 1,271 flights delayed out of Fort Worth or full out canceled. Now over in Love Field, we're seeing 186 canceled right now. We know that's only anticipated to get a little bit worse as we start to see these this weather system continue to move through here. I also want to take some time and show you what we're seeing on the outage maps right now. So as you can see, Encore is reporting right now they have just a little over 11,000 outages. I'm not at this moment seeing anywhere that's super big, just a bunch of little outages adding up to that, but that is something to be aware of. Now, I also want to take you over, Lauren, you mentioned the roadways. I want to take you over High-5 now, and you can see it is slick out there. You can see the roadways, people taking their time, especially up that one on-ramp right there. We know this can be a trouble spot, especially for those big trucks trying to get up there and maybe sliding back, but right now it does appear that people are taking their times out there on the roadway, but you can see the reflection of the lights. That means that is slick out there. So a good reminder for you people out there that plan on driving, take your time, give yourself plenty of space. We know that TxDOT did pre-treat these roadways, but with some of that rain coming through yesterday, we do know that a lot of it potentially did maybe wash away. We are checking in with TxDOT to see what they're doing throughout the day as well, monitoring this. But that is what we're looking at over here at the desk, just keeping up with those power outages, delays at the airports, and also checking on those road conditions. I'll keep looking at that and bringing any updates to you as they come in. But Lauren, that's what we're looking at. I want to send it back over to you because we know that this weather event is happening today, but we're going to be cold for quite some time.
Oh, it is going to be cold, and that's another factor that's going to play a big part in this forecast. We're looking at potentially even 75 to even 80 hours consecutively, either at or below freezing. That's going to cause some issues, especially whenever it comes to your pipes. So if you haven't already winter-proofed your house, now is the absolute last time that you can do it. Now, we're talking about a high temperature of 27 degrees today. First alert weather day in store for us. Lots of wintry precipitation will take place, dicey road conditions, and we're also looking at the potential for some power outages, especially for those areas that do get those broken tree limbs, or the potential for some power outages in spots where we just get too much ice accumulating on those power lines and they pop and they break. We're looking at temperatures decreasing throughout the rest of the day, so an extreme cold warning is in effect as we move into the night tonight. Wind chill values will be anywhere from 0 degrees to -10 degrees as we move into Sunday morning. Notice the low temperature is 14 degrees, but it's of course going to feel even colder than that. As we move through your Sunday morning, chance for a little bit of snowfall will be a probability here across North Texas. Then we dry things up into the afternoon. High temperature around 20 degrees. Again, we're still below freezing. Monday, first alert weather day. 9 degrees is the forecast temperature in the morning. It feels like values will be very dangerous. In fact, it'll be so dangerous within a matter of 30 minutes you could get hypothermia. You want to make sure you're taking this seriously and bundling up. High temperature into Monday, 28 degrees, but we finally get some sunshine. Hopefully some melting will take place. Tuesday morning will be bitterly cold once again, but a high temperature of 43, finally above freezing. It's not until Friday when we're looking at the potential. There is a potential of our next weather maker, and we could even be looking at additional snowfall. Now, I'll leave you with that, but as we come back from break, Michael has another look at what to expect as of right now. We'll be right back.
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it. The stalker did it.
There's a killer out there, and we're going to go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they going to find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
Why America's last best place is at risk.
If the public land that you use were sold off, could you run your business?
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
innovative,
Magical.
It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
God, you do your research. I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You both had talked about going on Survivor together.
Right.
A Survivor contestant believes his sister was murdered
I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you.
and is determined to be her voice.
This is her speaking to everyone saying, don't let this happen to you.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
It could be the greatest turnaround in college football history.
What is the magic here?
The undefeated Big Ten champs, Indiana Hoosiers.
Good morning. I'm First Alert meteorologist Michael Ottavino here on the CBS News Texas stream. Let's take a look outside across Denton. Looks like a winter wonderland. What you're seeing on the screen is a mixture of sleet and snow accumulations and even some ice under that. So again, we're continuing to see treacherous road conditions area-wide, and we will still continue to see again a lot of these road conditions deteriorate as we move throughout the day. Let's take a look at the radar right now of what we're seeing. We're continuing to see again into Tarrant, Dallas, Collin, Denton counties, even into Parker County, continuing to see sleet that's passing through our area, and even some snow trying to mix in with that. Notice over the last couple of hours, we've seen some pockets of dryness on the radar. So if you look outside today, don't be surprised at times if you don't see anything going on. I want to show you exactly what you're seeing. The shades of blue indicating snow, the purple indicating sleet, and then you start to see the pink. That's problems because that's indicating freezing rain. Into Tarrant County right now, we're seeing mainly sleet, but notice these little circles of blue. That's indicating some snowfall. And let's give you a closer look. 35 west right now, continuing to be very icy and slick. 287, we're seeing some snow just south of the Saginaw area, along 820 out to Lake Worth, White Settlement, as well as into the River Oaks area. Let's get a closer look at the moment into Dallas County. We're continuing to see sleet into areas like Carrollton, Irving, even into locally right into the heart of Dallas. We're seeing some dry pockets as well as some sleet. Southern Dallas County right now, this is a problem. We are continuing to see some areas of freezing rain right along 45 near Wilmer and just south of the Hutchins area. So if you're traveling for this morning, again, good luck. You really shouldn't be on those roadways. We're continuing to see some reports of some crashes as well as some accumulations on the roads in Collin County as well as into Denton County and right along our Red River areas. Into Collin County right now, we're seeing some snow into areas like Princeton, McKinney, Melissa, Blue Ridge, and even just right along near the Frisco area as well, and even into Denton County. From what I've been seeing, the roads look the worst in Denton County this morning, especially on 35. They've been seeing sleet as well as some snow that's falling onto that, and a lot of it has been rapidly accumulating onto those roadways. 35 east this morning, Louisville, Highland Village, Corinth, continuing to see the sleet accumulating onto those roadways. Even as we zoom out up to the north, our Red River areas like Sherman into Fannin County, continuing to see some snow accumulating, rapidly accumulating and falling pretty quickly there. So roads will continue to deteriorate as we move throughout the day. And let's take a look out to areas out to the south into Ellis County, continuing to see some pockets of freezing rain developing. This will cause very dangerous road conditions, icy spots, slick spots on those roadways. And if you travel a little bit further south into Corsicana, we're seeing some rain falling for this morning, even some bands of heavier rain closer to the Palestine area. But notice even there, they're continuing to see a little bit of a mix of sleet, freezing rain, rain. And this is what we're going to be seeing throughout the morning, especially for areas out to the south where temperatures are hovering right around that freezing point. Out to our northwest this morning, Bowie, Bridgeport, Gainesville, getting a little bit of a break in the action. And at times today, this is what we'll see: on and off wintry mixed conditions continuing all across our area. Out to the south near Waco, seeing mainly rain. And look out to the west, to our southwest. We could start to see a break over the next couple of hours. And I think all of us by midday will get that break as well. Quick look at those road conditions for this morning. Notice the pink indicating the icy spots on those roadways, and that's the case all across our area. Getting reports of some sleet-covered roadways in Tarrant County and north Richland Hills, and other areas are continuing to see that as well. Areas to our south like Corsicana could even be seeing some freezing drizzle, so it really doesn't matter which way you're headed for this morning or if you're out and about. Again, you will certainly see some dangerous travel conditions expected. Quick look at the futurecast. Here's midday today. I think we'll still see some pockets of some dryness at times, with more sleet and freezing rain building in at times, and even some pockets of snow trying to peek through that. Here we go by midday today. Take a look at some of the accumulations that could be expected. Close to 1/4 of an inch of ice, some areas of snow potentially up to 3/100ths of an inch, and then notice into portions of northern Texas we could see some rain accumulating as well. But I think by this point we're continuing to see mainly sleet, freezing rain, wintry precipitation expected, and then I think by 5, 6, 7 o'clock tonight we'll get another round of some stronger precipitation, which will quickly accumulate on those roadways. Midnight Sunday, we're still seeing that wintry mix ongoing, and as the system pushes out, we could see some lingering snow showers. But overall, I think a lot of the precipitation falls during the day for today into the first half of tonight, and then really starts to wind down overnight. We'll keep you updated here on CBS News Texas Stream, and we'll have another live update coming up at 8 o'clock this morning.
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it.
The stalker did it. There's a killer out there, and we're going to go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they going to find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
Why America's last best place is at risk.
If the public land that you use were sold off, could you run your business?
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
innovative,
Magical.
It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
God, you do your research. I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You both had talked about going on Survivor together.
Right.
A Survivor contestant believes his sister was murdered
I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you.
and is determined to be her voice.
This is her speaking to everyone saying, don't let this happen to you.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
It could be the greatest turnaround in college football history.
What is the magic here?
The undefeated Big Ten champs, Indiana Hoosiers.
A very severe winter weather storm, ultra cold temperatures.
The eve of an Arctic blast as TxDOT rushes to pre-treat as many roads as possible before the ice arrives.
Roads will be dangerous, so staying off the roads is always the safest option.
Tonight, our I-team looking into the state's power grid as well to find out if the governor's right when he says this.
The ERCOT grid has never been stronger, never been more prepared, and is fully capable of handling this winter storm.
Let's talk about the roads. TxDOT warning drivers, and that's all of you and all of us. Stay off the roads if you can when the ice comes. If you can't stay home, though, crews are out doing their best right now to prep the roads. It's not a guarantee, but it sure does help. Our Bo Evans with a look at the great work they're doing.
So if you've been driving on the highway today, you may have seen those TxDOT vehicles. They've been putting down that brine mixture of salt and water. It's all designed to prevent ice from accumulating on the roads.
That dried salt product is what dilutes the precipitation and it acts like antifreeze. It lowers the freezing point of that given water.
That's the whole idea behind the brine. Get salt on the roads so when snow or ice hits it, it's harder for it to freeze over and turn our roads into an ice rink. And preventing ice is the name of the game this weekend.
Ice is much harder to deal with. It's slipperier than snow. It's heavier and denser. It actually bonds to the roadway.
So TxDOT in Fort Worth deployed its trucks starting at 9 a.m. on Wednesday ahead of this weekend's winter weather. Once that weather arrives, TxDOT will deploy every tool in their toolbox to keep roads as safe as they can.
We do transition to other materials as the ice has accumulated. We may use salt, sand, chemical deicers. The sand typically is used to provide a little bit of traction. In the Fort Worth district, we have 250 vehicles of all sorts of configurations that we use during the events. Those could be the large 10-yard sanders that are the backbone of our sanding crews, all the way down to the pickup sanders that we hit hot spots with.
But TxDOT says the number one thing you can do to stay safe this weekend is to stay off the roads. Now, if you have to go somewhere, there's a couple of things you can do to stay safe. Number one, give yourself plenty of time to get to wherever you're going. Number two, drive slowly when you're driving in icy conditions. And number three, make sure you give yourself plenty of space between you and drivers ahead of you. That way, if something happens, you have plenty of time to slow down. In Fort Worth, Bo Evans, CBS News, Texas.
We got ice in the forecast, obviously. Grocery stores across North Texas are seeing heavier than normal crowds, that's for sure. Shoppers are picking up the basics early, very smart moves, and you'll probably want to avoid the roads, as Jeff just talked about, much of the weekend, if not all of the weekend. Nicole Nielsen live for us this afternoon. This is a Kroger in North Richland Hills. My first question is, are the shelves bare? Because there's a little bit of that madness going on in some spots.
Yeah, Doug, you know, this Kroger has been pretty much packed all day long. You can still see that there's a ton of cars here today. But the message from shoppers is not one, surprisingly, of panic, but preparation.
A lot of milk was missing, not the milk I buy, so thank goodness. Eggs, ramen noodles, go figure, I don't know.
It's a head start ahead of what could be a long weekend.
Well, I noticed there were no shopping carts when I walked into the store. That kind of scared me. I've never seen that happen before.
At this Kroger in North Richland Hills, carts are full and almost all the checkout lanes are open. And it's the basics like water, meat, eggs, bread that are going fast, and at stores across the Metroplex. Take a look at viewer photos from empty shelves seen at Walmart and Target locations. Shoppers say they're thinking about meals that don't require power, food for their kids, and what else they'll need to avoid icy roads altogether.
I wasn't sure what they would have in stock because I had heard horror stories about shelves and things being out, so better safe than sorry. I'm here stocking up for a good 4 days of groceries should we need it.
While also remembering the winter storms of 2021.
I try to think positively, but I know it can happen. I was here.
Personal grocery shoppers and those who deliver through service apps are seeing the surge too, especially from families and seniors, which gives them a sense of purpose.
It's almost like a scavenger hunt, right? So you're like, get the last case of water. So I'm going to try my absolute best. Do you have them in the bag?
And while some shelves are almost barren, Kroger says it's all hands on deck at more than 100 stores across the Metroplex. But store leaders say they're also asking customers to shop responsibly.
Take what you need and leave a little something behind for our neighbors.
And though the memories of 2021 still linger for some, this time they say they'll be ready.
Why worry? There's only so much you can do.
Hey, I like that mindset. By the way, our meteorologists say that there could be potentially a window of time Monday afternoon where you might be able to get on the roads and head out to the store. But honestly, it's best to just be safe and stock up everything that you'll need until Tuesday.
Let's talk about air travel. DFW and Love Field airports, they're getting ready as well. Got some video here and some photographs, pre-treating runways and readying their equipment that they need to de-ice airplanes. Still, it's almost guaranteed that we're probably going to see delays and likely cancellations over the weekend. Major airlines, including American and Southwest, are allowing flyers right now to rebook their flights with no extra fees at all. Around town, municipalities, they're doing what they can to be ready as well. Dallas, by the way, is going to open its shelter tomorrow at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Robbie Owens today in Fair Park, where preparations are picking up pace.
Where typically we see cars, now we see cops, and lots of them, as Fair Park's automobile building undergoes a one-day transformation.
We have volunteers here setting up cots. We have blankets. We have pallets of food and water on its way to make sure our neighbors have a safe place to go.
Wayne Walker is the CEO of Our Calling. Along with Austin Street Center, the nonprofits have been tapped by the city of Dallas to manage its inclement weather shelter.
The city of Dallas is stellar as a partner to be able to provide the resources and the facility that we need to be able to pull this off.
Still, with the clock racing before the freezing precip arrives, extra hands have been a blessing.
Yeah, it made me think, like, if this is going to be anything like it was 4 years ago, then, hey, it's all hands on deck.
Setting up each one of these beds, knowing they're all going to be filled by someone that needs a home and needs a blanket and a pillow.
Our Calling.
Bold, that's indicating the sleet. Notice those shades of pink in Kaufman. That's continuing to see some areas of freezing rain, and then the blue is some snow. So as you zoom in closer to the Metroplex, areas like Carrollton continuing to see some bands of snow, and we're seeing some snow into portions of Tarrant and into Dallas County, especially into Denton County for this morning. Other areas are continuing to see some drier conditions, but notice as we move over about mid to late morning, I think we'll get a little bit of a break. Notice there's a dry pocket right here, but there's plenty of more moisture across West Texas that makes its way northeast and builds into our area as we move throughout the day. I want to take a look outside, giving you a little webcam tour this morning. This is the high 5, and if you look closely, notice those white shades onto those roadways. That's the icy spots as well as the slick spots as we have ice at the bottom, sleet, and also some snow on it. So just keep in mind, especially those elevated surfaces on those bridges and overpass, those are the ones I want you to be really concerned about throughout this morning. Into Denton this morning, take a look. We're seeing, again, sleet and snow onto those roadways as well as onto the grounds. So we're already continuing to see these accumulations, and these will continue to build as we move throughout the day, with more on the way into tonight. Let's take a look into East Fort Worth. Again, I was on these roadways just a couple of hours ago, and again, we've continued to see the conditions really deteriorate over the last few hours. One more time into Arlington. Again, this was just on the drier side. These roads were clear about an hour to an hour and a half ago, just to let you know how fast the road conditions have gone down over the last couple of hours. So hopefully you're at home watching us. You're not onto those roadways for today. Travel is not recommended. We have seen temperatures really fall down over the last couple of hours as well. Up across our Red River counties, temperatures are into the teens. Into the Metroplex, we're into the teens and 20s across Waxahachie. Now notice well out to our southeast where temperatures are hovering closer to the freezing mark. That's where we're seeing increasing amounts of freezing rain developing across our area. And you notice as we move out over the last couple of hours, we have been seeing rain, snow, sleet, and freezing rain across all of our area. And that's the main case. That's what we're seeing as we move outside this morning. Let's get a closer look right now into Tarrant County. Just west of Fort Worth, we're seeing some pockets of snow develop. Just south of Arlington, even including Arlington, some shades of snow and shades of white on the radar. That's why on the webcam I showed you, we saw those accumulations on the roadways. Zooming in a little bit closer, Lake Worth along 820, White Settlement, River Oaks this morning, seeing some snow. So that's accumulating really quickly. We're seeing cold temperatures, and once you get below 28 degrees, everything starts to stick onto those roadways. Into Dallas County this morning, seeing some shades of blue, indicating some snow. I-35 East, 30 West, again, continuing to see very icy to slick spots on those roadways. Let's zoom out a little bit closer onto I-45 if you're heading south, again, near Wilmer, continuing to see sleet onto those roadways. And even into the northeast, into Collin County, most locations right now seeing some snow. Into McKinney, into Princeton, Lucas, Farmersville, Blue Ridge, we're seeing some snow falling at the moment. And into Denton County, where I think the roads are almost on the worst side compared to most of the Metroplex. Argyle, Denton, Sanger, continuing to see widespread snow along 35. And again, it's quickly accumulating on those roadways. Highland Village, Corinth, right along I-35 East. We're continuing to track that sleet for this morning. And even into our Red River counties, all the way up to the north, we're continuing to see, again, areas where we're getting a little bit of a dry pocket into Sherman, maybe just some flurries at the moment, and even all the way up to our northeast into Bonham, Whitewright, continuing to see some pockets of snow outside. Out to our south, Corsicana into Ellis County, where near Waxahachie, continuing to see areas of sleet. Just about 20-30 minutes ago, they were seeing some freezing rain. So we're continuing to see these changeovers occurring, and well out to our southeast, we're seeing some rain for this morning. And even well out to our northwest, Bowie, Bridgeport, Weatherford, continuing to see, again, some drier pockets as well as some areas of sleet developing across the area. And this will be the case as we move over the next couple of hours. All of this wintry precipitation ongoing across all of the Metroplex. And this will be what we're tracking as we move throughout this morning. I want to talk quickly about road conditions. The shades of pink, and notice these yellow signs you're seeing. That's very icy to slick spots on those roadways. And this is what we're tracking. You want to stay off those roads as the road conditions will get worse as we move over the next couple of hours. Lauren, what are you seeing?
Well, right now what I'm tracking is some pretty rough road conditions. In fact, some of the temperatures I'm keeping an eye out for into the Metroplex, the road temperatures are actually in the middle 20s. And when we see that, that means that all of that freezing precipitation is sticking to the roadways and causing really dicey travel conditions. That's what we'll continue to see as we make our way throughout the rest of the day. In fact, temperatures will continue to drop as we move into the next several hours. So the high temperature for the day is actually in the morning. By the time we head into the afternoon, those temperatures will be back down into the low 20s. It's going to be a freezing day today. And in fact, winds coming out from the northwest will gust anywhere from around 20 to 25 miles per hour. So the wind chill value will feel even colder, more like the teens. I want to go ahead and show you some of the ice accumulation potential as we do move into the day today. We're looking at anywhere from about 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 of an inch of ice accumulation. And in fact, we're also looking at that snow potential as well. And that's going to lead to anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of the potential for some snow and sleet. Ice warming is also into the eastern half of the area. That's where some of the heaviest accumulations will be felt. Now, I want to get you into the 3-day because we're looking at temperatures that will be freezing over the next 74 hours, potentially 80 hours. So right now, if you haven't winterproofed your house, make sure you go ahead and do that and bring indoors any of those pets or plants. I want to go ahead and toss over to Marissa. She's in Denton, and things are looking pretty bad into Denton. A lot of icy conditions, right, Marissa?
Good morning, Lauren. Absolutely. And as expected, the situation here looks completely different since what we saw yesterday. Now, I want you guys to take a look at a little bit of what we're seeing here on the ground. This snow sleet that we're seeing is pretty hard. I would describe it as almost like a snow cone. It feels really kind of hard. It is ice that's starting to build up. And that's where those concerns come in, not only on the roads, but on the power lines, as you mentioned, and of course on your vehicles. When we were cleaning our car this morning, we had to first brush off that first layer of snow, and then we had to get that scraper to scrape off a lot of that ice that was building up on our vehicle throughout the night. And even the doors were a little hard to get open because of that buildup. Now, I want you guys, everyone's probably waking up this morning wondering, how do the roads look, right? If you take a look at this area, you can see that it is pretty slippery. I mean, that ice is continuing to build up as we've been talking about throughout the last couple of days. And that's what we expected to see, and it is happening. Now, I will say that when we were driving up and down Highway 35, it wasn't too bad in certain areas, but you could definitely see there's some patches you got to be careful for. We have seen a lot of people taking it slow. Folks also just with those hazard lights on. Earlier, we did see a truck actually just on the other side of the bridge here. Its tires were just spinning out of control because it got stuck in that area. I think so many people think that they could get out here and brace these roads, but it's not as easy as it looks. And of course, if you can stay home, that's probably the better bet. Now, I do want to notate something. If my photog there can kind of zoom way back there, visibility was an important thing to kind of note this morning. It was really hard to see this morning. Now, as the day is going on, the morning's going on, it is getting a little clear in this area. I will say that I actually just spoke with Denton's county officials, and they tell me that so far everything looks good. They haven't heard of any incidents that are weather related, also no outages. Now, one of the officials did tell me that they did hear about a semi-truck that flipped over in Fort Worth, as well as a car in a ditch, but thankfully those situations are clear and no major injuries. Now, Denton County officials also tell me that they are going to be out working with local and state officials throughout the day, having daily calls, just making sure that they're prepared for any situations that may arise. They've also opened several warming centers and shelters for folks who may need those resources. And again, we're going to stay out here and continue monitoring the situation. I think if you haven't already gotten the message, you know, the best thing to do at this point is just stay home if you can. But we're going to stay out here and we'll bring you any updates as we get them.
You've been watching our local CBS coverage. We're going to take a quick break. More news ahead. You're streaming CBS News 24/7.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to The Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity and formality and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you? Oh, come on. Join me on The Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Go to the ends of the earth.
A great adventure together.
Come on in. And reach for the stars.
We'll hit the heights.
Bingo.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Good morning. It's January 24th, 2026. Welcome to CBS Saturday Morning. Monster winter storm. 230 million Americans are under winter weather alerts as one of the biggest winter weather systems in recent memory roars across the United States. More than half of the states brace for heavy snow, freezing rain, and sleet, followed by biting cold temperatures. We'll have the very latest on the forecast.
Travel nightmare unfolding. The winter storm is already tying travelers in knots with hundreds of canceled flights and government warnings to stay off the highways. A major test ahead for airlines and the work underway to keep roads clear.
Uneasy alliance. European leaders react to President Trump's latest criticism of NATO countries that supported the U.S. war in Afghanistan. What Britain's prime minister and Afghan war veteran Prince Harry are saying.
And ex-Olympian arrested after a decade in hiding. A former Canadian snowboarder turned alleged drug kingpin is now in U.S. custody.
But first, we begin this morning with a look at today's eye-opener.
Representatives from Ukraine, Russia, and the U.S. met in Abu Dhabi to end the war in Ukraine.
Just as its war machine unleashed a new barrage of strikes overnight, Ukraine says Kyiv was hit with drones and missiles.
The death of Indianapolis Colts owner Jim Irsay is now under federal investigation.
His death certificate lists cardiac arrest.
The FBI is looking into his use of prescription and illegal drugs.
A $23 million homeless funding fraud arrest in California.
Alexander Sufer is accused of fraudulently obtaining $23 million in public money that was intended to help combat homelessness.
Prosecutors say he paid for a $7 million home in Westwood, a Range Rover, and travel on a private jet.
Dude, somebody just drove through the terminal.
A dramatic scene at the Detroit airport after a driver crashed into one of the terminals. The car came to a stop here, as you can see, at a Delta check-in counter.
The sedan can be seen at the check-in area with broken glass and debris strewn through the terminal.
Family, friends, and fans bid farewell to famed fashion designer Valentino in Rome.
The man who built one of Italy's most celebrated fashion houses died Monday at the age of 93.
Anna Wintour, Tom Ford, Elizabeth Hurley, and Anne Hathaway were among those attending.
He rose to the heights of fashion, innovating luxury style.
Australia Day events have been called off as South Australia swelters through a heat wave.
Bracing for yet another hot week with weather warnings in place for much of the state.
The heat is bringing scorching temperatures over several days that could smash records.
The Australian Open crowd did not have Yulia Putintsovan's back, but she didn't seem to mind.
She had little extracurriculars with the crowd post-match.
Taunted by Turkish fans in her win over Turkey's Zeynep Sonmez, the Kazakh's response.
This morning's Eye Opener is presented by Progressive, making it easy to bundle insurance.
Having a little fun on the court.
No, the crowd did not like that.
They did not like that, but she, you know what? She did her thing.
Hey, yeah, exactly.
All right, welcome to the weekend, everybody. I am Adriana Diaz, along with Kelly O'Grady. This morning, we are going to take you inside the octagon. The Ultimate Fighting Championship makes its debut tonight on Paramount Plus. We will dive into what makes this combat sport so popular, and we'll have a former MMA fighter to fill you in on what you need to know if tonight is the first time you are watching combat sports.
Then the big sports weekend continues here on CBS tomorrow with the AFC Championship game between the Denver Broncos and the New England Patriots. Yes. No, we love you, Denver. And with NFL's popularity at an all-time high, author and pop culture expert Chuck Klosterman is tackling football as only he can. He'll share his unique perspective on where the sport is heading, and he'll explain why he thinks, and yes, it does pain me to say this, Tom Brady is not the greatest of all time.
Uh-oh. Let's do this conversation. Ben on the dish, a visit to what's considered one of the greatest restaurants in the world. 11 Madison Park has won just about every Culinary World award over the past 20 years. We will catch up with chef and founder Daniel Hoon to find out how he keeps the menu fresh and how he keeps his dreams alive.
And she supported musical acts like Gracie Abrams, Noah Kahan, and the Lumineers. Now Lily Fitz is taking center stage. This morning, she makes her national television debut in our Saturday session. That and so much more is all ahead.
But we, of course, begin with the major winter storm impacting more than 200 million Americans this weekend. A lot of you watching right now, a massive stretch of ice and snow will reach 2,300 miles from New Mexico all the way to New England. More than half of everyone living in the United States is under some form of winter weather advisory. And after the snowfall and the ice, millions can accept a sharp drop in temperatures. In at least 11 southern states, the majority of homes are heated by electricity, raising the possibility of dangerously cold conditions in the face of widespread power outages.
Good morning. It's January 24th, 2026. Welcome to CBS Saturday Morning. Monster winter storm. 230 million Americans are under winter weather alerts as one of the biggest winter weather systems in recent memory roars across the United States. More than half of the states brace for heavy snow, freezing rain, and sleet, followed by biting cold temperatures. We'll have the very latest on the forecast.
Travel nightmare unfolding. The winter storm is already tying travelers in knots with hundreds of canceled flights and government warnings to stay off the highways. A major test ahead for airlines and the work underway to keep roads clear.
Uneasy alliance. European leaders react to President Trump's latest criticism of NATO countries that supported the U.S. war in Afghanistan. What Britain's prime minister and Afghan war veteran Prince Harry are saying.
And ex-Olympian arrested after a decade in hiding. A former Canadian snowboarder turned alleged drug kingpin is now in U.S. custody.
But first, we begin this morning with a look at today's eye-opener.
Representatives from Ukraine, Russia, and the U.S. met in Abu Dhabi to end the war in Ukraine.
Just as its war machine unleashed a new barrage of strikes overnight, Ukraine says Kyiv was hit with drones and missiles.
The death of Indianapolis Colts owner Jim Irsay is now under federal investigation.
His death certificate lists cardiac arrest.
The FBI is looking into his use of prescription and illegal drugs.
A $23 million homeless funding fraud arrest in California.
Alexander Sufer is accused of fraudulently obtaining $23 million in public money that was intended to help combat homelessness.
Prosecutors say he paid for a $7 million home in Westwood, a Range Rover, and travel on a private jet.
Dude, somebody just drove through the terminal.
A dramatic scene at the Detroit airport after a driver crashed into one of the terminals. The car came to a stop here, as you can see, at a Delta check-in counter.
The sedan can be seen at the check-in area with broken glass and debris strewn through the terminal.
Family, friends, and fans bid farewell to famed fashion designer Valentino in Rome.
The man who built one of Italy's most celebrated fashion houses died Monday at the age of 93.
Anna Wintour, Tom Ford, Elizabeth Hurley, and Anne Hathaway were among those attending.
He rose to the heights of fashion, innovating luxury style.
Australia Day events have been called off as South Australia swelters through a heat wave.
Bracing for yet another hot week with weather warnings in place for much of the state.
The heat is bringing scorching temperatures over several days that could smash records.
The Australian Open crowd did not have Yulia Putintsovan's back, but she didn't seem to mind.
She had a little extracurriculars with the crowd post-match.
Taunted by Turkish fans in her win over Turkey's Zeynep Sonmez, the Kazakh's response.
This morning's Eye Opener is presented by Progressive, making it easy to bundle insurance.
Having a little fun on the court.
So the crowd did not like that.
They did not like that, but she, you know what? She did her thing.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, welcome to the weekend, everybody. I am Adriana Diaz, along with Kelly O'Grady. This morning, we are going to take you inside the octagon. The Ultimate Fighting Championship makes its debut tonight on Paramount Plus. We will dive into what makes this combat sport so popular, and we'll have a former MMA fighter to fill you in on what you need to know if tonight is the first time you are watching combat sports.
Then the big sports weekend continues here on CBS tomorrow with the AFC Championship game between the Denver Broncos and the New England Patriots. Yes. No, we love you, Denver. And with NFL's popularity at an all-time high, author and pop culture expert Chuck Klosterman is tackling football as only he can. He'll share his unique perspective on where the sport is heading, and he'll explain why he thinks, and yes, it does pain me to say this, Tom Brady is not the greatest of all time.
Uh-oh. Trying to see this conversation. Then on the dish, a visit to what's considered one of the greatest restaurants in the world. 11 Madison Park has won just about every culinary world award over the past 20 years. We will catch up with chef and founder Daniel Hume to find out how he keeps the menu fresh and how he keeps his dreams alive.
And she supported musical acts like Gracie Abrams, Noah Kahan, and the Lumineers. Now Lily Fitz is taking center stage. This morning, she makes her national television debut in our Saturday session. That and so much more is all ahead.
But we, of course, begin with the major winter storm impacting more than 200 million Americans this weekend. A lot of you watching right now, a massive stretch of ice and snow will reach 2,300 miles from New Mexico all the way to New England. More than half of everyone living in the United States is under some form of winter weather advisory. And after the snowfall and the ice, millions can accept a sharp drop in temperatures. In at least 11 southern states, the majority of homes are heated by electricity, raising the possibility of dangerously cold conditions in the face of widespread power outages.
We have a team of correspondents fanned out across the country reporting on where the storm is hitting right now, where it's going, where it's been, and the travel headache it is sure to bring in the days to come. But we are going to begin with the very latest on the forecast. CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano is tracking the storm in a very snowy Steamboat Springs, Colorado. Rob, good morning. All right, Rob, we're going to get back to you. At least 17 states and Washington, D.C. have declared states of emergency, and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem issued a statement urging Americans to prepare for the storm and stay off the roads. Omar Villafranca is in Dallas, where 1 to 2 inches of sleet could accumulate by the end of the day. Omar, good morning.
Well, good morning. We've seen pockets of snow, and it seems like right now on cue we're getting a little bit of freezing rain. And the temperatures have finally dipped below freezing here in North Texas. That means all the rain that we got, and especially the stuff on the road, that's eventually going to turn into ice. And as this storm blows through, we're expecting to get a few days of freezing temperatures.
The snow machine cranking up in the plains. What promises to be a days-long nationwide winter storm is just starting. Forecasters warn the damage from sleet and snow and areas hit by ice could rival a hurricane. Governors from Oklahoma.
It's up to us as citizens also to prepare for the worst.
To Maryland.
A storm of this magnitude is one that needs to be taken very, very seriously.
Preparing their residents for one of the largest winter weather events in recent memory. After barreling through the south today, the storm is churning towards the East Coast. In New York City, salt spreaders began loading up before the storm arrives.
While we cannot control how much snow will actually fall this weekend, we can control how we prepare for and respond to this storm.
But there's concern over salt shortages elsewhere.
The problem that we are seeing, as well as other cities in the Northeast, is that the southern cities who usually don't get hit with salt are purchasing more and more salt over the last few days.
In Texas, residents worry about a repeat of a deadly ice storm in 2021 that overwhelmed the state's power grid, leaving millions of people in the dark and cold.
The ERCOT grid has never been stronger, never been more prepared, and is fully capable of handling this winter storm.
Following right behind the snow and ice, frigid cold temperatures. It was already below zero in Chicago and parts of the upper Midwest.
It's brutal out there. It's so cold it hurts. It hurts. It's painful.
And shoppers worried about frozen roads and power outages lined up to clear out grocery store shelves.
I was completely calm until this morning when I started getting text messages that the food stores were insane. And I'm like, whoa, I got to go there. I got to get my food. So now I feel a little bit better that I've overspent.
The freezing temperatures are here. As I mentioned, we're getting a little bit more rain. Now, we're taking the temperature of the concrete here. It's about 14 degrees. Of course, that's going to play havoc on the roads, but crews have been treating them all weekend. They say that hopefully they did a good job, but if you want to avoid any problems, they're saying just stay off the road. And Adriana, I don't know how you did it. You're like Elsa. The second you started talking, we started getting these little freezing pellets.
Thank you. I just let it go, Omar. Let it go. All right, let's bring it back to Rob Marciano for the forecast. Rob, good morning.
Hey, yeah, good morning, Adriana. The cold, it wreaks havoc on our equipment as well. Kill a battery, as you know, if you have a cell phone in the cold in a minute. All right, here we go, right? The cold air is sinking in. You saw it going to Dallas. Everything's changing over in spots, and we have about half the country, and I can't remember the last time I've seen something like this. Half the country, the population, under winter storm warnings or ice storm warnings right now. So this is going to be a mess today for sure. Where you see that dark purple, that's where the ice storm warnings are, and that's where we'll see likely the amount of accumulation on trees and power lines that will take down those trees and power lines, and we'll probably see hundreds of thousands of people, if not over 1 million people, without power by the time tomorrow morning rolls around. So that is what we're worried about there. Obviously, snow accumulations with this thing. Tremendous amount of moisture coming off the Gulf of Mexico, meeting that cold air, and that's not a good combination. So up to 18 inches of snow in some of these spots from North Texas, slicing through Oklahoma, in through parts of St. Louis, and then up the Ohio River Valley, and then into the Northeast. By Monday morning, I would suspect that most schools will be closed and most folks will be taking a snow day. So here you go. Look at this moisture field. That precip field is really huge. That shield goes all the way up to Canada, drops all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico, and obviously the pink in the middle there, that's that wintry mix, either freezing rain or sleet accumulation. That is the worst type, so travel pretty much is a no-go there. And then there you see the darker purples. That's where the heaviest thumping of snow is going to come, likely tomorrow night into Monday morning, and then the cold air comes down even worse than that. So that's where this is the striking stuff. The cold advisories and the cold weather warnings all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico, and this will stick around, guys, for a good week in a lot of spots. So it's not like it's going to warm up and everything's going to melt. We're in this for the long haul, unfortunately. Back to you.
Rob, I'm hoping for the kids to get a snow day on Monday rather than a remote school day.
No.
Okay,
need to go to school.
We'll take it from someone who actually has kids versus me. Rob, thank you so much. All right, well, Oklahoma is one of 9 states to activate its National Guard. Nearly 4 inches of snow has already fallen in parts of the plains, and that includes Oklahoma City, where the snow began coming down late last night. Jason Allen is there for us right now. Jason, good morning.
Good morning, Kelly. Yeah, from a very snowy, very cold, very blustery Oklahoma City. It is not snowing right now. We're kind of in a lull. So any snow you see in our shot is just from the wind that's whipping through the downtown area. If you look across downtown here, you can see, as you mentioned, this is probably 3, maybe 4 inches of snow as we look at some reports across the area. They do have plows here, the city here, with 34 of them. And as you look down the street, you can see they have been out this morning, another 40 plus that are out in the area. Now, this storm, as Rob was just telling us, came in very, very cold here in Oklahoma. So we did not get the ice here that they thought might happen. That's a good thing. It'll make a lot of this snow easier to clear. And this wind that is blustery will also help them clear this away. But this all just the beginning. The next round developing out to the south, that could be a lot heavier, Adriana, once it starts to roll in later today.
Oh, boy. Jason Allen, thank you so much. The winter storm is already disrupting travel nationwide. So far this morning, more than 3,500 flights in and out of the United States have been canceled, and more than 500 have been delayed. CBS News senior transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve has more on what could become a travel nightmare.
Good morning. This storm is going to be a major challenge for travelers both on the ground and in the air this weekend and potentially into next week. It is going to target several major cities that are home to major airline hubs, and it's going to hit them one after another after another. That means significant cancellations, potentially bringing travel to a virtual halt at times. This will be a major test for the airlines. At DFW Airport, Tom Tierney showed up Friday, hoping to beat the massive winter storm poised to blanket the Dallas area with ice.
Try to be here early enough that I could get out and on my way to Santa Fe. And obviously did not make that.
I could have sworn I should be getting more.
A few miles away, it's an around-the-clock effort inside Southwest Airlines' brand-new Network Operations Center. Teams from across the airline are aiming to stay 24 hours ahead of the weather.
If we believe that there's going to be disruption, let's keep people from even getting into the airports and entering into a situation that then they can't get out of.
Southwest's Emily Estapa is tracking the storm.
So now what we have to start looking at is, well, what are we going to do with the network as a whole? We have to take into consideration not only our passengers, but our crews, our folks that are out at the station.
Friday brought hundreds of flight cancellations in Dallas, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Memphis, and Nashville. But that will grow to thousands Saturday as the storm takes aim at some of the country's biggest airports. At the world's busiest airport in Atlanta, the winter storm team will start treating runways and taxiways today ahead of the storm.
Well, things may be slower, but we think we'll still be able to maintain our operations. They will just be at a slower pace.
Once the storm passes, a huge swath of the country is going to be dealing with absolutely frigid temperatures. That can bring about its own challenges and travel disruptions. All of the nation's airlines have travel waivers up, allowing people to make changes without additional costs to avoid the storm. For CBS Saturday Morning, I'm Chris Van Cleve in Phoenix.
From the air to the ground, let's take a look at this map again. More than 20 million Americans are under ice storm warnings, most of them in the South, where weather events like these are rare. So Nicole Valdez is in Nashville this morning with a look at how the Music City and others are preparing to keep roadways safe. Nicole, good morning.
Kelly, good morning. Yeah, the last few days here have been crucial to get ready for what this winter storm could bring. And it's not just Nashville. The entire state of Tennessee is expected to get hit next. Already, temperatures have dropped into the teens. Now, the governor here preemptively declared a state of emergency, knowing that these storms have a much different impact in really cities across the South that have far less resources, less snow plows, and less experience with snow and ice.
As temperatures outside drop, the work inside this building is more important than ever.
Expected timing, this may change.
We joined Tennessee emergency officials inside the pit, the beating heart of the state's emergency management agency, gearing up for what officials warned could be a crippling winter storm.
Why is the work that you do in this room so important?
It's the unity of effort. It's uncovering problems as quickly as possible. The faster we can detect those problems, the faster we can coordinate a response to them.
His agencies brought in extra staff to work 12-hour shifts and track every emergency call, so they know where the problems are and how to respond as conditions change.
My biggest concern is the cascading effects. When you have that extreme cold following power outages, you know, there's the vulnerable populations and the impacts that creates is the concern.
So you guys feel like you're as ready as you can be?
Oh, ready? I feel more, yeah, absolutely. This is the most prepared I've ever felt for it.
Plow truck drivers like Justin Pierce have spent all week pre-treating roads with brine, hoping to keep ice from sticking.
It still seems like there is a very likely scenario that these roads become impossible to drive on. Is that a fair assessment?
It's a fair assessment. We try to focus on our primary routes, which are for our emergency services.
To get help to those who need it, using every resource and tool available to prepare and prevent the worst.
If it gets out ahead of us and it becomes snowpack, solid sheets of ice, we get down into single digits, not a lot you can do. Do not drive. We ask that unless you absolutely have to be out on the street, stay home, stay safe.
Now, once it's all said and done, here in Music City, we could see up to 6 inches of snowfall coupled with maybe a half an inch of ice. That is going to be the problem because meteorologists say we're then looking at days of really potentially sub-zero temperatures. So anything that falls and freezes could stick around for several days. Kelly.
Oh, Nicole, try and stay warm out there. Coming up, outrage after ICE agents in Minnesota go after a little boy on his way home from preschool. How the agency is defending their actions and where the boy is now.
Then the global reaction to President Trump's criticism of NATO troops and their allegiance to the United States during the war in Afghanistan. What President Trump said and how heads of states and veterans are reacting.
And later, chaos at the ticket counter. What happened when a car careened into the Detroit airport as passengers were checking in? You're watching CBS Saturday Morning.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity, informality, and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you? Oh, come on. Join me on the takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Go to the ends of the earth.
A great adventure together.
Come on in. And reach for the stars.
We'll hit the heights.
Bingo.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Tensions are rising in Minnesota after ICE agents detained a 5-year-old boy in Minneapolis on Tuesday. We're told he's being held with his father, but this image of Liam Ramos and his Spider-Man backpack surrounded by ICE agents in front of his home has people asking a lot of questions. The family's lawyer and school say the boy was used by ICE as, quote, bait. But the Department of Homeland Security calls that a horrific smear. Nicole Skanga is in Minneapolis with more.
Thousands braved sub-freezing temperatures in the Twin Cities to protest ICE, with businesses declaring Blackout Friday.
Lord, have mercy!
Dozens of clergy were arrested in demonstrations outside Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport. And U.S. Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bavino defended ICE agents who detained this 5-year-old boy, Liam Ramos, and his father, an asylum seeker. They're being held together at a federal detention center in South Texas.
The child is in the least restrictive setting with a family member. I don't think it gets any better than that.
Agents picked up the boy moments after his father brought him home from preschool. School board chair Mary Granlund was there.
And somebody else saw me and said to the agents, "School is here. The school is here. They can take him." And I said, "Yes, I'm here. I am here. I can help with that."
You offered to take him and you saw ICE agents drive away.
Yes.
It's 100% about politics.
Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison calls Operation Metro Surge a political tactic meant to punish Minnesotan leaders. He told us he's seen no evidence the FBI is investigating the fatal shooting of Renee Good.
You don't believe the federal government is investigating potential wrongdoing in the killing of Renee Good?
I have no evidence. In fact, I have evidence to the contrary that the federal government is investigating the death of Renee Good at all.
I think that's going to make a lot of people in this state and in this country angry.
The federal government can come back and say, we were wrong for jumping to a conclusion that Renee Good's death was not worth investigating.
We're just outside a Minneapolis rally where thousands of people have turned up despite it being negative 10 degrees outside. As for 5-year-old Liam and his father, CBS News has reviewed government records showing that both have active pending asylum cases, meaning they can't be deported just yet. For CBS Saturday Morning, Nicole Skanga, Minneapolis.
Coming up, how the FBI nabbed the former Olympic snowboarder they say is a drug kingpin on the run for over a decade. We'll be right back. This is CBS Saturday Morning.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity, informality, and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you? Oh, come on. Join me on the takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Go to the ends of the earth.
A great adventure together.
Come on in. And reach for the stars.
We'll hit the heights.
Bingo.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Oh boy, some terrifying moments at Detroit's Metro Airport last night. A car came crashing through the entrance of the terminal and finally stopped right in front of a Delta Airlines check-in counter. Airport authorities say 6 people were treated on the scene, but thankfully no one was seriously injured. The driver was taken into police custody. The cause of the crash is under investigation.
The U.S. carried out another strike on an alleged drug smuggling boat in the eastern Pacific Ocean. Now, yesterday's strike is the first since the U.S. captured former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro on January 3rd. It's also the 35th since U.S. forces began a military operation targeting vessels believed to be trafficking drugs. Now, the U.S. Southern Command says 2 people were killed in yesterday's strike. There was 1 survivor.
A former Canadian Olympic snowboarder wanted for running what authorities call one of the largest cocaine drug rings stretching through Canada, the U.S., Mexico, and Colombia, is under arrest. Ryan Wedding, who was one of the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives, turned himself in to the American embassy in Mexico. He is believed to have been hiding in Mexico for more than a decade. Wedding is accused of cocaine trafficking, money laundering, and multiple murders in what was nicknamed Operation Giant Slalom.
And a shocker at tennis Australian Open as 2-time champ Naomi Osaka withdrew just before her 3rd round match today. Now, Osaka made a grand entrance to the tournament earlier this week wearing what she called her jellyfish-inspired outfit.
So
she posted
good.
on Instagram that she had to withdraw from play to, quote, address something my body needs attention for after my last match. She went on to say that having to stop breaks her heart. Osaka said she played through pain in her last match, a victory over Sorana Cirstea.
All right, you're watching CBS Saturday Morning. We will be right back.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity and formality and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you? Oh, come on. Join me on the Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Go to the ends of the earth.
A great adventure together.
Come on in. And reach for the stars.
We'll hit the heights.
Bingo.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday Morning.
Welcome back to CBS Saturday Morning. We begin this half hour with a new Pentagon report saying the U.S. will scale back its commitments to defend Europe. Now, this comes after a turbulent few days of talks among world leaders in Switzerland and outrage among U.S. allies over President Trump's remarks about their role in the war in Afghanistan. Haley Ott joins us now from London with the latest.
Good morning. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer called President Trump's remarks insulting and appalling.
President Trump shocked America's NATO partners in an interview with Fox News this week.
You know, they'll say they sent some troops to Afghanistan or this or that. And they did. They stayed a little back, a little off the front lines.
I was laying on the floor on my back, big dust cloud all around me. Couldn't hear anything.
Retired British Corporal Andy Reid lost 3 limbs serving in Afghanistan. 457 British military personnel were killed in the war there.
I remember working with some American soldiers in an EOD team. So if they were on the front line and we were stood next to them, you know, clearly we were on the front line as well.
After the 2001 September 11th attacks, the United States invoked NATO's collective security clause for the first and only time in history. It says an attack on one is considered an attack on all. As a result, thousands of allied troops joined the U.S. in its fight in Afghanistan, including Britain's Prince Harry. I served there, I made lifelong friends there, and I lost friends there, Harry said in response to Mr. Trump's comments. Those sacrifices deserve to be spoken about truthfully and with respect. The controversy caps off a chaotic week at the World Economic Forum in Davos, where the president took several swipes at NATO.
I'm not sure that they'd be there for us.
Though he seemingly walked back from the brink of another potential NATO crisis, his threat to seize Greenland. The result of all this has been a fundamental shift, as Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney put it, where America's closest partners are seriously considering a future without U.S. support.
The powerful have their power, but we have something too. The capacity to stop pretending, to name reality, to build our strength at home, and to act together.
A White House spokesperson doubled down on the president's comments, saying he was right and that the U.S. contributes more to NATO than anyone else. Adriana.
Haley Ott in London, thank you so much.
Still ahead, tax season starts Monday. Not good. Jill Schlesinger is here to tell us about the new changes that could save you money this year.
There was an exclamation point. I thought you were going to be excited. I like how you did it. That's how I feel. And later, the dairy cow that has scientists baffled with her bizarre behavior. You're watching CBS Saturday Mornings.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity and formality and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who was a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you? Oh, come on. Join me on the Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Go to the ends of the earth.
A great adventure together.
Come on in. And reach for the stars.
We'll hit the heights.
Bingo.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
In this morning's Money Watch, we are focusing on what you need to know this tax season. On Monday, the IRS will start accepting and processing tax returns for 2025. The agency expects refunds to be larger this year. That's good news. And you may want to get a head start. There are several new credits and deductions available after Congress passed the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill last summer. So to find out what they are, we have CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger here to explain. Hi, Jill.
Good morning.
So do tell, what are these new credits and deductions?
Woo, eat your Wheaties. There's a lot of changes this year. So can I do the easy stuff?
Yes.
April 15th, back to the deadline. No changes there, okay? There are a bunch of them. I'm just going to give you 4 of the biggest ones.
Okay.
If you're over the age of 65, you are a senior, you're getting an enhanced tax deduction. There are also folks who are going to see big changes. Why? Because they receive tip income or overtime income. And those are going to be very advantageous for those filers because there will not be tax on that. And I think that's a big difference. It is limited by the amount of income you earn. There are also many other provisions inside of this bill, one especially focused on auto loan interest, which is now deductible. So there's so many new parts of the tax code that the IRS has said there's a new form available, and you will see that as you begin the tax filing process.
There's also a new program, a tax advantage program for people's kids. Tell us about that.
Well, if you had a baby last year, you are going to be entitled to something called the so-called Trump account. Okay. Now, it's a way to save long-term for retirement for your baby. And this is going to be not just in 25, but it'll be 26 and 27. If you have a baby born in this year, the government is going to put $1,000 into an account. Wow. That's incredible. Now, the reason I'm flagging this for tax season is although the program doesn't really start until the summer, you can actually flag it when you file your returns like, hey, I had a baby. I'm going to participate. You can also, as a parent and maybe grandparents want to get involved, in addition to what the government puts in, you'll be able to put in $5,000 in a year.
And just think about how that might accrue over the 18 years of your child's life and beyond for their retirement.
Although having a baby is actually more expensive than that.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Heard.
Just a little bit. And this is only for people who have babies this year and the next few years, right?
Yes, exactly right.
So last year, the average tax refund amount was about $3,100. What is your advice for people getting that refund back quickly?
Well, first of all, you have to file electronically, use direct deposit. It should be there within 21 days, according to the IRS. People who are clinging to paper returns, man, you are missing the boat. You are going to get your return back much faster. And another note about those refunds, that amount is likely to be higher this year because of the change in the tax code. A lot of people didn't adjust their withholding because the tax bill was passed in July. So these people might find you have a big, fatter tax refund. You know I don't like tax refunds. You've just loaned money to the government and getting zero interest.
But we all like to get them. Jill, if you get a refund, you like it.
I've never gotten a refund.
You're so good. You're so efficient. Okay, so for those people who are lucky enough to get refunds, what should they do with them? What's your advice?
Have you heard me talk about Jill's big three?
Tell me again, Jill.
Okay, the big three things that I think everyone needs to consider. Number one is you have an emergency reserve fund that has at least 6 to 12 months of your living expenses. So maybe you use your refund and you put money into that account. Number two, you're paying down debt. We know there's a lot of people who have outstanding credit card debt, an expensive auto loan. Pay it down. Number three, increase your retirement plan contributions as much as possible. What a great way to get that tax refund to work for you.
And people should do those three in that order?
Not necessarily. I think it's sort of pay down debt and emergency reserve are tied for 1 and 2.
So, Jill Schlesinger, you always bring such good advice. I want to call you Jill No Refund Schlesinger.
I like that.
You're also Dollar Dollar Jill.
Okay.
Dollar Dollar Jill might be better.
Whatever you want me to be.
I'll call you for advice. All
right, good.
Jill Schlesinger, thank you so much. If you have a question about your financial life, you too can email Jill at askjill@cbs.com. She could be answering one of your questions in an upcoming segment. And you can hear more of her advice on her podcast, Money Watch with Jill Schlesinger. It's so great. New episodes drop every Saturday and Sunday. The snow is swirling all around the country this morning, and we will have more on that major winter storm ahead. But up next on our CBS Deals, Knocking's lifestyle expert Ashley Bellman is here with the exclusive low price on, get this, a battery-powered snowblower. Now's the time to get one. You're watching CBS Saturday Morning.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity and formality and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you?
Oh, come on.
Join me on the takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Go to the ends of the earth.
A great adventure together.
Come on in. And reach for the stars.
We'll hit the heights.
Bingo.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday Morning.
Time now for CBS Deals. We have several items at exclusive discounts of up to 52%. So to start shopping right now, take your phone, open the camera app, scan the QR code on your screen, or you can go straight to CBSDeals.com. Knocking's lifestyle expert Ashley Bellman joins us now with some goodies. Hi, Ashley.
Yes, good morning. How are you? So today we have Snow Joe, which is your power snow shovel at the best price we have ever had it at. So here, give it a go. Okay. This is going to remove, and it comes with the battery. Just press that button on the side. It is, wait.
Here I go.
There we go.
Woo!
This is going to give you the ability to throw 300 pounds of snow a minute. It's going to give you a walkway 13.5 by 6 inches deep.
So you only have to go once, really?
Yeah, to make that nice path. 2 hours of battery time. It comes with the battery. Lightweight. This is under 10 pounds.
Yeah.
And it's easy to store when you're not using it. So it's just going to be with your shovels and your brooms in the corner of the garage. But this is something to have now at the lowest price we've ever offered, 52% off. It's $99.99. This is, again, so easy to use. $99.99. You will love it. And the snow is here. And it doesn't look like it's going anywhere this
winter. I needed this week when I was shoveling.
Yes.
I was out there.
And it's coming
My
again.
husband was away, so
get it. Yeah, and anyone can do it. Okay, so I think you've heard about this. This is Rush Charge, right?
Love my Rush Charge.
This is my go-to portable charger. You plug it in and you keep. Oh, so thank you, my babies. But this is something that, because I have babies, I need that connection to them when I am not at home. So I have one in my car. I have two in my bag when I'm going anywhere, because this is our connection. This is our money. This is our entertainment, and it has all the ports, so I can batch charge my devices at the same time. You could get, the more you get, the more you save. So $39.99, 50% off
so you
today.
can get one for everyone in the family.
Exactly.
I always have one at the bottom of my purse for emergencies, and it saved me so many times.
I know, me too. This is Counto. So normally I am not a fan of scales. I have a 7-month-old, so I'm like, ugh, get them away. I love this. This is a smart scale that measured so much more than your body weight. So 11 different health indicators.
Oh, really?
Your protein, your water, you
Protein,
so
through the
many
feet?
things you would never even think about, and you just download the app, you pull it up, and you can see all, obviously you can compare your weight, but all of these different indicators, so you can see what you need to work on,
Muscle
anything
rate.
that's red. So, okay, my body fat is red, we need to work on that, fine. Tells you your body
You're a
age.
goddess, okay?
Thank you. But it tells you your body age, which I have, since I started using this a couple years ago, I've always been a year older than I should be, so I'm still working on that.
Yeah.
But it's cool, you could have multiple profiles, me, my husband, and my 4-year-old all get on it. It's fun, $49.99, 50% off. I love it.
Those are really interesting metrics.
Okay, so this is you like. So how many times have you wanted to remove the hair and thought, I don't want to go and do it at the spa? This is IPL hair removal. Okay, so easy to use. This flashing light is going to, you put it against your skin, is going to get the hair at the follicle.
Okay.
Remove it. This is not hot. We have sapphire cooling technology that's going to cool down the whole device, making it not like a laser, a razor, or plucking, much more comfortable. Use it 3 times a week. You're going to see results. And today you're also getting the aloe, which I love to use alone after using the You Like. It is $202 today, 45% off. I mean, think of all the times. You get a laser therapy, you know how many times you have to go to the spa for that, and it's way more expensive.
It's so expensive.
Yeah.
What do we have? I love how these look. What
Aren't
are
these fun? So these are Lollipop. This is a 5-piece set of brushes to wash your face with. I was always someone who used my hands to wash
That's what
my
I
face,
do.
and then I wipe it on the towel, and there's
Yes,
makeup.
and it's on right.
We don't want that.
Okay.
This is antimicrobial, so it's really going to get in there, and you get also the roller, which is so comfortable. I mean, the scrunchie, the headband, everything you need to have the perfect face washing experience. Get all of that off. And also, if you're acne prone, this is nice because it has the antimicrobial.
so much more thorough.
$46.50 for this 5-piece set, 25% off.
Ashley, thank you so much. We, of course, partner with all of these companies. So to get these deals or buy anything you saw today, scan the QR code on your screen or visit cbsdeals.com.
If you're heading out the door, don't forget to record CBS Saturday Morning. Coming up in our next hour, inside the Octagon, 2 top fighters go face-to-face at UFC 324. That's tonight. Everything is on the line there, and we've got a preview of all the action and why the sport continues to draw global attention. Plus, on the dish, we're taking you inside the world-renowned 11 Madison Park. Chef and owner Daniel Hume tells us what's changing in the kitchen and gives us a taste of his iconic dishes. And new music from Lily Fitz in our Saturday session. You are watching CBS Saturday Morning.
That's the only thing that gets you off. And we're so far gone from
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity and formality and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who was a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you?
Oh, come on.
Join me on the Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Go to the ends of the earth.
A great adventure together.
Come on in. And reach for the stars.
We'll hit the heights.
Bingo.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday Morning.
ability to use complex tools is what separated man from animals since the dawn of time. While many animals are known to use tools, like sea otters using rocks to crack open shellfish, or crows fashioning hooks out of twigs to get to a meal of insect larvae, only chimpanzees are known to use a variety of tools, like rocks and sticks, for multiple purposes. That is, until now. Meet Veronica.
This is way more than what you should expect for any cow that belongs to a farm.
The 13-year-old Swiss brown cow has been observed scratching herself with a broom, making her the first bovine known to use a tool.
Veronica has been using tools for 9 years. She started using tools as an innovation, her own discovery, by picking up branches, fallen branches of trees and scratching herself with them.
But unlike, say, an elephant using a branch to scratch an itch, Veronica has developed a specific technique. She uses different parts of the broom on different parts of her body. The broom's bristles on tough skin on her back, the smooth end of the handle on her more sensitive underbelly. 4 different uses altogether.
When she was using the handle end of this tool, she was using a way more careful approach of poking and pushing, gently poking and pushing.
Scientists say Veronica shows that cows may be smarter than we think, and others could develop similar skills.
This is shocking to us, even for us, people who dedicate their lives to study animal minds and tool use.
I mean, she's the Albert Einstein of cows.
I love it. I love it. We really don't know the intellectual abilities of some of these animals, and it gives me hope. Veronica, you're a star. And you're in Austria, so we're in Austria right now, and the hills are alive.
With the sound of music.
When we come back, another look at this morning's top story. I love how you just picked that right up. The major winter storm sprawling across the country this weekend. For some of you, your local news is next. The rest, stick around. Why don't you? You're watching CBS Saturday Morning.
Stick around, round, 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 round. Stick around. And I'll be damned if I can't slow dance with you. Come pour some sugar on me, honey, too. It's a real life.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity and formality and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you?
Oh, come on.
Join me on the takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Go to the ends of the earth.
A great adventure together.
Come on in. And reach for the stars.
We'll hit the heights.
Bingo.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday Morning.
Welcome to CBS Saturday Morning. I'm Kelly O'Grady with Adriana Diaz. Coming up in this hour, it's fight night in America. All eyes are on UFC 324 as 2 top contenders collide in a must-win fight. We've got a preview of it all, the excitement, and a look at why the sport continues to captivate fans around the globe.
Plus, author Chuck Klosterman is known for his unique takes on pop culture, and now he's turning his wit on America's favorite sport. He will join us to talk about his new book, Football.
Then on the dish, you've got a seat at 11 Madison Park, one of the world's most acclaimed restaurants. We're talking with Chef Daniel Hume about changes in the kitchen and dishes like his honey lavender duck.
Oh, yes. And then we're going to wrap things up with a performance from singer-songwriter Lily Fitz in our Saturday session. All that is ahead.
But we begin this half hour with another look at our top story, the massive winter storm moving across the country this weekend. More than 230 million Americans from the Rocky Mountains to the eastern seaboard are waking up under some form of winter weather alert. At least 17 states and Washington, D.C. have issued emergency declarations.
And after being hit with snow and ice, millions will experience a sharp drop in temperatures, making areas reliant on electric power heat especially vulnerable in the event of power outages. Omar Villafranca is in Dallas, where sleet and ice is a big concern. Omar, good morning.
Good morning. We've kind of had a mixed bag of precipitation coming through here. In the last half hour, we had some freezing rain, and now, as you can kind of see, it's shifted around to some snow right now. Good news is it's not really accumulating, and not good news is that everybody's worried about what it's going to be doing to the roads like the ones behind me now. Like, the state has been treating these roads for a few days now, but they're hoping that people will stay off the roads so they don't have to worry about any of this. Last check, as you mentioned, the power grid, everything seemed to be going fine at last check, which is good. One thing that we have noticed, we did go to grocery stores late yesterday. Things were obviously picked over, not much left on the shelves. Things like this, potassium chloride, sodium chloride, stuff that people put in their front yards, this is also out of stock, so not just things people are going to eat. But now we're just waiting to see how bad this is going to get. Freezing temperatures are expected to last for a few days, and we're going to be encrusted in ice. Adriana?
All right, Omar, I'm so glad you're prepared with that salt. Thank you so much. The storm hasn't impacted travel at major hubs like Atlanta and New York City yet, but already this morning, more than 3,500 flights have been canceled. CBS News senior transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve joins us now from Phoenix.
In fact, Adriana, as we look at this storm here, we're looking at about 10,000 flights already canceled between Friday and tomorrow. Tomorrow likely to be the biggest day for cancellations we've seen since the pandemic. Nearly 6,000 already canceled for tomorrow. Once this storm starts in an area, it's going to be very hard to travel in and out of it by road or by air. The airlines are trying to stay a day ahead of the weather, canceling proactively so people don't show up at the airport in the middle of a storm and get stranded there.
All right, so Chris, what steps should travelers take?
Yeah, I mean, I think particularly as the storm is raging, you have to make a decision whether or not it's even safe to go out on the roads. Once the storm passes, expect there to be residual delays. It's going to be bitter cold. All of the airlines have travel waivers up, so it might make the most sense to pivot your trip back a few days so people have a chance to catch up. But, you know, really check your flight status. If the conditions on the roads aren't safe, move your flight.
All right, Chris Van Cleve, thanks so much. Now for a look at what's next with this winter storm, CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano joins us from Colorado with the forecast. Rob, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I hope to hopscotch this storm and get to New York, where the big snows are going to happen during the day tomorrow. Fingers crossed there. Snowing here in Colorado. This is where that energy is coming out into the plains, meeting with that Gulf of Mexico moisture and that cold Arctic air, and it's just a recipe for not so good news. So here's the radar. We're seeing it fill in, and you kind of, what's tough to hear is whether it's freezing rain or sleet or snow. That's the toughest part of the forecast, because all that warm air is kind of nosing in to that cold air that's sliding down to the south. The pink, the purples, that's the ice storm warning. So that's been extended east of Dallas into northern half of Louisiana and Mississippi as well. That's where we could see debilitating stuff. And then the wedge of cold air across parts of the Carolinas and into northern Georgia, including parts of northern Atlanta. So here we go. Let's time it out. Snow, sleet, freezing rain, and then rain down across the south. The heavy snows are going to be Oklahoma City to Tulsa to St. Louis to Louisville to Cincinnati. And you can see that precip shield, which is massive, stretching into the northeast by Sunday morning, and then lasting in the northeast until Monday morning. And you see how that cold air is holding tight up across the Appalachians, not winding down until late in the day on Monday. So how much ice are we going to see, or snow? Up to 18 inches in some of those darker purples. And look at that, right across the Mid-South and the Ohio River Valley. So that's debilitating stuff as far as travel and just digging out is concerned. So schools, like in a lot of spots, will be closed on Monday. But the ice is going to be the big deal here. This is going to accumulate on the tree limbs, which will take down tree limbs and trees, which will take down power lines, which obviously will be very, very difficult to travel. So that right there is going to be, I think, the hallmark of this. But so many Americans going to be under the gun here over the next several days. Guys, back over to you.
That map says it all. Rob Marciano, thank you so much, and stay warm. Up next, buckle up for a high-stakes showdown at UFC 324. Two top contenders will duke it out tonight in Las Vegas with everything on the line. We've got a preview of all the action. You're watching CBS Saturday Morning.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gail King.
Hey!
CBS
Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning. CBS Morning.
CBS Morning. CBS Morning.
CBS Mornings on CBS and where else?
Paramount Plus.
See you at 7.
CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity and formality and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who was a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you?
Oh, come on.
Join me on the takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
One thing is very clear.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Watching Rocky with Rocky.
Morning, good vibes.
Gail came in singing for me today. CBS Morning.
Weekdays at 7.
You there?
Did you surrender? Did Donald Trump run you out of town?
Marjorie Taylor Greene returns to 60 Minutes after falling out with President Trump.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like health care? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
With her sister's murder long unsolved,
The months went by, the years went by, and then the decades went by.
Well, that's when I became a warrior.
a woman turns to TikTok pleading for leads.
Somebody knows something, and somebody knows who killed Molly Bish.
Can you help? 48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Get ready for a showdown in Sin City tonight. You are looking at mixed martial arts fighters Justin Gaethje and Paddy Pimblett weighing in ahead of their bout tonight in Las Vegas. It is the marquee match at UFC 324, which is the first event hosted by Paramount Plus. Omar Villafranca has a preview of the main event and a look at how the Ultimate Fighting Championship has surged in popularity.
She was put on this earth to fight. She's one of the very best fighters on earth.
In this sport, you've got to think you're the best.
The stars are out for UFC 324, turning host city Las Vegas into the fight capital of the world.
One of the most exciting fights you'll ever see on the biggest stage on planet Earth.
The latest installment is more than 30 years in the making. The glitz and glamour currently surrounding UFC is a far cry from its origin story. On November 12th, 1993, at UFC 1, the famous Octagon was born. There were no weight classes and fewer rules. Sumo wrestlers, kickboxers, and jiu-jitsu grapplers fought in front of a half-full McNichols Arena in Denver. But nearly 90,000 people watched on pay-per-view TV, starting mixed martial arts on its long journey into mainstream sports. A major change in 2001, well, changed everything. A struggling UFC was purchased by Frank and Lorenzo Fertitta at the request of Dana White, who was put in charge as president of the company.
Chuck Liddell.
Under White's tutelage, UFC soared. Stars like Conor McGregor, Chuck Liddell, and John Bones Jones not only became household names, but pop culture icons.
She showed us.
Women also joined the explosion in 2013, with Ronda Rousey submitting her opponents on her way to superstardom.
These parties bore me to death.
Now, UFC, with 658 active fighters, is broadcast in 165 countries, in over 40 languages, to more than 1 billion households around the world. The big boom brought in big bucks. Its global appeal led Paramount to purchase its U.S. streaming rights for 7 years at $7.7 billion.
This sport blew up and grew as fast as it did because it is the most exciting live sporting event you will ever see.
The incomprehensible growth of the sport has even led it to one of the biggest stages of all. A fight is scheduled this summer on the White House South Lawn.
We're basically going to take over D.C. that whole week with lots of different things for fight fans, and then obviously, you know, a one-of-one event to be able to have it at the White House. The fighters will actually walk from the Oval Office.
For CBS Saturday Morning, I'm Omar Villafranca.
For a closer look at tonight's showdown and a little more of a primer on this sport, if you are not super familiar with it, we are joined now by Laura Sanko. She is a former mixed martial artist and UFC commentator. Laura, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me on.
So tonight's going to be so exciting. So for folks who aren't familiar with UFC and they're going to a friend's house to watch on Paramount Plus, for example, what should they know going in?
Okay, so the evening sort of happens in 3 phases. Think of it as being invited to the most intense, most exciting dinner party that you've ever attended in your entire life. Okay, so we have the hors d'oeuvre course, which is sort of the early prelims. We've got the appetizers, which are the late prelims, and then we've got the main courses, which is the main card. So if you're new to the sport and you're not entirely sure what your appetite's going to be, I'm an eater, okay? I'm going to want a little bit of everything. I'm going to watch the whole thing. If you don't know what your appetite's going to be, maybe just stick to the main courses because that's where the stars are, that's where the big action is, that's where the title fight's going to happen.
I'm most excited for the dish of Cameron Smotherman after he fainted at weigh-in. I'm really excited to see that. But Laura, you know, for those that aren't familiar with the storylines of these different fighters, kind of set up the main events for us. Give us the tea. What's the backstory with these fighters?
Okay, so I'm going to make some analogies to help our viewers sort of understand the who and the why of the fighting, because to be honest with you, it's just a bunch of punching and kicking unless you understand who these people are, why they're fighting, what it's all about. So for the main event, we have Justin Gaethje versus Paddy Pimblett. All right, now Justin Gaethje, think of him as Ethan Hunt from Mission Impossible. This guy would absolutely be the first to scale a building and jump out of a plane. He fights with no fear, no concern for his own personal safety. He has the most exciting fights in the history of the UFC. But he's kind of toward the end of his mission, we'll say. He only has a few fights left. He's fighting for interim gold. He really wants that undisputed title. This is the step that would get him there if he beats Paddy Pimblett. On the other hand, Paddy Pimblett, now this is less about his personality or fighting style and more about his career trajectory. He is having a Jacob Elordi career moment right now, okay? So he's been in the UFC a while, always was a very talented kid, but needed that breakout performance to really grab the masses. His last fight was sort of his Saltburn moment, okay? He beat Michael Chandler, who's a veteran, and everyone went, wow, this kid is really, really talented, maybe better than we thought he was. And now, this fight tonight could be his Frankenstein. It could be the one that if he nails it just perfectly is going to be the one to bring him home the hardware.
Laura, we got to have you back for an Oscars chat. But before we go, tell us about your experience. How did you get into the sport? What drew you to it? And you were entered into a fight on a dare?
Sort of, yeah. So I loved training. I loved what it did for my mental health, to be honest with you. It was a time in my life I was struggling with depression, and mixed martial arts absolutely saved my life in that sense. Wow. But I was mostly just in it for the training, the fitness, the mental health. But I was training in a gym where everybody fought, and they're like, come on, you're spending all this time, all this energy, and you're kind of good. So maybe you should just have one amateur fight to tell your kids about one day. That turned into 8 fights, and then I got pregnant, and then I did television. So there's the very short version of my career.
And here we are. Laura Sanko, thank you so much. Coverage of UFC 324 begins tonight at 5 p.m. The main card, I now know what that means, starts at 9. It is streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus, which is part of our parent company, Paramount Skydance.
And there's even more big-time sports on tap for the weekend. Tomorrow, right here on CBS, the AFC Championship game between the Broncos and the Patriots. Up next, we're going to talk about football's past, present, and future with best-selling author Chuck Klosterman. You are watching CBS Saturday Morning.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gail King.
Hey!
CBS
Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning. CBS Morning.
CBS Mornings on CBS and where else?
Paramount Plus.
See you at 7.
CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity and formality and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who was a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you? Oh, come on. Join me on the takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
One thing is very clear.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Watching Rocky with Rocky.
Morning, good vibes.
Gail came in singing for me today. CBS Morning.
Weekdays at 7.
You there?
Did you surrender? Did Donald Trump run you out of town?
Marjorie Taylor Greene returns to 60 Minutes after falling out with President Trump.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
With her sister's murder long unsolved,
The months went by, the years went by, and then the decades went by.
Well, that's when I became a warrior.
a woman turns to TikTok pleading for leads.
Somebody knows something, and somebody knows who killed Molly Bish.
Can you help? 48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Anderson coming off the edge. May steps into it, takes a shot downfield, and caught for the touchdown, Kayshon Boutte. Wow.
Drake May's third touchdown pass was the knockout blow as the New England Patriots knocked off the Houston Texans to make it to their first AFC Championship game appearance since 2018. Us Pats fans have been waiting for this. The Pats face the Denver Broncos tomorrow right here on CBS. By the way, this is New England's first shot at making the Super Bowl since Tom Brady departed after the 2019 season. Now, the 4 divisional playoff games dominated last weekend, and tomorrow we're going to learn who will play in Super Bowl 60? It's undeniable. The National Football League remains one of the most popular products in America. It certainly is in my house. With books like Sex, Drugs, and Cocoa Puffs, the 90s, and But What If We're Wrong? Author Chuck Klosterman is known for taking a deep dive on all things pop culture. And in his latest, Football, he's tackling America's obsession with the gridiron. You can scan the QR code on the screen to buy the book right now. And I'm happy to say Chuck Klosterman is here with me. Good morning.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so I'm very excited to talk to you. Football is religion in my household. So let's start with why you wrote the book. You say that football is going to be dead eventually, in your own words, and you wanted people to know why it's so popular. So elaborate.
Well, okay, so I've been, unconsciously obsessed with football for 40 years. Pretty consciously obsessed in a way of even possibly writing a book about it for the last 20. I always wanted to do a sports book, and I knew it had to be football because of the meaning that it has to America, especially, I think, in terms of understanding the last half of the 20th century. I think if you're looking for something to sort of explain, a metaphor or an analogy for how America sort of evolved from 1950 to about 1999, football is the ideal vessel. Now, I don't know if that's going to be the case moving forward in the 21st century.
So I cover business normally, and what really struck me was your argument for why football may be dead in 100 years was more economic than anything. So how is that possible when, aside from the moon landing, all of the major broadcast ratings-wise, they're all football?
I do think that football will not be the center of the culture the way it is now in 50 years or 60 years. And the assumption always, I think, from a lot of casual people, it's like, well, it must have to do with concussions or the risk or something.
That's what I thought you were going to argue.
That is definitely part of the foundation that's going to kind of crumble. But I do think the larger issue will be economic. I think the model that we use for advertising now, particularly sort of standard conventional television advertising, which is trying to, of course, hit the broadest possible audience. It's not focused on one sort of person. Football is, because it's the last vestige of the monoculture, is supposed to kind of hit people from 8 to 80, and that's a very difficult group to advertise to as a whole. And I think as that changes, it's not going to disappear entirely, but I think the amount of money that is going to be needed for these television contracts for platforms and whatnot, might stagnate. And the NFL is in an interesting position. It cannot just exist. It can only expand. Mm-hmm. It has to get bigger. I think that there was real evidence during COVID, for example, when they had we got to play these games.
Right.
It doesn't matter if no one's in the stadium. We have to do this. We can't stop. It's not too big to fail. It is literally too big to slow down. And I do think that in the future, when this happens, there will also have been a shift culturally. Different people, will be at least 2 generations removed. They will not have the same sort of obsession with football that people have now.
Generations, if I have kids, they will. I'm going to instill that in them. But I was kind of like, I don't believe him. But then when your argument was economic, I thought that was really interesting. I do want to pick up on something that you said before about how football mirrors and explains America. What are some examples you have of that?
Well, the thing that I'm sort of kind of trying to illustrate is that football begins in the 19th century and is able to evolve kind of on its own for 70 years until it sort of intersects with the rise of television, and then becomes almost this ideal thing to show on television. It's good both for the medium of entertainment and it's good for the sport. Kind of changes the people's relationship with it. So in many ways, it's like the rise of football is interlocked with the rise of television and the way television changed as a product over time.
I do have a bone to pick with you, though.
Okay.
Because in your book, you say that you don't think Tom Brady is the greatest of all time and that someone else is the greatest of all time. So please explain, because you're talking to a very passionate New England Patriots fan.
Well, now I think the consensus opinion is that Tom Brady is the greatest player of all time. I think that if you asked 1,000 people, particularly people who don't follow football that closely, they would definitely say that, okay? If we look at strictly on-field performance, the physicality of the players, sort of the nature of the competition, the greatest player of all time is actually always going to be whoever is the greatest player right now.
True.
I see greatness differently. If you take someone like Jim Thorpe and you put him in the modern day, it's not just that he's going to, if you used a time machine, he couldn't compete. But he would have had a very different experience growing up. Tom Brady would have had a very different experience had he grown up, before the invention of breakfast cereal, in the late 19th
Or game tape, because we know that's part of his.
What my argument basically is this: that when we're really thinking about the term greatness, and not just in football, I'm using football as the example here, but to me, the greatest anything of all time is the first elite rendering of something that still has qualities that remain over time. So I argue that Jim Thorpe is the greatest player of all time because in some ways that is the genesis for what,
and for everyone that came after.
So when you see anybody running a football, in the modern day, what you are seeing are grains of what began with a guy like Jim Thorpe, the first kind of example of greatness in this sport.
I'm just going to say, maybe Jim Thorpe, greatest all-around of all time? Brady, 7 championships, greatest in the Super Bowl era.
Well, no, I mean...
Give me that, come on.
The argument that you're making is the conventional argument. I'm not the kind of person who makes conventional arguments. I mean, like, to me, if I were to write a football book and one of the things I wanted to illustrate was like, well, you know what? Tom Brady's the best player of all time. No one needs to read that.
I have to say, you have given me a lot to think about in this book. It was a wonderful read, and I'm just going to cling to my Bradiness.
Well, you have the freedom to do that. I would not want to impose my ideas on you, but I appreciate you.
No, it was really interesting, though. All right, Chuck Klosterman, thanks so much for being here. Football is on sale now. To buy it, you can scan the QR code on your screen. And you can get one of your last fixes of football this Sunday. The Denver Broncos host the New England Patriots in the AFC Championship game with a shot at Super Bowl 60 on the line. Kickoff is Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern right here on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
I wonder how Kelly feels about Brady and the Pats. Coming up on The Dish, go inside 11 Madison Park, a world-renowned culinary destination. Get a taste of their iconic dishes that keep diners coming back.
And next week on CBS Saturday Morning, Phantom of the Opera, as you've never seen it before. Experience Masquerade, the immersive reimagining of the Broadway classic. You're watching CBS Saturday Morning.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gayle King.
Hey!
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning. CBS Morning.
CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7.
CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity and formality and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who was a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you? Oh, come on. Join me on the Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
One thing is very clear.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Watching Rocky with Rocky.
Morning, good vibes.
Gail came in singing for me today. CBS Morning.
Weekdays at 7.
You there?
Did you surrender? Did Donald Trump run you out of town?
Marjorie Taylor Greene returns to 60 Minutes after falling out with President Trump.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare. I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
With her sister's murder long unsolved,
The months went by, the years went by, and then the decades went by.
Well, that's when I became a warrior.
a woman turns to TikTok pleading for leads.
Somebody knows something, and somebody knows who killed Molly Bish.
Can you help? 48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This morning on The Dish, we are taking you inside one of the world's most acclaimed restaurants, 11 Madison Park. The New York City eatery is serving up tasting menus showcasing the best of dining. Chef and owner Daniel Hume led the team to 3 Michelin stars, a distinction that the restaurant has held since 2012. Meg Oliver, lucky Meg Oliver, went behind the scenes to see how the iconic restaurant is evolving and what the chef is cooking up next. She joins us now. Meg, good morning.
Lucky indeed, Adriana, good morning. Chef Daniel Hume's creative cuisine transformed him into one of the world's most influential chefs, with his approach single-handedly changing the way Americans think about food. While the evolution of 11 Madison Park turned some heads, Whom has continued on with his singular vision. We visited him to talk about his 20 years at the helm of 11 Madison Park and how his new children's book, Daniel's Dream, shows how his ambitions have always been bigger than paper.
When you first started here, what was the mission?
Become the best restaurant in the world.
Best restaurant in the world.
For world-renowned chef Daniel Whom, dreaming big is part of his DNA.
How are you guys?
From the moment he stepped into New York City's 11 Madison Park 2 decades ago, he knew it was destined for greatness.
I could feel something very special. The bones of this room, it has the bones to be one of the great restaurants in the world.
Born and raised in Switzerland, Whom dropped out of high school to become a professional cyclist. But when an accident ended his dream, he turned to cooking.
I took sort of like this athlete's mentality into cooking, and I'm like, well, if I can't be the best cyclist, I want to become one of the best chefs. You know, I looked at the awards, I looked at the Michelin stars, at all the other awards, and I wanted to, you know, get them.
You wanted to win it all.
Yeah.
But that competitive spirit and drive paid off when he moved to the United States. After 6 years at 11 Madison Park, he earned 3 Michelin stars, and it was honored as the best restaurant in the world in 2017.
And this has been my only job all these years. And what's moving me is that I still love it so much, like all these years.
Still passionate.
The restaurant is celebrating Whom's 20th anniversary with a limited-time menu featuring his iconic dishes. The meal begins with a savory treat.
This is actually on the table. It's meant to be sort of like an old-school bakery box.
Oh, I love it. Oh.
It's a black and white cookie that's normally sweet. Every New Yorker grew up with it. We made a savory version. There's cheddar and apple.
Not what I was expecting.
Yeah.
It's not what I buy for my kids.
Then an immersive clam bake for the table to share.
What a presentation.
We have seaweed and they're hot rocks. Inside of here, we have a velouté of clams. It's like a chowder in a way.
Oh, it looks gorgeous.
We have oysters with leek and caviar. We have razor clams with fennel. And then here we have little neck clams with squash and coriander.
Here's to summer.
Yes, exactly.
Are you kidding? Oh, wow.
To me, this is kind of like a hug.
Oh.
You know, we're like,
it's
okay,
a good, big bear
welcome, you know.
Perfect in the middle of winter in New York City.
Back in 2020, this kitchen looked much different, transforming into a community kitchen. That's when Whom came up with a bold concept.
I always admired chefs who were very creative with cooking vegetables. It's a lot harder to create with vegetables than it is with a piece of meat. And so one day it was just like, how cool would it be if we could open the restaurant fully plant-based, like put the whole thing on its head.
That's why his tartare elevates a humble vegetable like a carrot, paired with 9 different ingredients, including a quail egg and crispy quinoa.
It's a kind of an interactive course. We make you do the work.
I feel like I'm doing an art project.
Yes, and now
Mix it
you
up.
take these 2 spoons.
Oh, I like this. This is fun. I love all the spices. Gives it a kick.
Yeah.
And the bread is so good.
Relying on their farm in upstate New York for only the freshest produce, they found success early on, but also faced pushback, with some diners feeling excluded.
And I think for us, when we started only cooking plant-based for all these years, we realized that we were sort of being put in a box.
In August of 2025, they started to reintroduce some animal products, such as their honey lavender duck.
But the star is really the sauce and the duck.
And the sauce is
made out of the bones of the duck, and it has a little bit of citrus in it as well. I mean, I would put this duck against any duck in the world. It's that good.
Is delicious.
I wouldn't know how to make it better.
Juicy. I love the seasoning.
The meal is capped off with their beloved milk and honey dessert, inspired by his mom's comfort treat.
So it's milk, ice cream. We have honey brittle.
It's just perfectly sweet. It's just a great combination.
Yes. Hola.
20 years later, Hume's creativity extends beyond the kitchen. He wrote a children's book inspired by his own childhood experiences and memories of when his mother would tell him to dream.
And then at the end of it, she says, remember one thing, there are no rules for dreams.
No rules for dreams.
No rules for dreams.
He will always consider 11 Madison Park a dream come true.
So everything is very intentional, and I just say it's such a blessing that I landed here, such a luck. I feel very privileged.
His presence and to watch the restaurant evolve over 2 decades. Congratulations to them, because he's constantly creating. But now when you ask him about his children's book, Daniel's Dream, he lights up. This is, I thought it would be about food. It's not. It's about this little kid who might not fit in, and his mom gives him just the most comforting advice. And it is really sweet. I want this to
I was going to ask
for your kids tonight,
so
Kelly. You're not going to be left out.
For the future.
But this is your tonight's reading assignment.
I love it.
It's beautiful.
There are no rules to dream is such a beautiful concept. And to see his gratitude as well. This man is on top of the culinary world and has been there for a long time.
Maintained 3 Michelin stars, Adriana.
And yet still, you see the gratitude. You see how lucky he feels to be where he is. He said he still loves what he does every day. I love that.
I just have to say, your reactions to everything. Are you kidding? I'm like, oh my God, I need to eat this.
It was amazing. Absolutely delicious.
So good. All right, Meg, thank you so much. You can buy Chef Hume's book, Daniel's Dream, right now by scanning the QR code on your screen.
She was one of the first supermodels, now more than 50 years after becoming the world's top models. Lauren Hutton is discussing her life away from the lens. We'll have a preview of her conversation with CBS Sunday Morning. You're watching CBS Saturday Morning.
The Dish is sponsored by Oceana Cruises, the finest cruise at sea.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gayle King.
Hey!
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning. CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7.
CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity and formality and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who was a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you? Oh, come on. Join me on the Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
One thing is very clear.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Watching Rocky with Rocky.
Morning, good vibes.
Gail came in singing for me today. CBS Morning.
Weekdays at 7.
You there?
Did you surrender? Did Donald Trump run you out of town?
Marjorie Taylor Greene returns to 60 Minutes after falling out with President Trump.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare. I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
With her sister's murder long unsolved,
The months went by, the years went by, and then the decades went by.
Well, that's when I became a warrior.
a woman turns to TikTok pleading for leads.
Somebody knows something. and somebody knows who killed Molly Bish.
Can you help? 48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Our next story is about this person, and we call it Not Just Another Pretty Face, because she has the best pretty face in the country. At least that's what the advertising cosmetics industrial complex has decided, and we're not prepared to argue.
Back in 1974, 60 Minutes profiled Lauren Hutton, who at that time was signed to the biggest contract in modeling history. Hutton didn't set out to become a model, and several agencies rejected her. But today, at age 82, she still holds the record for the most appearances on the cover of Vogue magazine. Tomorrow on CBS Sunday Morning, Hutton talks with Anthony Mason about her adventurous life away from the fashion runway. And she shares her first encounter with a legendary editor-in-chief of Vogue.
Tell me about meeting Diana Vreeland. She said something to you. She said, "You have presence?"
Ah, you're right. Yes, yes. She pointed at me and she said, "You." And I looked and she had pointed this long, beautiful finger at me.
Yeah.
And she said, "You have quite a presence." I had no idea what that was. What was a presence? And, but I took a chance and I said, "Well, you sure do."
And she still has presence now. You can see more of Anthony's interview with Lauren Hutton tomorrow on CBS Sunday Morning and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Up next, our Saturday session, Lily Fitz stops by. She's known for her viral covers of hit songs. Now she's here to perform music off her debut album. You're watching CBS Saturday Morning.
You're a cheater.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gayle King.
Hey!
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning. CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7.
CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity, informality, and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you? Oh, come on. Join me on the Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
One thing is very clear.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Watching Rocky with Rocky.
Good morning, good vibes.
Gail came in singing for me today. CBS Morning.
Weekdays at 7.
You there?
Did you surrender? Did Donald Trump run you out of town?
Marjorie Taylor Greene returns to 60 Minutes after falling out with President Trump.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare. I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
With her sister's murder long unsolved,
The months went by, the years went by, and then the decades went by.
Well, that's when I became a warrior.
a woman turns to TikTok pleading for leads.
Somebody knows something, and somebody knows who killed Molly Bish.
Can you help? 48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
I know better people than myself still end up in the dirt. Wasted all my life.
In this morning's Saturday session, it is Lily Fitz. She is a Massachusetts-based singer and songwriter who is catching attention for her honest and raw lyrics. Now, Fitz gained a following with her viral covers on social media shared by the likes of the Lumineers and Noah Kahan.
Oh, wow. Last year, she stepped into the spotlight with her debut album, Getting By, a reflection on life's ups and downs. And she's got even more music coming out soon. Here to make her national TV debut is Lily Fitz with Lose You Now.
You're not dead to me, but I hope you change. I can only love you when it's at arm's length. I've tried to fit into a smaller place, but we both grown into harder things. So I'd wipe your tears and you'd wipe your feet on the welcome mat you made of me. But I'll take the high road and I'll save you from yourself if it means there's something left in me to love for someone else. I won't scream until the earth bleeds when it only ever hurts me. So I hold on to the good and wish you well. I don't wanna give you up, but I have to lose you now. Loving you's like pulling teeth. I looked real hard to find your decency. When you envy what you have to see, you pull the plug when the light's on me. And worst of all, you watch me sleep. You were making friends out of my enemies. But I'll take the high road and I'll save you from yourself if it means there's something left in me to love for someone else. I won't scream until the earth bleeds when it only ever hurts me. So I'll hold on to the good and wish you well. I don't wanna give you up. It's so easy to hurt the one that made you feel the most. So I had to go. No, you don't need me, and the worst of you's already set in stone. I tried to take the high road. I know you don't want my help. Comes a point you get so broken, only you can fix yourself. I won't scream until the earth bleeds when it only ever hurts me. So I'll hold on to the good and wish you well. I don't wanna give you up. 1, 2, 3. But I'll take the high road and I'll save you from yourself if it means there's something left in me to love for someone else. I won't scream until the earth bleeds when it only ever hurts me. So I'll hold on to the good and wish you well. I don't wanna give you up, but I have to lose you now.
Beautiful. Do not go away. We will be right back with more music from Lily Fitz. You're watching CBS Saturday Morning.
Today's Saturday Sessions is sponsored by Geico. It feels good to Geico.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gayle King.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning. CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7.
CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity and formality and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who was a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you? Oh, come on. Join me on the takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
One thing is very clear.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Watching Rocky with Rocky.
Morning, good vibes.
Gail came in singing for me today.
CBS Mornings.
Weekdays at 7.
You there?
Did you surrender? Did Donald Trump run you out of town?
Marjorie Taylor Greene returns to 60 Minutes after falling out with President Trump.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare. I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
With her sister's murder long unsolved,
The months went by, the years went by, and then the decades went by.
Well, that's when I became a warrior.
a woman turns to TikTok pleading for leads.
Somebody knows something, and somebody knows who killed Molly Bish.
Can you help? 48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Take my arm. The sidewalk is a little tricky at night. One more.
Thank you so much for watching. We leave you now with more music from Lily Fitz.
This is Brown Eyed Baby. Have a great weekend.
Tell me all the lies that you tell yourself, like you're the perfect one and you treat me well. You say it's not a fight, you just like to yell sometimes. Using all your lows to drag me down. Can't beat a dead horse when it's on the ground. You know where it hits me and when to twist the knife. Slow burning until we're up in flames. If you're hurting, who cares if I'm in pain? I'm certain that it's a losing game. Brown-eyed baby, let me go. I don't hate you, but I'm close. Pick your poison, drink your wine. Tell your friends the flame's all mine. No, it don't matter what you say, 'cause I got my story straight. But if it helps you sleep at night, tell yourself that life's up and so am I. You've been at the bar cleaning out the shelf. Take another sip, but you give me hell. If I ever wanna have a little but myself sometimes. I'm done, can't look the other way. I've said all that there is to say, so I'll let you win this losing game. Brown-eyed baby, let me go. I don't hate you, but I'm close. Pick your poison, drink your wine. Tell your friends the flame's all mine. No, it don't matter what you say.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gayle King.
Hey! CBS.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning. See you at 7.
CBS. CBS Morning.
I want a mug. Yeah. Good mug.
Watch now.
Here we go.
The ultimate tradition continues.
60 Minutes is here right now.
America's #1 news program is a free streaming channel. It's time for 60 Minutes everywhere you watch.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare. I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
A detective hunts for answers. When a woman goes missing, for tracker Dakota Black, it's personal.
What was it about this woman that fueled you this way?
Just who she was. We started tracking the area. I was not going to stop until this case was solved.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
It could be the greatest turnaround in college football history.
What is the magic here?
The undefeated Big Ten champs, Indiana Hoosiers.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity, informality, and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you? Oh, come on. Join me on the Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gayle King.
Hey! CBS.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning. CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7.
CBS. CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah. Good mug.
These farmers are on the front lines of the trade war.
What do you think about when you go to bed at night?
What's going to be left in a year, 2 years?
An eye-opening report on 60 Minutes.
CBS Sunday, February 1st.
The Grammys, baby!
Music is love. Pay the toll.
Live, unfiltered, unexpected. Bigger than ever.
I was a ghost.
Bigger stars, bigger performances. Music's biggest night is getting bigger. The Grammy Awards live.
Anything is possible.
CBS Sunday, February 1st, and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Right now on CBS News, Texas, Sunday morning at 10. Conditions getting worse by the minute in the DFW Metroplex. Take a look at your screen right now. You can see sleet falling right now on top of the ice that formed on roads overnight. First Alert meteorologist Michael Ottavino and Lauren Bostwick are tracking the first winter storm of 2026. They'll be here to show us what to expect. Let's go outside now to take a look from our cameras across Fort Worth, Arlington, and Dallas. Completely iced over in Fort Worth. We can see the streets in Arlington, but ice covering those cameras again at the High Five in Dallas. That's a common winter weather trouble spot. Roads are always a big concern, along with keeping the power on.
The ERCOT grid has never been stronger, never been more prepared, and is fully capable of handling this winter storm. The goal is to make it through with no life lost.
And as ice forms on the roads, trees, and power lines, we're keeping a close eye on the power grid and tracking any changes.
This is CBS News, Texas.
Runaway Bay, Texas, we have had it.
We have been warned that it's coming. Now that winter storm is here. This is video from Runaway Bay, northwest of Fort Worth, taken before sunrise this morning. You can see and hear that sleet hitting the ground, probably the same at your place. And once that freezing precip falls, it's expected to stick around. Good morning, and thank you for joining us for CBS News Texas Saturday morning at 10. I'm Robbie Owens. Right now, conditions deteriorating as the first winter storm of the season arrives in North Texas. First Alert meteorologists Michael Ottavino and Lauren Bostwick are monitoring the situation. They join us right now with an update. Let's start with you, Michael.
All right, thanks, Robbie. Let's take a look right now across North Texas. We're still seeing a wintry mess across our area. Take a look across the Metroplex. Areas like Denton County, Collin County, picking up some heavier bands of snow. You can see that by the darker shades of blue. Into southwest Denton County, continuing to see a wintry mix. Even into northern Tarrant County, areas like Keller, continuing to see a wintry mix. But notice areas in Denton continuing to see that snow falling near Argyle, Lake Dallas, even into Aubrey. So we'll see a lot of this moisture as we move over about the next hour or two. Push out to the east. I think we get a little bit of a break, and then there's round two that will build in from West Texas as we move into this afternoon. Let's take a quick look outside into Denton. Notice you're seeing the snow falling. Temperatures into the teens. Feels like temperatures already into the single digits. As we look into East Fort Worth at the moment, continuing to see those sleet-covered roadways. Travel not recommended. You're not going to have much traction on those roadways, I'll tell you that. Into our Red River counties, they're seeing some lingering snow showers. Even into Grayson County, seeing the snow showers as well. As we zoom in a little bit closer, this little radar loop has shown the widespread wintry precipitation that we've been seeing. Let's zoom in closer right now into Tarrant County. North Richland Hills continuing to see some sleet falling. 35 west right now, again, continuing to see that sleet. I think that's definitely an ice rink if you're heading north, especially into Denton County. Hazlitt seeing a little bit of a dry pocket into downtown Fort Worth, some light snow showers, and we did see some light flurries into White Settlement as well as into Lake Worth. Dallas County right now, things look a little bit better. On the drier side, Rockwall County seeing a little bit of a break as well. Into Collin County, notice we're seeing all of that snow falling in areas like McKinney, Prosper, Salina, into Frisco, continuing to see that snow falling, and overall generally expect this to continue as we move into the midday time frame. Lauren, what are you seeing?
Well, right now I'm tracking some really rocky road conditions, and the temperatures right now are in the 20s and the outer counties are in the teens. So what this basically tells me is everything that's falling right now is sticking to the roads. It's making for icy conditions and just really treacherous conditions to get out on the roadways. The bad part of this forecast is that this cold Arctic air is settling into the region, and it's going to stay here really over the next 24 to 48 to 72 hours. That's right, there's not going to be a lot of melting. So unfortunately, moving into tonight and into Sunday, we're looking at not only dangerously cold temperatures, but also really icy roadways still will stay in the forecast as we move over the next 24 to 72 hours. Now, I do want to get into the rest of the details as we move into Sunday night and into Monday. Dangerous road conditions will stay in the forecast, but Monday we're looking at a even very cold wind chill value. It could get as low as a negative 12 degrees. So it's going to be dangerously cold outside. Make sure you're bundling up, and if the kids want to go outside to maybe play in the sleet, snow, make sure they are bundled up as well. We have a winter storm warning that's going to stay in effect as we continue through the day today and into the day tomorrow. Ice storm warning for eastern counties heads up there, looking at the potential for some power outages and, of course, dangerous road conditions. Temperature-wise is an interesting day because the high temperature was this morning. Temperatures on the decline as we move through the afternoon and into the evening hours. In fact, wind chill values later on tonight will be so low that we have an extreme cold warning in effect, and that stays in effect through Monday. That's why we have first alerts. I'll dive into the rest of the forecast details coming up in the full 7-day. But now let's go ahead and switch things over, give things back to Michael. Michael, what are you tracking?
All right, Lauren, thank you. I want to take a look outside. We're going to get our little storm chasers and let you know what they're seeing. We're going to head out into Wise County, into Decatur. Right now, it looks like they're in a little bit of a dry pocket, but they did see some sleet and snow fall through. Jason, is that what you're seeing outside right now?
We are, Michael. It's almost like really light. I mean, we're still getting some precipitation. I wouldn't really call it rain. It's more of a freezing drizzle. It's just very, very thin, little bitty ice pellets that are falling at this point. And as you tell here on the roadways, this is not snow. This is all sleet that fell overnight and this morning. Roadways, once you get off the main roads, are pretty rough. This is Business 287 coming through town even, and it's still pretty much completely iced over here as well. So that's pretty much been the story all up here through Wise County, and it just gets worse as you head from here northward. Temp has dropped quite a bit as well. Back at home there in western Wise County, I'm down to 14 now, showing with a wind chill of 1. So temps really been dropping as this morning continues on as well.
All right, Jason, thank you. Again, we're continuing to see those snow-covered roadways, even some sleet outside. And again, the roadways are definitely treacherous for travel, especially in areas like Wise County, as well as into Denton County as well. Now, we're going to head out to our other storm chaser, Mike Pendergrast, into Duncanville. Right now, it looks like they're on the border of seeing some sleet pass through with some snow out to the west. What are you seeing, Mike?
Yeah, Michael, lots of slush on the road. I'm going over a bridge now just before Beltline on 20 westbound. I just went down the big hill right there at 408, and that did have some pretty slick spots for sure. For the most part, there's still driving lanes, but it's slick. It's slushy. It's getting more and more covered with sleet. Freezing rain rather. Especially the bridges as well. I have a light drizzle coming down right now, which of course is bad when it's cold because this is just freezing drizzle, freezing rain at the time. So really stay off the roads. There is still quite a bit of slushy parts, and particularly over the bridges. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Mike. Again, you heard it from him. He's out there on those roadways. He's seeing freezing drizzle outside. That is basically rain that falls down and freezes on contact, pretty much like freezing rain. Stay off those roadways. We're going to keep you updated as we move throughout this morning. But right now, we're going to send it over to Robbie.
Thank you so much, Michael. And I know this is the news that a lot of families have been waiting on. Breaking news right now. Arlington ISD and Fort Worth ISD have already announced school closures for Monday. We've also learned that Dallas ISD will announce their plans at 11 o'clock. Keep an eye out on your social media for that, and we will bring you that information right here as well in Dallas. But right now, Arlington and Fort Worth schools will be closed on Monday. And we will be right back with more coverage of this winter storm.
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it.
The stalker did it. There's a killer out there, and we're going to go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they going to find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
Why America's last best place is at risk.
If the public land that you use were sold off, could you run your business?
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
Innovative.
Magical.
It's like being a child.
And truly original reporting.
God, you do your research.
I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You both had talked about going on Survivor together.
Right.
A Survivor contestant believes his sister was murdered.
I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you.
And is determined to be her voice.
This is her speaking to everyone saying, don't let this happen to you.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
It could be the greatest turnaround in college football history.
What is the magic here?
The undefeated Big Ten champs, Indiana Hoosiers.
Welcome back. Our live team coverage continues now on that winter storm with assignment editor Danica Hill. She's keeping an eye out for any breaking news and, of course, watching power outages and airport impacts as well. Reporter Lauren Crawford and photojournalist Tim Laveau are in Tarrant County. Marissa Armas and photojournalist Yuli Romero are in Denton County. So we have got you everyone covered this morning. Let's begin with Marissa. What are you seeing there, Marissa?
Robbie, the roads here are getting worse by the hour. We actually just moved from the Golden Triangle Mall down here to the Buc-ee's here in Denton. And I want you guys to take a look at the situation. If you look back there, my photojournalist is going to zoom in there, but you could see very low visibility in this area. Those roads are getting a lot slicker and people are starting to slide. As we drove up here, we were starting to slide around and we're starting to see cars spin out. I did speak with a Denton resident that tells me that this area is pretty common for folks to just get stuck. He was actually here helping a semi-truck try to get out of this way, but he really had a tough time. We also saw another woman who had looked like she had been in an accident, the front of her bumper damaged. And so we're starting to see a lot of those spin outs, a lot of these roads getting very slick. So just take precaution if you're out.
All right, thank you so much. Stay safe out there, Marissa. So let's head over to Lauren Crawford, who is watching conditions in Tarrant County. Lauren, are you there? And what's happening where you are right now?
We're at 18 degrees. I used it with my laser thermometer, but the streets are fairly quiet. I just talked with Fort Worth police, and they are telling everybody to stay off the roads. If you don't get out today, don't. I will tell you that we've seen several sand and brine crews continuing to work, but I do want to step out of the way so you can see. We starting to see a little bit more activity now. We're right in South Fort Worth off McCart, and the roads are not looking good. And of course, we expect these conditions to continue getting worse as we continue to get more layers of rain and sleet. It's just going to continue to get more dangerous this morning. One of the areas that we are keeping an eye on are any of those overpasses or bridges. If you do have to get out today, try to avoid those areas. Those are going to be the most dangerous spots out here on the roads today. So again, we're keeping a look at all of the roads and areas across Tarrant County and Fort Worth. Fort Worth police told me they've responded to about 10 pretty serious crashes today. Again, they've quickly cleared them because they have so many crews working around the clock. But we're going to keep you updated as soon as we get more updates from them, as well as the city of Fort Worth. Robbie?
All right, Lauren, stay safe out there. And, of course, don't get out if you don't have to. Time now to check in with our assignment desk. Danica Hill is in our newsroom, keeping an eye on the power grid, any outages, and, of course, our airports. Good morning. What's the latest, Danica?
Hey, Robbie. Yeah, so we are taking a look at ERCOT right now to see kind of what they're expecting and what we're dealing with. I'm going to take you over here. You can see this is their supply and demand graphic. So this is the forecast for today. The purple there shows basically how much they have to give, and then the blue is kind of how much they're expecting us to use. And you can see kind of here towards the 8 and 9 o'clock hour, that's when those lines start to get a little closer. I also want to show you the 6-day forecast that they have here. This, again, same type of information. That purple line is the amount that they're able to give. That blue line is the anticipation. When we start to have some concern concern is when we see those lines getting closer together. That's why I pointed out the 8, 9 o'clock hour when we know, probably it's going to be people cutting on their heaters, that type of thing. All right, let's see what we're actually working with when we're talking about outages right now. I'm going to take you over to Encore and see what their outage map looks like. Don't be nervous. All this pink and purple, that's just kind of their lay over here to show us where that weather system is going. And we do have some good news. If you were watching us last hour, this had jumped up to about 14,000. So it dropped down here to about 13,000, and kind of the same story all morning long. We're not seeing any major blackouts, any major outages anywhere. It's just a bunch of these little outages all adding up to that number there. So not anything to be too concerned about right now there. Let's take you to the airports now. This is FlightAware's misery map, and it is just that. If you've got a flight, it's going to be kind of miserable to get out there today. So I want you to watch Dallas. You can see this actually takes us back a couple of days, so things were moving smooth. Then that weather system comes in and it starts turning red. That means flights are canceled or delayed. Let's actually take it straight to the FlightAware webpage here, and you can see out of DFW, we've got 1,298 flights. That number just keeps creeping up. So I say if you've got a flight today, you want to double check it. You're probably not going to get out of here. Love Field also seeing some outages today. I know that at last check they had 186 flights canceled out of Love Field. So again, double check it. All roadways looking rough, flights in the air looking rough. Just stay at home if you can. We've got a lot more news, weather, and all of that coming up just after the break right here on CBS News Texas.
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it.
The stalker did it.
There's a killer out there, and we're going to go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they going to find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
Why America's last best place is at risk.
If the public land that you use were sold off, could you run your business?
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
innovative,
Magical.
It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
God, you do your research. I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You both had talked about going on Survivor together.
Right.
A Survivor contestant believes his sister was murdered.
I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you.
And is determined to be her voice.
This is her speaking to everyone saying, don't let this happen to you.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
It could be the greatest turnaround in college football history.
What is the magic here?
The undefeated Big Ten champs, Indiana Hoosiers.
Just close to the teens right now. So generally, again, stay off those roadways. On our radar, we're continuing to see temperatures into the teens and into the 20s. Some sleet popping up across Dallas-Fort Worth and some snow up to the north. The shades of blue indicate the snow. The sleet is the The sleet is the purple color, and out to the south, we're seeing the pink. Those are some areas of freezing rain. Now, as you see that radar loop over the last couple of hours, lots of moisture pushing out of our area. But I do think by midday, early afternoon, we will start to dry out before another big round moves in later today. Getting a closer look into Tarrant County right now, we're continuing to see sleet in North Richland Hills into Edgecliff Village, Arlington on the border of some sleet, as well as some light snow. Out to the west, White Settlement seeing some flurries, even into Saginaw. Dallas County at the moment continuing to see an onset of some sleet, as well as some pockets of snow developing. Into Collin County, lots of snow continuing into their area. McKinney, Princeton, Melissa continuing to see, again, that snow falling across their area as well. Now, as you look out to the south, notice in areas like Hutchins, we're continuing to see some light snow into DeSoto as well, and even into Ellis County near Waxahachie, just a little bit south, we're seeing that sleet develop, and well up to our north into portions of Denton County, that heavier snow is continuing to taper off, but we're still seeing some light snow, some flurries along Highway 77 into 380, 35 east, and also 35 west. Definitely will be slick at the moment. As we take a look up to our north into Grayson County, we're continuing to see some light snow showers passing through, and even out to the east, that snow in Bonham continuing to linger. Now, out to the southeast, temperatures are a little bit warmer. We are seeing some rain into areas like Corsicana, even that borderline sleet, and then some freezing rain into Athens. So the roadways are slick no matter which way you're headed. Lauren, what are you seeing?
Well, right now, Michael, I'm tracking some extremely cold conditions. Basically, the Arctic air mass is settling into our forecast, and we really saw these temperatures change around 5 a.m. The winds started to come from the northwest, and that's when those temperatures started to plummet, and that's when we started to get those rocky conditions on the roadways. We're looking at icy conditions on the roads, though, as we move through the next 72 hours, so just be careful. It's not only going to be today, but also the next several days. Why? It's the cold Arctic air that's just going to hang out across the region. Right now, from yesterday, so within this 24-hour period, we're sitting anywhere from around 25 to 35 degrees cooler than where we were at just yesterday, and we'll continue to see temperatures on the decline as we move throughout this afternoon. Temperatures right now in Dallas, 26 degrees, into Waxahachie, 29, Mineral Wells, 17, that's case into Bridgeport, and shout out to Bowie, you're at 14 degrees, but notice the temperature next to it, that's -2. That's what it actually feels like, thanks to the winds coming out from the northwest, gusting upwards of 20 to 25 miles per hour. We'll hold on to a bitterly cold wind chill through the rest of the day today, so the feels like temperatures will be in the teens and the single digits. It will actually be dangerously cold as we move into later on tonight. So if the kids want to get out and they want to play with the snow or the sleet outside, make sure they are completely bundled up. We're talking about a hat, we're talking about a scarf, and of course they look like poofy marshmallows, because the wind chill value is going to be anywhere from 0 to -12 degrees. In just a matter of 30 minutes, you could get frostbite. It's going to be exceptionally cold tonight, and that bitterly cold wind chill will stay in the forecast as we move into Monday afternoon. Actually, until Tuesday, we're looking at about 80 hours below that freezing line. We're at it. So it's going to stay bitterly cold, not only today, but for the next several days. We're talking about temperatures as we move into your Sunday morning around 15 degrees. It'll feel more like 1 degrees into DFW. If you look at all the plains and even into the Great Lakes, we hold on to that Arctic air through Monday, and that'll be the case into Tuesday morning. It's not until Tuesday afternoon when we start to see those temperatures climb above freezing. This is why frozen pipes are a big potential of being one of the biggest impacted things as we look at this Arctic blast, and of course the wind chill values. Make sure you're bundling up. That's why we have first alerts in effect through Monday. We'll be right back.
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it.
The stalker did it. There's a killer out there, and we're going to go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they going to find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
Why America's last best place is at risk.
If the public land that you use were sold off, could you run your business?
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
innovative,
Magical.
It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
God, you do your research. I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You both had talked about going on Survivor together.
Right.
A Survivor contestant believes his sister was murdered
I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you.
and is determined to be her voice.
This is her speaking to everyone saying, don't let this happen to you.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
It could be the greatest turnaround in college football history.
What is the magic here?
The undefeated Big Ten champs, Indiana Hoosiers.
We're getting some breaking news. We want to take you now to our local CBS coverage.
Who was shot by a ICE agent is actually had a gun in his possession as well as 2 magazines. Once again, the crowds are growing there outside the Good Grocer there at 27th and Nicollet Avenues. We do have a reporter at the scene. We will have another reporter at a briefing by Greg Bavino that's scheduled for 12 o'clock to hear exactly what he has to say about this, what seems to be the 3rd shooting here in our city by a federal law enforcement agency of someone who is a Minneapolis resident. So lots going on right now. We're getting information in just constantly. People are showing up at the scene, but the city of Minneapolis is asking people to avoid that area if at all possible, and for those who are there to remain peaceful. Try to remain peaceful as you exercise your First Amendment rights. Now, there are those federal officers on standby. As Frankie Mellister told us, they do have chemical irritants ready to deploy. Right now, the crowds are remaining behind the yellow tape, and that's a good thing. They do not want any interaction with the crowd as they investigate exactly what led up to the shooting and what is going on there now at the scene. Once again, the city of Minneapolis is asking people to avoid that area if at all possible and to remain peaceful if you are there. As Frankie was telling us earlier, a lot of people are just showing up. They're hearing about this. There are a lot of people on patrol with those whistles. We're hearing a lot of those whistles in the background. People are blowing the whistles at the ICE agents who have joined HSI agents as well as agents of the Border Patrol. They're forming a perimeter around that area, trying to keep that scene safe as investigators move in to try to figure out exactly what happened. As you can see there, I think that tape goes all the way from 27th, possibly to 25th Avenues there on Nicollet, making sure that the crowds stay back while they investigate exactly what's happening. Once again, if you're just joining us, breaking news, the Governor Walz has tweeted that he is aware of another shooting by a federal law enforcement agency in Minneapolis, in the city of Minneapolis, South Minneapolis this time, near 27th and Nicollet Avenue in front of the Good Grocer there. As you can see the video there on your screen, crowds are growing and federal agents are forming a perimeter around that area trying to maintain the sanctity of that scene while they investigate exactly what is happening. Lots going on right now near 27th and Nicollet. Once again, the city is asking people to avoid that area if all possible. If you are there, to be peaceful. If you are there protesting at this hour. Once again, CBS News has confirmed that the suspect did have a gun. The individual, we'll call him an individual, had a weapon at the scene with 2 magazines there. They are tweeting pictures to CBS News that this is what that individual had on him that was shot at this hour. Right now, crowds are growing outside of the Good Grocer there near 27th and Nicollet. We see a lot of federal agents on the scene. We also see Hennepin County deputies there trying to keep the peace, trying to keep the people who are there blowing their whistles and screaming at ICE agents at bay while they investigate exactly what happened. We do see HSI agents, Border Patrol, and ICE agents on the scene. Photojournalist Ray Campos there at the scene giving us that live look. As you see, they're in force. We believe about 3,000 of those agents are in Minnesota at this time. They were sent here for Operation Metro Surge, and that's been going on about 6 or 7 weeks right now. More than 3,300 people have been arrested, we're told, but CBS News and WCCO has not been able to independently confirm that those numbers are correct. But we are told from DHS that 3,300 people have been arrested during this Operation Metro Surge. All of this is happening just a day after thousands of people descended upon our city in Minneapolis, taking place in an ice out. The biggest of those events started at the Commons outside of US Bank Stadium and went all the way to Target Center, where there was a rally that went on for most of the afternoon. We have another reporter on the scene. Our Adam Duxter is there live near 27th and Nicollet. Adam, if you can hear me, what's going on there?
And you can see that cloud. That is not fog, that is tear gas, and that has pushed a lot of this crowd back. I can tell you, sorry, that it hurts to breathe out here. And this is when we have seen some of the largest clashes with these federal agents and the people on the scene. As you can hear, more chemical agents being deployed is when a scene like this happens, Reg. As you hear more chemical agents being deployed, we see these large clashes when they try and get these crews out of the scene. Again, you could just see it. You could see this cloud, and I could tell you that at 26th and Nicollet, it is hard to breathe. You can see State Patrol on the scene. You see these buses, and you can see they sent a number of state troopers in all at once, presumably for crowd control, but you could just hear more of those chemical agents being used right now. And I could tell you there's maybe 100 to 200 people who are on the corner of 26th and Nicollet attempting to get closer, and then these tear gas and whatever chemical agents that they're using were deployed. You can just hear these bangs after bangs, and honestly, Reg, I'm worried for Frankie and Ray. They're basically on the other side of this block. I'm not sure what they're seeing right now, but I can tell you that Minnesota State Patrol is on the scene and presumably assisting with crowd control, but you can just see that cloud right there. And I can tell you, Reg, that if anyone is in that cloud right now, they are hurting because even from a distance, the tear gas, it burns everywhere inside of you, Reg. But again, there are reinforcements, so to speak, on the scene. We know it was federal agents on the scene this morning. You know, presumably, you don't want to speculate, but doing some sort of effort. But now you have local authorities. Again, Minnesota State Patrol, you see the state trooper trucks there. And you could just see that haze right there, Reg. And also, not worth, forgetting, Reg, that it is blistering cold outside. Even a few minutes outside is very, very cold for anyone right now. But again, it was just a moment ago as we were walking up, they deployed those chemical agents and it dispersed much of the crowd. We'll try and get a little bit closer. Obviously, we want to stay out of harm's way ourselves. But Reg, I can tell you that the reinforcements, so to speak, on scene wasted no time, and they are trying their best to clear out any crowd that is here at the moment.
Thank you, Adam Duxter on the scene there. Be careful out there and make sure you catch your breath. Those chemical irritants are really bad, and they've been deployed, as you said, by members of the Minnesota State Patrol. There, the city of Minneapolis did send out information asking people to avoid that area if at all possible, and asking for the protesters who were there, exercising their First Amendment rights, to be very peaceful. Let's go to Frankie Mellister, who's also boots on the ground. He's on the other side of where those chemical irritants were being deployed. Frankie, what's going on now?
Yeah, Reg, so we're just south of where Adam is. We're at 27th and Nicollet, but I'm going to step out and show you right here as Ray Campos behind the camera shows you. Agents are coming from where Adam was, and as you could hear Adam, and I hope he's doing okay up there, he was breathing in some chemical irritants. So we're seeing a lot of those agents move from north there, south, where exactly we are. We're told that the incident happened around where we're standing right now. There's a grocery store that we're hearing the incident occurred nearby, and that grocery store is right here on the corner of Nicollet Avenue and 27th Street. So you hear the folks chanting, and I'm going to try and speak louder as that is happening. They're chanting shame, and they're saying that as these agents kind of just walk south in this area. You're seeing agents right there from Border Patrol. We're also seeing some Hennepin County sheriffs, as we've been mentioning all morning long. But as I've been here, we're noticing also those Hennepin County sheriffs are kind of on the outskirts of the scene, and it seems like just trying to secure and protect what's going on. Ray is shooting to our east right there. So as I'm going to back up because we know that there's some profanity as people are upset out here. But you're looking east right there. There are some agents that are standing by on 27th Street East there, as Ray shows you now the intersection of 27th Street and Nicollet Avenue. We have not seen any chemical irritants be deployed here, as they have been where Adam is, just north of there. But I'll tell you, as we get closer, maybe, do you want to kind of show them what it looks like up there? I got you. Ray's up on a hill trying to give you a good point of view there. But as we walk right up to the line right here, you can see that they have chemical irritants in hand. And we're going to watch and be careful, our crew. I'm just going to move you out of the way, man, right here. You can see right there that they are ready to deploy them if need be. We're seeing the amount of agents grow. We're also seeing the crowd of agents grow as time goes by. This tape line that you're seeing right here has been extended more and more since we've got here. We've probably been here about an hour or so. And I do want to reiterate what Adam said. It is bitter cold out here. And this comes just a day after that thousands took the streets of downtown Minneapolis chanting their words against the federal agencies. We just asked Border Patrol Vivino a few days ago how many agents remain in our area, and he said that there were thousands still. He did not say that he would give us any specific number either. So right here, you're looking at the corner of 27th and Nicollet. We haven't seen any chemical irritants be deployed here. There are some agents in the vehicle there. There are some, obviously, that you're looking at just standing on guard outside. We're seeing folks come out here with signs. We're seeing folks come here from all different neighborhoods. I've spoken with one that traveled here the second they heard of the incident that happened out here. We know that Governor Walz confirmed on social media that there was a incident, there was a shooting involving federal agents right here in Minneapolis. And that right there, you just saw a bystander throwing snow, and as you see right there, chemical irritants being held up at least by one agent. Ray, let's go ahead and show this point of view right there. Agents are looking to move back. So as this unfolds, it looks like people are running. And we are gonna... Fuck you, bitch! Ray. Yeah, we're gonna move back. Stay on with us. Stay on with us. I'm watching out for Ray, my colleague. Ray, I got you right here. Let's move back. Let's move back because agents ended up charging out. They're going to keep going, so we're just going to move. Thanks for staying with us, guys. We're okay. I want to reiterate, we are okay. Ray's trying to give you the best point of view. We are moving west, and this is where agents ended up coming. So, are you okay? Let's move this way. This is the only safe way to go.
Can they see us and hear us? Okay. Reg, I just want to show you, we talked about it earlier, this is what we were talking about between these clashes between people who are out here and federal agents, as we've moved in significantly since you last saw us where the tear gas was deployed. And 2 federal agents, U.S. Border Patrol, came back to get that silver SUV you see right there, and were immediately met with the crowd. You see everyone, Reg, in those high-vis vests. I do believe that is Minnesota State Patrol that is out here, again, helping to work with crowd control. We've heard from them in the last few weeks saying that they're going to be here potentially assisting, and that if you see any of their deputies with Minnesota State Patrol, they would be wearing those high visibility. As you hear another boom off in the distance, you can see, Reg, if we zoom in all the way, this is the sense we're coming up on the intersection of 26th and Nicollet, and that would be the intersection of 27th and Nicollet, as you start to see just dispersing people where chemical agents presumably again were deployed. But you can see Minnesota State Patrol here as these crowds are moving up. And then I want to point your attention here, Will, if we could show, these are more vehicles that are attempting to get into this crowd. And I would guess, Reg, there's probably about 100 people out here. But this is where we've seen some of the most significant clashes as these people are going to attempt to block the path of these vehicles. And again, this is where you worry, as I'm going to try and get really close to our photojournalist Will Griner out here, because this is where you worry, Reg, that they're going to start deploying more chemical irritants. It is these situations where people are attempting to get in the way of law enforcement as they're trying to move in and out. We've seen with federal agents on certain scenes where people will bash in these windows, and then the federal agents will come out and deploy tear gas or pepper spray. But again, Will, I want you to see this, Will, as Will is showing who's inside that vehicle there. Will, we're seeing now people walk up on this line. Will, to your left. Will, to your left. Now they're walking back people, Reg. You see it right now, and this is where, again, you start to worry about people's safety and a potential for a clash. We have State Patrol walking people back, and these people, these are actually conservation officers. You can see it on their vests. Will is getting right up to one right now. And again, they're trying to get these vans through, but this crowd is doing everything they can to block it. They're trying their best to do a semicircle as you hear these shouts of shame. They're trying to get these vans through, Reg, but you really worry about people clashing with law enforcement that's out here on the scene. And it appears that these law enforcement are now walking backwards and attempting to set up some more of a perimeter. Again, this is crowd control, Reg. And this is people who are very, very, very upset clashing right now. Again, I believe these are with conservation officers that are out here, and they're out here, as you can see, Reg. They've got the full kit on, if you will. And again, Reg, I'm not sure if they're going to deploy more chemical irritants. We saw that happen just a moment ago. But this is a very, very, very tense scene. As tense as one as I've ever seen, Reg, in the last few weeks, Reg. And we apologize for the profanities over the air. But again, this is a very, very, very tense scene, Reg. As you see people walking right up to the line here.
Adam, the city of Minneapolis is also tweeting, asking people to avoid that area near 27th and Nicollet if all possible. And they're asking the protesters who are on the scene now to remain peaceful. This has been their message from the beginning since Operation Metro Surge began. They want those who are protesting to remain peaceful while exercising their First Amendment rights. If you are just joining us, we are on the scene near 27th and Nicollet Avenue, where a federal agent has shot one individual. We are being told that Governor Walz knows about this as well, and he is tweeting that he knows that a federal agent has shot a man near 27th and Nicollet, and that's why Frankie McLister is there. Frankie, were there chemical irritants being released where you were at?
Reds, there were, and there's actively some, so we're going to continue to keep watch right here. My man, Ray Compass, behind the camera. We have a security agent with us, too. The three of us just trying to do the best we can while this unfolds. We have seen different chemical irritants be deployed pepper balls, because what we saw was occurring was an individual, a bystander, threw a chunk of snow at an agent. And let's move back, Ray. We're just going to move back a little more. We're on 27th. Ray's going to try and do his best to show you what it looks like we're doing right here. I'm going to ask some of these community members their plans. What are your plans with these right here? What are your plans with these? Just to kind of block off the road. It seems like that's what they are trying to do. Many very upset out here. We're on 27th Avenue, 27th Street, one of the two. Be careful there, Ray. West. You're looking at Nicollet. This is the area. Adam was on the north side. We're on the south side of Nicollet. And what we know thus far from what we've heard is the incident occurred earlier at this intersection. So you're looking at kind of the area that this video that has gone viral this morning and bringing more and more folks out to this part of Minneapolis. As Governor Walz confirming online that there was a shooting involving federal agents. CBS News continually working to find out more about the specific situation itself. You can learn more on our website as this unfolds on WCCO.com. And we are just continually working to kind of see, and this is how fast things change out here, guys. Now you see it's a little calmer. There's not really much ruckus up in the air. You might hear some profanity. Ray, let's kind of show right behind here. So we're west on, what was this, 27th, I believe. 27th and Nicollet. This is where everybody kind of pushed back. Ray showing you the perspective of where community members kind of came. And those irritants, guys, when they are deployed, you breathe them in and they get in your lungs, and they're kind of hard to get out of your lungs and your breath as just time unfolds. And as things get more intense, you don't know where other pepper balls are being sprayed to, and where things are going to continue to get more intense and not. What we did see is right there, you're looking at the intersection again, Nicollet and 27th. There's more and more agents there. This is the most probably biggest group of agents I've seen since we've been out here, and I'd say we've been out here probably about an hour or so. We know that chemical irritants, where my man Adam Duxter is, right on the north side of Nicollet. He's at 26th in Nicollet, right south of downtown Minneapolis. We're in the Garfield neighborhood. There are things being thrown over there. So agents are running this way. Just want you to know that, Ray. We saw more, and they're coming. They are coming. Ray, be careful right there, man. And what I witnessed before the agents just started to come up a little more was I saw some more snow being thrown. So watch out, dude.
Frankie, we are just hearing that
You're
the individual who was shot by the federal agent has died. We are just now learning that the individual who was shot by a federal agent there near 27th and Nicollet Avenues has died. That shooting happened a little over an hour ago near 27th and Nicollet in front of the Good Grocer. We are just learning that the individual who was shot by federal agents here in Minneapolis has died. Earlier, we did learn from DHS. They said that that individual had a gun and 2 magazines, and now we are learning that that person who was shot by a federal agent near 27th and Nicollet has died. We do want to apologize for the profanity that you were hearing, because this is a very fluid type of situation.
Scott,
the crowds are growing. Even though the city of Minneapolis is asking people to avoid that area if at all possible. They are asking the people who are there exercising their First Amendment rights to protest, do so peacefully. But as Frankie Mellister was saying, that they saw some of those people out there throwing chunks of snow or ice at those federal agents. That's why chemical irritants have been deployed. We have Adam Duxter on the north side of the incident on Nicollet Avenue, and Frankie on the south side, and both have experienced chemical irritants being used to control the crowds. We also see members of the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, as well as people from the State Patrol, as well as conservation officers there trying to control the crowd. Our Adam Duxter is there, boots on the ground. Adam, what's going on now?
Yeah, Reg, it's essentially a standoff now between this line of conservation officers and this crowd. I want Will to turn around and give you an idea of the size of this crowd right now, and more people are showing up by the moment. And there's people who have come here essentially, Reg, on a moment's notice. I wanted to talk to one person. Tell me, what brought you out here this morning to be here in person?
After hearing about what happened this morning, I decided I had to come out because of the shooting that just recently happened. We need to show ICE that this can't keep happening to our people, the people of Minnesota, and we're not going to stand for it.
We're on 26 and Nicollet. This is Eat Street. This is a vibrant part of our community, and you're looking out right now at this. How would you describe just the way you're feeling right now when you see what you're seeing on the street?
It's a mix of heartbreak, and it brings a sense of community together to see all these people that have decided to come out. But it is heartbreaking that we have to keep doing this in order to get justice for what's right.
Are you worried about chemical agents and chemical irritants?
Yes.
We saw the crowd get tear gassed a moment ago.
Yeah, it's terrifying. I hope everyone can continue to mask up. I mean, we don't have what they have to protect ourselves.
If you were to want people who are watching at home right now to know one thing, what would you want them to know?
I would tell them to keep using their voices and speak out and continue to, if they're able to, come outside and show what we stand for here.
What's your name?
Regina.
Are you from here in Minneapolis?
Yes, I'm from St. Paul.
Thank you, Regina. I appreciate it. Stay safe and stay warm. And Reg, that is what you're hearing from so many people here, as it's essentially devolved into a standoff with these conservation officers out here right now. As you mentioned, Regina, as we see more chemical agents now being deployed over on this other side, just to the east of us in this neighborhood here, we're going to try and get a little closer and see if there's a clash there. Again, people are going around the side as you're just hearing a bang and a boom out here, essentially every other minute at this point. But you saw part of the crowd leave where we were standing with the conservation officers, and now you see more chemical agents being deployed here, essentially trying to drive people. This is just east of Nicollet and 26, Reg, down an alley. I'm not sure what maybe led to this, but you hear these whistles going. I'm going to try and find someone, Reg, that maybe saw what potentially led up to this, and talk with them. Did you see what happened just there?
The shooting itself?
No, just now in this alley.
What coffee smoke or whatever else ordinate.
Who's down there? Did you see?
I believe it's ICE. That's what some people are saying.
And so just another conflict. I'll let you catch your breath, Reg. Again, we're hearing. Just people who say they feel like they have to be here, they have to show up. Again, it's very, very cold outside. It is dangerously cold outside, and you can hear just the frustration in people's voices. But again, this was just about a half block east in this alley where, excuse me, Reg, as I'm breathing in some of these chemical irritants myself, something happened here. And it kind of drew the main attention away from Nicollet for a second. And you've got people who are here, Reg, just looking for some sort of way to do something. And again, they're met with these chemical agents and this tear gas and these chemical irritants, as we walk you right back over here to essentially what you want to call the main standoff. This is on the north side again. If you're just tuning in, we're just north of 26 and Nicollet, and I want you to look at this line essentially of conservation officers who are essentially standing off right now with people in the crowd. I will say that there hasn't been any clashes, if you will, between these conservation officers and anyone in this crowd. We did see a moment ago as they're attempting to bring more vehicles into this scene. There were some very tense moments where it didn't look like they were going to be able to get through, and they're thinking about more clashes or more chemical agents being deployed. But you can see this is where we're looking, Reg. 26 in Nicollet. And again, this is just over 2 weeks, 2 weeks and 3 days after federal agent Jonathan Ross shot and killed Renee Good. It has sent so much more people here to the front lines, if you will. So many more people feeling like they need to show up for themselves and be active themselves. We saw yesterday thousands and thousands and thousands of people in downtown Minneapolis on the coldest day of the year so far, just trying to make their voices heard. And not even 24 hours after that, again, we know that a federal agent has shot and killed another person. And Reg, we know that there's 3,000 federal agents in town already. You know, they've been touting the thousands and thousands of arrests that they've been making since Operation Metro Surge began the first week of December. But you're also seeing the strife now of a community and just the frustration and heartbreak of a community who has now witnessed a federal agent use a gun for the third time in the last 3 weeks, if you will. Again, one of those shootings was fatal. Actually, two of those shootings now we know were fatal. And we're gonna continue to monitor what we're seeing here, Reg. But again, it's such a tense scene here on the north end of where the shooting happened.
Live near 26th and Nicollet. Adam, thank you for that update. We are also talking about the individual who was shot has died. We also have some video in that is circulating on social media that shows what led up to this shooting. We want to warn you, this could be very graphic and upsetting for some of our viewers. The video shows a bunch of federal agents actually having an altercation with the individual on the ground. You can see one of the agents come in, they are punching the man, and then all of a sudden you hear gunshots. We're not exactly sure where those gunshots came from, but the crowd erupts after that happens. And like you see, once again, there's an altercation between that individual on the ground near 27th and Nicollet. Several officers on top of this individual. They are punching on him, and then you hear shooting and profanity. That is a video that is circulating on social media. It's been given to us, and we are sharing it with you as we learn more about what is exactly happening there and what happened at 27th and Nicollet. We're told that at 11:30 there will be a briefing by Mayor Jacob Fry as well as Police Chief Brian O'Hara. Since Operation Metro Surge began, they have been asking protesters and crowds to remain peaceful, and they will continue to do that again at 11:30 to briefing and talk more about this federal agent allegedly shooting an individual, and that individual, as we have learned, has died from his injuries. We do have several reporters on the ground. Adam Duxer is on the north side of where the incident unfolded, and Frankie McLister is on the south side of where this incident unfolded. We did hear from DHS, who wrote into CBS News and showed pictures saying that the individual who was shot and is now dead had a gun and 2 magazines on his person. They are also tweeting pictures of that to show that he did have a gun and 2 magazines. We did just show you this video that was given to us here at WCCO showing those agents on top of that individual. Punches are being thrown by federal agents, and then the sound of gunshots. The crowd erupts with a lot of profanities, but as you see right there on your screen, several agents, more than 4 or 5, are on this individual. One agent comes in swinging, and next thing they know, they kind of disperse and we hear gunshots. That is video that is circulating on social media right now about what happened at 27th and Nicollet right before shots rang out, and now the individual who was shot, we are learning, is deceased. Governor Walz has also tweeted that he is aware of this happening. We're going to expect to hear from Mayor Jacob Fry as well as Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara at 11:30. And then we're told a press conference at noon from Border Patrol head Greg Bavino. He was expected to speak at 11 o'clock today, but has pushed that back to 12 o'clock because of the incidents that are unfolding in South Minneapolis. This is the 3rd shooting that we've had of federal agents of Minneapolis residents since Operation Metro Surge began. And all this comes just a day after thousands of protesters came to Minneapolis to express their concern about ICE being in their community. There were ministers and people from all over the country that showed up. They marched from the U.S. Bank Stadium Commons all the way to Target Center, and that's where they held a rally to show that they do not want ICE in our community. Once again, let's go to our Adam Duxer, who is on the north side of this incident near 26th and Nicollet. Adam, what's going on there now?
Yeah, Reg, you saw us a moment ago standing kind of face to face with those conservation officers just north of 26th and Nicollet. What you're looking at right now is essentially a half a block to the east. This is an alleyway. We're looking right at Little Tijuana, you know, right here just off 26th and Nicollet. But you also see those agents lined up, and the crowd has essentially here learned that this is the way to get to the federal agents, and so now this is a standoff. Again, if Will can show, Will, can we show these conservation officers maybe to the right? So that's where the Nicollet is. That's Nicollet, and all the conservation officers are here. Again, this is a half block to the east as you see this standoff between presumably federal agents down there. We see some plainclothes people, and you could see them standing there essentially looking at this crowd. And when you were with us here, probably, what was that, 5 or 8 minutes ago, we were here in the same area and we saw chemical agents being deployed, and I believe now this is why. Again, you have part of this crowd here who is so frustrated and angry and wants to get close to the federal agents who are here on scene. Again, Reg, they haven't been able to clear this scene yet. And when Renee Good was shot and killed, again, just over 2 weeks ago, that's where we saw some of the largest clashes between people who had shown up and the federal agents, was when the federal agents were trying to get out and get their vehicles out. And that's when you saw people being tear gassed. That's when you saw people being pepper sprayed, essentially from point blank range. Our crews were caught up in that moment because at some point, Reg, these federal agents are going to have to get out of this intersection. And at this point, Reg, I don't know how they're going to do that without there being some sort of clash. We saw just a moment ago a clash when they were trying to get local law enforcement through this crowd on Nicollet. And I can tell you, Reg, that at some point, again, these federal agents are going to have to get out of this area. And you can see them standing right in front of Little Tijuana there to give you kind of a landmark of what we're near. We're just north of 26th and Nicollet. And you see this crowd of about maybe 24 people. There's more kind of around us right now. It's a standoff, Reg, and they're waiting to see what's going to happen. We've already seen chemical agents used one time against this crowd here, just again, a half block east of 26th and Nicollet. But you're just not sure what's going to happen next. And Reg, if I could show you one more time, it's, like I said, it is as true to form as you can get to the word. This is a standoff because you have that crew that we just saw right there, and then we have this crowd here that are standing off against the conservation officers that are on the scene. Again, we've seen Minnesota State Patrol troopers. We've seen, the conservation officers who are here on scene. These are the local law enforcement agents who are being called in to serve as crowd control for these federal agents who are here. But again, Reg, the thought that keeps going through my mind is at some point these federal agents are going to have to try and clear this scene. You don't know when it's going to be, what they have to do beforehand, or what they're trying to do beforehand, or if they're trying to strategize a crowd control plan. But I can tell you, as someone who was at the scene 25 minutes after Renee Good was killed 2.5 weeks ago, is that when these federal agents try and leave this scene, that is when we are going to see a clash. That is kind of the fear between them and the crowd that's here. So we'll continue to keep watching this, Reg. We'll try and look for some more people to talk to potentially. But again, this is where you saw, again, just about 10 minutes ago, the chemical agents deployed. I was running towards it. I was trying to figure out what was going on. This is what we saw, which is, again, this is the crowd with the conservation officers, and this is the crowd here standing off of federal agents. And again, Reg, I can't begin to describe to you how surreal it is to be here and just hear things exploding or blowing up every few minutes. And again, you would guess that is the chemical irritants that they're using to try and clear the crowd where they can. But just an absolutely surreal morning when it is real feel, in the negative teens. This is the crowd that's shown up, and we're not quite sure what's going to happen next, Reg.
Adam, do the crowds appear to be growing? Because I know the city of Minneapolis is asking people to avoid that area. Are they listening, or do you see more people actually showing up there in protest?
Yeah, Reg, when we first showed up, for folks who just turned on the TV, when we first showed up here, myself and the photojournalist I'm working with, there was caution tape up probably a block to the north, so that'd be 25th and Nicollet. There was caution tape up, and people were trying to kind of huddle around that caution tape, and then we saw the chemical agents dispersed, and the crowd kind of scattered back. But now you are seeing, and we're getting a sense, this crowd is growing. Again, Frankie's on the south side of the crowd, and we are on the north side. I'm guessing for many people, if they're coming from the north side, we're just about a mile from downtown, right? And so it's hard to gauge really how big this crowd is when you've got half on one side and half on the other side. But I can tell you, between this group here and the group that's standing off with these conservation officers, I'd say it's probably about 100 or 150 people, with people coming by the minute. And I can tell you this, Reg, I mean, this is just what we've seen over the course of the last few weeks, is that when we pulled up, there are Honda Civics pulling up with 4 people in it, and they've got gas masks on, and they've got they're ready to be here, and people are coming together. They're coming in groups. We've seen people over the course of the last month and a half spend entire days following around these federal agents and working in groups. There are people who have mobilized using signal chats. There are people who have formed community task forces. There are people who in their neighborhood have neighborhood crews who go out and watch. And so you're watching people show up together. But again, Reg, I don't know what's going to happen next. And at some point, these federal agents are going to have to get out. I don't know if they're going to try and go north. I don't know if they're going to try and go south. But I can tell you, just from watching what we've seen, whether it was at the South Minneapolis shooting where Renee Good was killed, whether it was at the North Minneapolis shooting last week Wednesday where we saw a man get shot, or even today, you would anticipate that these big clashes are going to come when the federal agents are trying to leave the scene and get out of here. And you just hope and pray, Reg, that no one else gets hurt in all this. You really do. But this is what we're seeing, Reg. It's a standoff right now, and I think we're going to try and get maybe a little bit closer to the scene. Nicollet talked to a couple of people, but it's a standoff, and more people are showing up by the minute.
Thanks a lot. Adam Duxer live there at 26th and Nicollet Avenue in South Minneapolis. I'm now joined by my colleague and friend Susan Elizabeth Littlefield.
Yes.
We are learning from the Associated Press that the individual who was shot and killed was a 51-year-old man, according to the Associated Press. We do have some video that was just into our studios that shows exactly what led up to the shooting. Hopefully we can roll that video. And it was given to us by a bystander, and it showed this man was being pummeled by some of the ICE agents, and then they dispersed and there was gunfire. So right now we're going to go to Frankie McLister. Frankie is on the south side. But are you on the north side now, Frankie, or are you on the south side?
South side.
No, we're on the south side. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you, Frankie.
Okay, good. So as you see, we're right now on 27th. You're looking towards Nicollet. We've just had to, honestly, back up more and more as this just continues to be super fluid and can get pretty hectic on a moment's notice. You're seeing a lot of bystanders that have backed up because before Adam was talking, we saw more chemical irritants deployed this way, and we're going to continue to pay attention to that. But I spotted a woman who was kind of comforting an individual that was seemed to be in the middle of everything and had to run back here. Your name was Joy, right, ma'am?
Yeah, my name is Joy.
Where do you live, and what brought you? As we know, the people are irritated.
Yeah,
there's a lot of just profanity going on.
Yeah.
What brought you out here? And kind of just tell me who you were chatting with and what words you were using to comfort her.
So my husband is in there somewhere. Like, we were at home, in our posh home in Edina, and we were watching the news and learned that there was another shooting here. And we were just like, I can't stand this anymore. I can't stand what's happening here. So we came out immediately, and we were here after a lot of the folks were getting pulled out and tear gas and can't see out of their own eyes because they're literally blinded by the chemicals. And so I was helping people back there, and I happened across this woman. I don't know where she is now, but she was having a panic attack. She was in the moment of having a panic attack, and I walked up and I gave her a huge hug, and I just said to her, I said, we got this. This is when we show our resolve as a city, because we're better than this. We are under attack by this administration right now, and this is not okay. It's just not. I'm a 55-year-old woman who lives in Edina, and I have to come in here and tell the world, like, we have to change this. This is not okay for our city.
How long have you lived in the Twin Cities?
This is my second stint in the Twin Cities. I've been here, I was here 13 years the first time. I left for a little bit. I've been back now for 8.
Let me ask you, scenes like this have just drawn a spotlight across the world, across the country. What do the Twin Cities mean to you? What do you want to show to people outside that are only seeing instances such as all this tension happening right now and back in 2020?
You know, I believe that the Twin Cities represents the best of America on a fundamental level.
Why and how so?
Because we represent this idea of embracing others from other places. I mean, there are 160 different nationalities that live in this city because, you know, there's a lot of refugee programs that are based out of this city. We invite them in because we know that they belong here, that they're welcomed here. This is about attacking the fundamental principles of our country right now. We are one country, regardless of where we come from. We're all immigrants and we're sitting on native land.
I'm just going to ask us to move back as maybe Ray can just kind of point the camera. This is, again, just how fast things are moving, where you're seeing some folks that just ran, but it looks a little calmer. And thank you for your time, Joy. Please take care of yourself. All right, please. Adam was saying just he can't even describe, honestly, the feeling out here. Talking with folks like Joy, guys, and just hearing these explosive sounds, it is kind of, I won't cut it, very surreal to be out here. We're at the corner of 27th and Nicollet. You can see the smoke that has filled the air. We got here probably, let me look at my phone right now to even see the time. I see it says 11:10 a.m. I also see it's -10. Clearly that's not stopping folks from showing up and voicing their opinions against the federal agents that stand right there in the center. And if you look at the intersection, it looks like it's completely on fire. When we got here, it was a little bit that chemical irritants weren't deployed. We saw the agents just moving in more and more, and kind of just some on side streets as we're on now, standing by to be prepared to deploy the chemical irritants. And now, as you see, they're not shy about doing that. The first one I want to notice that I saw being deployed was right shortly after a bystander took a chunk of snow and threw it at some of the agents. So that quickly made them move towards the bystanders here, as the video of the man in his 50s that we now have confirmed did die in the situation this morning. But as that video circulates, we know that more and more people hear about the situation and come out to where it happened. And we'll see if we can't give you guys a little more point of view closer. But for now, I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Frankie. And we heard that woman's voice. We heard the urgency. I think a lot of people are finding out, turning the TV on, looking at social media and saying, oh, no.
Oh, no, not again.
No, not again. I think that's the sentiment of a lot of people this morning. We're getting bits and pieces. And we first got this information, Reg, you said you guys were off the set about 9 o'clock and you start hearing there's a shooting involving ICE.
And now we have Mike Max, who was out there on the scene. And Mike, our sports director, is doing what he can to help tell the story.
All
Mike, what's going on?
Yes. One Minnesota, man. We're all in this together, and we've got the traffic trying to come through. We've got the Border Patrol here, and we've got protesters right here. So they just came over to back people off. And what's happening is the line of demarcation just keeps getting a little bit closer here, a little scary. They're also trying to allow traffic to come through here, but you can see what's going on. They're within a few feet of each other, and you see more people, more law enforcement coming now from the, I guess what would be south, and they're trying to, obviously, this situation just could escalate any time because the people are hot and they're getting closer and closer and trying trying to move people into certain directions, keep them on the sidewalks, all of that, because you've also got traffic coming through here that they're trying to make way for in South Minneapolis. Some perhaps curious, some perhaps live in this area, but right now you can feel, because it's drifting our way again. Here comes the tear gas, and the Border Patrol federal officer, Bureau Border, is trying to keep peace. You can feel.
How do you feel about that?
You can feel it. What you're basically seeing behind me is protesters calling out law enforcement for what they believe happened this morning not far from here, and law enforcement trying to hold their own and stay calm. But this is electric right here. We'll try to get a different angle on it, but this is going to go on for a little while, I think, as they try to bring traffic through as well. We'll keep you updated, Reg, but it's tense out here again.
The temperature is so high right now. We know Adam Duxter has a different perspective of this going on. He is also near the scene. Adam, what is it like where you are right there near Nicollet in the scene of where this happened?
Susan, Reg, look at this. This is an armored vehicle that is trying to get through the scene. Look at this.
This is level.
Look at this. There's a dozen people. This is on the north side, and you see people trying to punch the windows off of this car. And people are literally hanging onto the hood of this vehicle. People are throwing trash cans on top of this vehicle. But this is an armored vehicle. I cannot make out who this is, what agency this is. But this is an armored vehicle trying to get in the scene. And again, Reg ensues. I've been saying this as we see another clash here between the conservation officers trying to clear the scene. This is where we're going to see these clashes, is them trying to get in and out. And I'm not sure who's in there, guys. I'm not sure who, but I can tell you, we were just trying to talk to someone a moment ago, hey, how do you feel? What do you see type interview? And all of a sudden, you just hear that thing coming through, and it's just pure chaos. You saw people hanging on the hood right there. And you just fear for people out here as you see these conservation officers now. This is as intense as it's been, and we apologize for the profanities that you're hearing on your TV right now. But that is a seriously heavily armored vehicle that just made its way through. You saw people literally hanging off of the hood of that car. Again, I apologize for the profanities that you're hearing, but that was as intense as we've seen it out here so far this morning, guys. And again, that's Black Sheep Pizza right there in the corner. We're on 26th and Nicollet. You're headed into Eat Street. These are the restaurants that make Minneapolis famous, as far as, and I fear there's going to be some sort of chemical agents deployed here. I'm not sure who is in that car as we see the back door open of this vehicle now. Will, I want to stay close to you just in case we do see some sort of chemical agents deployed. I fear that could be what's coming next. But Reg and Suze, this is the heart of Minneapolis as far as Eat Street. This is where people come. When you have friends and family come into town, you say, hey, let's go to Eat Street, Nicollet, and you say, let's go there. This is the culture and the diversity of this city is Eat Street, and it's everywhere down here on Nicollet as far as the different restaurants, the different types of food, and this is what you're seeing now just be the heart of this fight, as we just saw that heavily armored vehicle come through, and people fight. But I mentioned earlier we saw a standoff in front of Little Tijuana. We saw now them coming through by Black Sheep Pizza. Guys, just really hoping for people's safety out here on this scene now.
Okay, well, we want you to watch your safety too. Thank you so much, Adam. You and your photographer, stand by, take care. We're going to go to Frankie McClister, who is on the other side of the action. I think the south
He's
side,
on the south
right?
side of that event. Frankie, what are you seeing right now?
I'm not sure if we can hear Frankie right now. It sounds like his audio might not be up, but we do know he is on the other side of the scene. And this shows that the protest, the emotion, it is spread out. And we expect to see it just spread out more and more throughout the day. And Reg, let's recap really quickly of what we know so far.
Can you hear us okay? Can you hear us okay?
Now I think we have Frankie right now. Frankie, what is going on there where you are?
Yeah, we'll show you, and I'm sorry about that mic issue there, guys, but we just are moving north right now because we are seeing what appears to be, as we up, watch out, Ray, agents just threw more. There's more being thrown. There's a dumpster on fire there. This right now, I believe you're looking at, is near Bladesdale and 26. We're trying to stay back here. But we pointed out this smoke up in the air, and now you're seeing this is the most, guys, intense I have seen since covering Operation Metro Surge. The dumpster's on fire right there. That restaurant is Luna and the Bear, a very well-known restaurant in this area. We're kind of like in the Whittier neighborhood, trying to watch our step and make sure that things don't get worse as we're giving you a live picture right here. We were on 27th. We moved up an alley when we saw this black smoke here. And guys, I want to point out, this is just one day after we know thousands took the streets of downtown Minneapolis. It got quiet right now. And this is how quick things evolve. So Ray, our photojournalist, just noted that these guys are State Patrol right there. A good point you make right there. State Patrol is the other agent, the only local agency I have seen out here. We did see MPD come down some of the city streets, but haven't seen them exactly on the ground like State Patrol is right there. A lot of folks, let's kind of show how the irritants are affecting people right there. You can hear those sounds, guys, of pepper balls. Now they're just coming from all ends. It's in the negatives out here, and it seems like that fire right there is calmed down of some sort. No sign of Minneapolis fire at this time, but it looks like there are agents, federal agents. You can see kind of the difference in the uniforms too. So now we have some that are walking down here that are mad at State Patrol. They're yelling. They are over here. As we know, people are mad and screaming some profanity. But guys, we're gonna stay right here, kind of monitor the situation. And Susan, Reg, come back to us. We'll try and ask some of these folks if they know anything about what happened right here.
Okay, well, we can see how high the tensions are. Take care. We're gonna go to the other side of the action. Adam Duxter is near the scene where the shooting happened. After 9 o'clock this morning, we know that a 51-year-old man is dead. We expect a lot of questions to be answered in about 12 minutes when we're expecting a press conference. Until then, we're going to go to Adam on the scene. Adam, are you catching some of those irritants, it sounds like?
Yeah, Suze, this crowd, you saw just a minute ago, that heavily armed vehicle roll right through. A dozen people hanging onto the hood. Now you see, I'm guessing this is tear gas. We're just downwind of it enough, and it's enough to disperse this crowd a little bit. I can tell you guys, I could hear your reaction when that truck was pulling through. That was the reaction of everyone that was out here. I mean, I just saw a dozen people hanging on the hood of that vehicle and it driving right through. Chemical irritants seem to come from the west of us, kind of behind Black Sheep Pizza, but you see it's enough to drive back the majority of this scene. And one thing I want to say to you guys, when we were walking up here, again, I think it's so important for people to remember as they're watching this. This is the cultural hub for the city of Minneapolis. As you hear more chemical agents being deployed here. The
families go to dinner there all the time.
But this is, you got a Thai restaurant right here. We have, the Copper Hen is right here. Little Tijuana's right here. Black Sheep Pizza's right here. And this intersection, as you can hear, that pop, 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 pop. I'm not sure if you guys can hear that in the background, but my guess is they're trying to I don't want to speculate, but they're trying to move people out of the way. They're trying to clear a path of some sort. These chemical agents are no joke for people who are watching and they wonder what it's like. It's intense.
It's got to be worse now
enough to
because
push
it's so
back the
cold.
majority
It's
of
got
this-
to hurt trying to breathe with the cold and the irritants.
Yes, and I will say, Reg and Suze, I want you to look at this. This is, as I try not to slip and fall here, but this is things that people have just shown up and dropped off. These are eye wash. These are water bottles. These are earplugs. People are asking if there's hand warmers in here. There is hand warmers here. So again, these are people who just come up and drop these things off. I can tell you that when we got hit just a second ago, as the chemical agents started to waft over us, we start walking away. So someone handed me a bottle of water, and so the crowd's starting to come back. The smoke is clearing literally, but again, we're going to continue to watch what happens here. And you can also see, though, last thing I want to point out, we are starting to see barricades, or at least an attempt to barricade multiple blocks here of Nicollet headed north towards downtown. And so, again, there's going to be some moment where they try and get these federal agents out of here. It has not happened yet, I can tell you that.
Okay, Adam, we see the scene right here. One theme from the beginning is it seems it's hard to tell which law enforcement is which. Is that what it's like on the ground?
I can tell you this, Suze, is that our local law enforcement has made a concerted effort over the course of the last couple of weeks, whether it be State Patrol, whether it be the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, to attempt to distinguish themselves. You can see that these conservation officers here are wearing those high-vis, those bright green jackets. That is done deliberately. They want to look different from the federal agents. I can tell you that, many people know this, but when you start talking about federal agents, there are different divisions. There is HSI, there is ICE, there is ERO, there's Border Patrol, and then even within Border Patrol, we've seen BORTAC walking around with Greg Bovino. That's a tactical unit. We've seen multiple, different types even within the federal agents. So again, to answer your question, these high-vis vests, these are conservation officers here with the state of Minnesota, and we haven't really seen over the course of the last few minutes a presence of federal agents, towards the front of the line here.
Adam Duckster, thank you there on the north side of this incident. We want to toss to Mike Max, who is also out there amongst the crowd. Mike, what are you seeing?
Well, it's crazy. We got our first dose of tear gas, and so it took us a little while to recoup, and we're sitting out here. Joe Van Ryan, our photographer, was able to find some water. But, what's kind of becoming interesting about this is the sophistication of it is you see people going back now. They were just tear gassed and they released the chemicals. People have figured out kind of the cadence to protesting and these confrontations. So they know the chemicals are going to be dispersed. They hear the flash bombs. They leave. Many of them have masks that you'd wear like for COVID. Many others have actual tear gas masks that they came with. So they know what they're up against, and they know that after a while, when this subsides, and you can see it happen, playing out in real time, they now return. Okay, we're listening to an announcement. Hang on one second. This has just been declared an unlawful assembly in the background by the Minnesota State Patrol. So technically, of course, that gives them some more authority. They're asking them to disperse, and all bets are off as to what's going to happen next, because they've declared it, and obviously that changes how this thing can be orchestrated. But you can see the people there have right now no intention of leaving. They've just threatened an arrest if you don't leave this area peacefully, and I don't see anybody leaving right now. And as I mentioned, they've kind of figured this out. They've figured out where they can be, what they can do, where the lines are, what to wear, all those things. And so after they have an altercation, you might think that drives them back home. They simply retreat 2 blocks and then return to the scene. And so you can see it behind me now. And boy, this could get a little bit dicey. American flag coming down here. and the bullhorn is out. They are. I don't know if you can hear that or not.
Which is an additional crime.
But in essence, they're threatening a crime and arrest. So what we might see next is people being arrested and taken away. We saw it, during the George Floyd riots. We saw it during they put them in the paddy wagons. But you can hear some of the flash bombs, and here comes the chemicals again. So we'll keep you updated here. We're going to try to get a little bit closer to the scene, Reg.
Okay, thank you, Mike, so much. And for our viewers who are in other parts of the country right now, it is 9 degrees below zero in Minneapolis, and you can see how high the heat and the tensions are. We expect a lot of our questions to be answered here momentarily. About 2 to 3 minutes. Our Esme Murphy is standing by. Esme, we are expecting to hear from the mayor, state officials, get some questions answered, and you are outside. What do we know about this upcoming press conference?
Well, actually, Suze, I've been told that it's the mayor and the police chief who are going to be addressing reporters here. We've not heard about state officials. I can tell you there are reporters gathered here. Many of them are setting up. People are awaiting this news conference. I can tell you that privately here at City Hall, with the mayor's office, with the chief's office, they have been scared that something like this was going to happen again. And that is one of the reasons I'm told that the mayor was not out front yesterday. They've been trying to tone down the rhetoric. They've been trying to keep it calm. They've been trying to keep it cool. Obviously, this is the worst case scenario. But we are told that the mayor and the chief will be in here momentarily. Normally, City Hall obviously is completely shut down on a Saturday. Now you've got half a dozen cameras here, maybe more, waiting for this news conference, waiting for details. I'm sure we will get them. And I'm sure that we'll hear from the chief and the mayor, who've been very blunt in their assessment of how ICE has been operating in the Twin Cities. And that's something that they're very concerned about. The chief, frankly, has been very open about the fact that he feels that these kinds of ICE's tactics are not true police tactics, for what it's worth. That's what he said. Those are his words. He's put that out there. The mayor obviously has expressed his concern many, many times, and we are certainly expecting to hear that. We're also expecting to get the details of exactly what happened. Perhaps they have some more explanation of exactly what happened in that video.
Okay, thank you so much, Esme. We'll check back in when that begins momentarily. And as Esme said, this is the police chief and this is the mayor. We expect them to answer questions because this last incident happened in the city of Minneapolis, which is where they are. So we should know more about that investigation. But Reg, it was after your show this morning, around 9:15, we started to hear there was a shooting, right?
We started to hear reports that there was a shooting near 27th and Nicollet Avenue. That's right outside the Good Grocer there in South Minneapolis. Along Each Street, like you said, is where a lot of people go. Families go to
there's
to
a
have
lot
family
of
dinner.
immigrant-owned restaurants there, just a very family-friendly area typically.
We did have video into WCCO that showed the incident that led up to the shooting, where you saw federal agents on top of one individual on the ground. There was punches exchanged. A lot of the officers, 4 or 5 officers on the man, and then you see them leave the man, and then you hear gunshots and the crowd erupts. A lot of profanities. That's why we are not running the audio on this, because of the profanity. But this is video into WCCO that shows us exactly what led up to the shooting. All those federal agents on top of the man, and we have learned that 51-year-old man, according to the Associated Press, is dead from his injuries.
So we know this was a fatal incident, but we have many questions about how it unfolded, exactly what happened, and we expect to have answers here in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, and our Caroline Cummings joins us now because she's hearing from elected officials. And what are you hearing from them about this incident?
Right, well, we heard from Governor Tim Walz earlier on social media. He said he was in communication with the White House, and he said, quote, the president must end this operation. We also we're reporting that 2 Department of Homeland Security officials have told CBS News that the person who was shot had a firearm. And we also are reporting from our own Jennifer Merrily that the ATF is doing a trace on that gun that was recovered. So what is unclear right now, yes, the gun here is the gun that they recovered on the scene. Again, it's unclear where it was recovered. We do know that DHS is saying that the person who was shot and killed had this gun So hopefully we'll get some more clarity in this press conference about where that was recovered. We do know, as I just said, that the ATF is running a trace on that firearm. We also got some statements from other elected officials, Senator Amy Klobuchar saying to Republicans in the Trump administration who have, quote, stood silent, get ICE out of the state now. She put that on social media. The Hennepin County Attorney's Office emphasized in a statement, Mary Moriarty, the Hennepin County Attorney, that, quote, the scene must be secured by local law enforcement, and we expect the federal government to allow the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension to process the scene. Why does that matter? Well, of course, there has been this tug of war, if you will, between the state and federal authorities over the scene at the Renee Good shooting, which happened now, we're coming up on 3 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago, on January 7th. The state said that the federal government took over the investigation, did not allow them to see any of that evidence. That has been a point of contention. They want the state to be involved in that investigation. So here we are, unclear to what extent the BCA is involved at this point as they try to secure that scene, but perhaps it's another answer or question we can get answered at this press conference with the mayor and
a key question. And I want for people at home to know, you know, we've all covered these types of things over the years, and typically law enforcement does work in unison on these type of incidents, right?
Yeah, it does happen where they can work concurrently with each other, or they'll share. But I will make a note that there have been instances where the FBI or the feds have taken over an investigation. Mary Moriarty explained at a news conference in wake of the Renee Good shooting that had happened, right? That the feds took over an investigation, and her concern was not with the FBI investigating, but was with the FBI protocol, which, again, she said that they're entitled to have, of what information would the locals see. And she said, absent the state being fully involved in the investigation, there's only high-level information that the locals might see. So that's why she and Governor Walz and the mayor have called for an independent state Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and Investigation. Of course, we know in the Renee Good shooting that is not happening right now, but it is unclear to what extent the state will be involved in any investigation here.
So that'll be a big question. And it looks like something else is unfolding. I mean, we are getting this second by second. It looks like a person is down. We have seen them moving right there. And this is near the scene of where the shooting happened.
It appears that they're in handcuffs there, Suze. You see that?
Well, as Mike Max reported earlier, that this scene has been declared an unlawful assembly.
They
said that people who were out there were going to be arrested, and as we see right now, they are being arrested. Let's go to Mike Max, who is right there while that is happening. Mike, can you tell us exactly what is going on right there?
Well, I can tell you what's unsafe right now. They're bringing out dumpsters to put them here to impede anybody coming through downtown. So they're finding dumpsters from all over in different ways to prevent vehicles from getting through here. And when we look behind here, I don't know if they're destined for this location or not, but you can see emergency vehicles. This would be their route to whatever it is that they've been called upon, or maybe they're standing on standby. But in essence, what we've got here is a blockade, so to speak, so that if you try to come down here on 25th and Nicollet, you can only get to 25th because right now it's blocked off. I don't see any law enforcement or anything like that around here, but they're simply blocking it off and creating, if you will, their own perimeter, I guess. So it's another thing that we're watching, because we can't tell if those vehicles are destined for here or if they're just going to come down into this area, or if they're just on standby right now. But that's what's going on here on 25th and Nicollet, still a couple blocks away from Ground Zero.
The scene, Mike? Are people leaving, or are more people coming? Because it has been declared, as you told us earlier, an unlawful assembly. They should leave if they don't want to get arrested, but are people still coming?
People are still coming. Lots of traffic coming through. You don't know how aware the people are that are driving, if they're trying to be part of this or they just happen to be in the area. But I think they're here to be part of the movement. There are some semantic issues. It's hard to park in this area. I mean, there's just not that many parking spots in this area, as you know. It's very tight. And so that part is difficult. So, too, is the fact that it's cold and getting over here. But the fact that they have declared this and they say they may be making an arrest here shortly has not deterred anybody. In fact, it seems like there's more people coming. They've got to park some ways away, but you can see right here what's happening. Those are the dumpsters that are coming here, and they're forming their own unofficial barricade here, so that if somebody wants to get through here, at least to 25th, you can turn right or left but you're not going to be able to get through because there's too many people and there's too much stuff between what would be, they're just putting that right in the middle of the street so you can't get through. And so I don't know what the strategy is there, if it's to impede all law enforcement, emergency vehicles, I don't know, but it's a fortified effort. And because they're so close to apartment buildings, there's a lot of dumpsters that they can find readily in this one block area. So that's what they're doing right now, and they're just moving it down here and creating, like I said, their own perimeter. And I don't know how you clean that up, but you certainly are not going to get through with a vehicle right now.
Looks like those are people who are living in the community who are doing this right.
Yes. Yes, this is, again, organic, right? What we see a lot around here. They figured out that, and you can see it again, Joe, if you point down here, it's a brigade. I mean, they're just bringing dumpster after dumpster. And at 25th and Nicollet, you can hear it. You're not going to be able to get through or get out of. I don't know if that's the strategy or not, to keep law enforcement inside there so they can't leave as well. But you can see what you can see what they're doing right here. They're creating their own perimeter, and it is the.
Over here.
Are you just trying to create a perimeter?
Yes, sir.
And what's the intent?
We're just blocking off there. It's protecting our community around here. So.
Is it more for incoming vehicles or for ones that would want to get out?
More for incoming. We're just protecting our community. We're standing out here. We had a big protest yesterday over this, and then this is what they do a day after the protest. We're just getting tired of this, and we want them to go back home so we can go back to living our lives in our city.
So you're just trying to keep, though, to be clear, vehicles from coming into this scene or this area?
We're just protecting our community, making sure they stay where they are and we'll stay where we are.
Okay, the one thing I say, if there's an ambulance that needs to get through, can these be cleared quickly if anything, God forbid, anything happens?
We'll let our paramedics come through if they need to go through, but not the ICE agent.
Okay, there you go. So that's the intent. Like I said, this is moving in real time, and it's something else. So you can see down there, and like I said, I don't know if they're on standby or if they need to come through here, but hopefully they're true to that, too, because you could move these if it was an emergency, and I hope that if anything, like I said, God forbid happens, that they need to access this for an emergency, that an emergency vehicle can get through. But here we go, and it's not. I just see people, Regis, they just keep coming. They're not going anywhere. The crowd's going to get bigger, and it's going to continue to get bigger. And I don't know where it ends, but it's going to continue, I think, to develop based on what we're seeing here. And it doesn't matter that they're saying stay home, all those things. People are finding their way over here. It just takes them a little bit longer because you have to park a long ways away.
Mike, the -9-degree weather doesn't seem to be deterring people.
I got to tell you, if you told me 9 below and you'd be out here, and I don't know what adrenaline does. I think most of us would say that in part we've got adrenaline going here, right? Because I can't explain why we don't feel cold, but nobody out here seems to be cold. They've got water bottles that they can access. A lot of people are providing water for them. But yeah, I mean, nobody here, it seems like they're bothered by the cold. Am I correct about that?
I'm pretty bothered.
Yeah, but you're okay?
We're handling.
Okay, there you go, and that's what it is. That's what the and that's what it feels like out here. You don't feel the cold right now. Maybe you will at some point in time, but right now you're so focused on what's going on around you and what's happening here. And like I said, here you can see a part of it. I don't know what they're doing on the other side, but you can see down there. Here we go, the flashbangs again. You can see the smoke there in the distance.
Yeah.
But the one thing that I've noticed, and I said this before, Reg and Susan, is people understand that tear gas is coming, and then they understand that there's kind of a waiting period while you have to wait that out. And that doesn't mean they're going to leave and go home. That means that they're going to get out of the way, out of harm's way. But then at some point in time, they can return to wherever it is that if they want to protest or get up close. So I don't think that those chemicals are having the same effect that maybe they did initially, because people now understand what they're up against and they understand the effect of everything that's coming their way.
And Mike, I know you were on the ground in the unrest after George Floyd was murdered. How would you compare the environment you're feeling right now to that aftermath?
different, and here's why. First of all, it was 70 degrees and it was perfect weather during the George Floyd, the 4 days of George Floyd. So that changed some things to an extent. It's also different demographics of people that are out here, completely different demographics to an extent of people that are here for maybe slightly different reasons, maybe offended by something that people that rallied around the George Floyd did not. And that's the feeling that I get here. To an extent, there's some crossover. There's some of the same people. There's people that are anti-law enforcement, things of that nature, but it's a much different crowd, a different spirit. I would say more sophisticated in how they protest, in that they've got the tear gas masks, they've got all kinds of things that they're prepared for what's going to happen, as opposed to during George Floyd, we would walk and talk and they'd go and we didn't know what was coming next, nor did they. Here, they're prepared. They understand what could happen when they're down here, and I can see some more, here's some more garbage cans coming to the rescue. They're just going to keep fortifying this. I don't know where that ends, but
this is just
got
a community effort.
Here. Community effort. Well, once they figure it out, and you do what you do, and you evolve, and you make the best of or worst of whatever it is. And once they figured out that all these these trash cans and dumpsters were around and they were on wheels, they go, okay, well, let's take a stand here and let's put it out there so that people can't get through here. And so that's what they've done in essence. And I've got to say, it didn't take them long, and they figured that out. And there's a lot of alleys here, and anybody that's been in South Minneapolis knows how this lays out and what it's like. But there's a lot of apartments and a lot of things like that have dumpsters and material that you can access rather quickly. You don't have a lot that you can do here because it's so tight and so crowded, but that's the one thing that they were able to find and move into this area. And we do, by the way, we're at 25th and Nicollet, and there's no law enforcement that I can see around here either. So I don't know if they're aware of this or if it's important to them, if it's a priority to them. But where we are, there's no law enforcement. That's at least 2 blocks away right now from where we are. So I don't know if this would strike them as being something that would create a confrontation, or that they'd try to move this or try to do something peacefully. But at some point in time, somebody's going to have to deal with this. We just don't know when and how.
Thank you so much, Mike. And we know we have crews on the other side of that, too, that we're eventually going to go to. Right now, all eyes are on a press conference with the mayor, with the police chief, Caroline Cummings, joining Reg and I right now. And the big questions we expect to get answered here.
Well, they both have been calling for peace since all this started. And this is something that the police chief was afraid was going to happen, that the crowds would clash with the federal agents, and then we would have a chaotic scene like we're seeing right now down at 27th and Nicollet, where the shooting happened right in front of the Good Grocer there on Each Street. And we talked about Each Street there and how important it is, big fabric of our community.
Yeah, I mean, we have people watching right now from other parts of the country, but to kind of set the scene, this is a very multicultural area. There's tons of restaurants. People come to Eat Street, as we call it.
From Mediterranean food to Asian food
Caribbean,
to Caribbean food, it's
Mexican,
all there.
Yeah, it's all right there. So it's very interesting that this is all unfolding right there. Such a different feel than you usually get when you take a stroll down Eat Street.
Well, that's what Mike was talking about, how just it seems like the neighbors there, they're more sophisticated, they're more organized there, and they're just saying they're protecting their community from these federal agents. You see they're putting up the barricades, they want them out, and they want to keep their community safe.
Guys, we have a new statement in from DHS. The spokesperson, Tricia McLaughlin, said that at 9 o'clock this morning, or around 9 o'clock this morning, quote, as DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien wanted for violent assault, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. And we do have a photo of that handgun here we referenced earlier. So they're saying that he had this gun at the scene, that he approached officers with that handgun. Of course, we have seen some video circulating on social media about what transpired. We talked about we silenced that video for profanities. In that video, it appears that there is another bystander recording from a different angle. We don't yet have that angle. We can only see what we can see. This is what DHS is telling us. We're going to hear from, it's this video here that you see. This is the only angle.
Which is hard to watch.
Yeah, and it's hard to see fully what transpired. You know, DHS is saying that this person approached officers with a gun. It's not immediately clear in this video, at least, what transpired leading up to this moment. Of course, videos are snapshots in time, so hopefully the police chief and the the mayor can update on what their officers on the scene had gathered so far from witness accounts. And we're hearing that in about 10 minutes we'll hear directly from the chief and the mayor.
I think it's going to be really interesting, too, because last time, you just got that DHS statement. We heard completely conflicting narratives from right off the bat. So we'll be looking now to see and refresh us again, that DHS statement, so we have that fresh on our mind.
So they said, this is according to the Department of Homeland Security spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin. She says, quote, at 9:05 Central Local Time, DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien wanted for violent assault. An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. We have a photo of that handgun that we've shown you on our air here. She continues, quote, the officers attempted to disarm the suspect, but the armed suspect violently resisted. More details on the armed struggle are forthcoming. She goes on in this statement here about claiming that there were some additional guns that this person may have had. But again, we have the video. We haven't heard from local law enforcement yet. And there is a renewed call for the state to be involved in any investigation on this. As we talked about earlier, right, there was a little bit of a conflict between the state and federal authorities over the Renee Good shooting investigation, and that the state said that they would really like to be included in that to see the totality of the evidence. The federal government, according to the BCA, blocked them from seeing that evidence. So there is no state investigation happening at this time. Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty says, quote, we expect the federal government to allow BCA to process the scene. Again, that's a big question I have. Curious to see if the chief or the mayor can speak to what extent state investigators are on the scene, to what extent the Minneapolis police is investigating or is involved there. There is a lot of things we don't know yet, because a reminder for our viewers, we have that video of what transpired from one angle. We have it confirmed that a 51-year-old man is dead from that shooting by federal agents. And we also have DHS telling us that this person approached officers carrying out an operation and had a gun.
Which is a huge difference from Renee Good. In that case.
In that she did not have a gun.
Right.
What we're being told, yes.
Yes, from this one account, that's very different than the situation with Renee Good, which will be interesting because we do know that law enforcement officers do have protections if they feel a threat. So that sounds like that is going to be a big question when we hear the other information we're getting.
And of course, members of the community have been concerned and wanting to have a full investigation over the Renee Good shooting, and not just saying that there shouldn't be one, right? That the officer was acting in self-defense. That's what DHS has said. And they're saying, well, if we don't have an investigation, how do we know that for sure? And so I think there's some distrust there among some in the community over that very thing that you get at of, what DHS says in the immediate aftermath of a shooting like this, and then what people see on eyewitness video. But as we should well note here, that video is from one angle. There appears to be somebody taking a video from the other angle. Hopefully we will be able to see such a video. But for now, this is the information we have. What DHS says, a man is shot dead, and what this video shows, and our crews on the scene documenting for us what is transpiring on the ground in the immediate aftermath of that shooting.
And we hope to hear from the mayor and the police chief here momentarily, but we also hear from the head of Border Patrol. Gregory Bovino is supposed to speak as well. He had a press conference slated for 11 o'clock, and he set his back to noon. So we don't know. We're going to have dueling press conferences here to figure out exactly what the feds are saying and what the city is saying as well. So this should be interesting to see.
And in these breaking news moments, right, we only have what we have at the time. And we, as we've been telling everybody, setting the scene of what happened, we know a 51-year-old man is dead from an altercation with federal agents, shot dead earlier this morning. DHS, in a statement to us, claims that this
looks
person
like the mayor is here.
We have the mayor.
So we have Mayor Fry and then the police chief. also on scene with information.
I'm going to turn it over to the chief to provide an update and some of the details based on the limited amount of information that we have thus far this morning, and then I will provide some comments myself. Chief.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N, O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. At approximately 9:03 a.m. this morning, Minneapolis police received a report of a shooting involving federal law enforcement in the area of East 26th Street and Nicollet Avenue on the south side of the city. Officers arrived and found an adult male with multiple gunshot wounds when they arrived. Life-saving aid was being rendered, and he was transported by ambulance to Hennepin County Medical Center, where he was later pronounced deceased. Based on the information that we have, which is very limited, this is a 37-year-old white male who is a Minneapolis resident, and we believe he is an American citizen. We have not been told any official reports of what has led up to the shooting, but we have seen the video that is circulating on social media. Our demand today is for those federal agencies that are operating in our city to do so with the same discipline, humanity, and integrity that effective law enforcement in this country demands. We urge everyone to remain peaceful. We recognize that there's a lot of anger and a lot of questions around what has happened, but we need people to remain peaceful. In the area, we have an unlawful assembly at this time. Minneapolis police have given multiple warnings for the crowd to disperse. We are asking for people to avoid the area and to leave if you are there. We have requested mutual aid from the Minnesota State Patrol and from all our local and county regional partners. We ask everyone to remain calm and to please do not destroy our own city.
I just saw a video of more than 6 masked agents pummeling one of our constituents and shooting him to death. How many more residents, how many more Americans need to die or get badly hurt for this operation to end? How many more lives need to be lost before this administration realizes that a political and partisan narrative is not as important as American values? How many times must local and national leaders must plead with you, Donald Trump, to end this operation and recognize that this is not creating safety in our city? As you'll hear from Director Sayer in just a second, we have seen these kinds of operations in other places, in other countries, but not here in America. Not in a way where a great American city is being invaded by its own federal government. I'm done being told that our community members are responsible for the vitriol in our streets. I'm done being told that our local elected officials are solely responsible for turning down the temperature. Just yesterday, we saw 15,000 people peacefully protesting in the streets, speaking out, standing up for their neighbors. Not a single broken window, not a single injury. Those peaceful protests embody the very principles that both Minneapolis and America was founded upon. Conversely, the mass militarized force and unidentified agents who are occupying our streets, that is what weakens our country. That is what erodes trust in both law enforcement and in democracy itself. So to everyone listening, stand with Minneapolis. Stand up for America. Recognize that your children will ask you what side you were on. Your grandchildren will ask you what you did to act to prevent this from happening again. To make sure that the foundational elements of our democracy were rock solid. What did you do to protect your city What did you do to protect your nation? This is not what America is about. This is not a partisan issue. This is an American issue. This administration and everyone involved in this operation should be reflecting. They should be reflecting right now and asking themselves, what exactly are you accomplishing? If the goal was to achieve peace and safety, this is doing exactly the opposite. If the goal was to achieve calm and prosperity, this is doing exactly the opposite. Are you standing up for American families right now? Or are we tearing them apart? The invasion of these heavily armed masked agents roaming around on our streets of Minneapolis, emboldened with a sense of impunity, it has to end. This is not how it has to be. So, to President Trump, this is a moment to act like a leader. Put Minneapolis, put America first in this moment. Let's achieve peace. Let's end this operation, and I'm telling you, our city will come back. Safety will be restored. We're asking for you to take action now to remove these federal agents. Director's there.
My name is Rachel Sayer, and I am the Director of the Emergency Management Department for the City of Minneapolis. I took this job to keep us safe because I live here, and this is my community. We are doing everything we can to mitigate the impacts of this terrible situation. The city's Emergency Operations Center continues to be activated, as it has throughout the surge in federal agents over the last few weeks. We are tracking impacts and coordinating the city's response to this situation, which is having profound repercussions in our community. I can't underscore enough how much Operation Metro Surge is impacting our city. Families with loved ones detained and those who are afraid to be in public lest they become targets need help accessing the most basic necessities like food, housing, and rides to school. Businesses are shuttering and our local economy is severely impacted, which means families are suffering just as we were rounding a corner in our recovery. Many of our Minneapolis residents, my neighbors, my friends, my community members, are ceasing participation in public life, afraid to even go to the doctor. In response, the city enterprise continues to utilize our entire emergency apparatus. That means staff across departments, often around the clock, are putting their regular jobs on hold in order to respond to the impacts of Metro Surge. I want everyone to know there are numerous resources available to community members right now. We have mental health help available. We have food assistance, housing and rental assistance, legal help. We are sharing information about what to do if you are exposed to tear gas, pepper spray, or other chemical agents. And the state AGs and ACLU are collecting reports of rights violations. You can access these resources on the city's virtual resource center at minneapolismn.gov/ICE. Please share this information with your neighbors. We have help and we want you to be able to access that. My background is in international humanitarian response in conflict zones in Yemen, Haiti, Syria, Iraq, and Ukraine. What I've seen here is what I've seen there. A powerful entity violently and intentionally terrorizing people, making them afraid to go outside so they can't earn a living, so that kids are forced out of school. This has a lasting generational impact. People can't plan a single day of their lives because they don't know who is around the corner and if their family member or neighbor is about to be taken away. In these times, you see both the best and the worst. The worst is the terror and the feeling of helplessness. The best will continue to be our community's response. The way we are showing up for each other, that is in the absolute worst of times. We're showing up for each other in the absolute worst of times. I'll turn it back to the mayor. Thank you.
We'll open it to questions.
We are seeing an incredible volatile situation unfolding right now around that scene. Is there any communication right now between local and federal law enforcement or cooperation, or where do those efforts stand to try to calm what's going on down there right now?
I'll turn it to the chief to answer.
So the question was, there is an incredibly volatile scene in South Minneapolis right now, and the extent of communication with law enforcement agencies. We have established a command post that is led by Minneapolis Police, and there are representatives from all of the regional, local, county, and state organizations. We have had communication with Homeland Security, but they have not been able to provide us any specific details around the incident itself. We are responsible for ensuring the safety of people on the streets of our city, and we are doing everything that we can to maintain the peace right now, led by Minneapolis Police, but with the help of the Minnesota State Patrol, Hennepin and Ramsey County Sheriffs. Several suburban towns are in the city helping us with 911 calls. We have done an emergency recall of all sworn personnel back to duty. And we are working with the fire department right now to ensure that 2 small fires that were started in the area are safely extinguished. But again, we need everyone to avoid the area if possible. And the people who are in the area, we understand your frustrations. This is not sustainable. But we need people to leave the area at this time.
Is the National Guard involved?
We have communicated with the National Guard. They have been on standby for several days. And we have ensured the National Guard, as well as all of the local law enforcement partners, are aware of the situation.
Chief and Mayor, if I can ask you, this is a statement from Tricia McLaughlin, spokesperson for DHS. She said in her statement, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. Seen here, they showed a picture of it. The officers attempted to disarm the suspect, but the armed suspect violently resisted. More details on the armed struggle are forthcoming. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid. Is that what happened?
So Minneapolis Police, the question was, you read a statement from DHS saying that a weapon was presented and there was attempts to disarm the person. Again, like I stated earlier, Minneapolis Police, as well as our supervisors, our watch commander, responded to the scene. We were not provided any public safety statement around the incident, what happened. We have since seen a video that is circulating online, like thousands of other people have at this time. So we do not know what happened prior to the recording that is online right now. I immediately called for the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension to respond, to conduct an investigation. They are on the scene. I believe the FBI is on the scene as well. But I think the video speaks for itself. What I can tell you is we have identified this person, 37-year-old white male, resident of the city. The only interaction that we are aware of with law enforcement has been for traffic tickets, and we believe he is a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry.
Chief, can you clarify, was MPD cut out of this investigation? Has the BCA been cut out like we've seen from the 2 previous shootings?
The question was, has MPD been cut out of the investigation, and has the BCA been cut out? As I stated, I immediately requested the BCA to respond. It's my understanding that they are on the scene. I have not heard anything otherwise. There was initially some information was relayed to me over the radio that our officers were told that they were either not needed or could leave, and I gave a direct order to ensure that Minneapolis Police maintain the scene, as well as other state and local law enforcement.
Chief O'Hara, do you know whether it was multiple officers involved in the shooting or one officer, and do you know their whereabouts? Are they in custody at all or still on the scene?
So the question was is there multiple officers involved in the shooting? That is the preliminary information. That is our understanding, that it was more than one law enforcement officer involved in the discharge. And again, there is public video that shows several law enforcement officers in a scuffle with someone.
Can you talk about the discrepancy? The initial reports said that the victim here was 51 years old. What the information that you have, where's that from?
So the question was, the initial reports said the victim was 51. The information that I have is we sent Minneapolis police officers to the hospital with the individual who was shot, and they have since identified that person.
2 more questions.
Do you have a name of the individual who was shot?
I do, and I'm not releasing it.
Are you able to talk? Have you been able to talk with top ICE and Border Patrol officials to ask them to please be in on this, or have you talked to them, or have you been rejected?
The question was, have we talked with federal law enforcement to be in on this? We have had conversations with Homeland Security Investigations this morning. We are told they do not have any information to share at this time, but we will attempt to maintain those communications going forward.
Do you believe that?
Question,
do you
last
believe
question.
that?
Last question.
Do you believe that they have no information to share at this time?
The question was, do I believe that they have no information to share at this time? I don't know if the individual that we were in contact with would or not. This is a Saturday morning, and just like it was for us, it was a scramble to do an emergency recall and to get people to the scene.
All right, thank you guys. We'll have more information if we get any later throughout the day.
That was Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara and Mayor
Yes.
Jacob Fry talking to us about the incident. And Caroline, you were taking copious notes here.
Yeah.
The mayor was very succinct about what he said and what he wants President Trump to do.
Yes, he said to President Trump, quote, this is a moment to act like a leader. Let's achieve peace. He claimed that these officers who have been, of course, 3,000 of them, as we've been reporting in this operation, have been, quote, emboldened with a sense of impunity. I think what stuck out to me the most was to what extent Minneapolis police have information from the federal government. We heard our Esme Murphy ask the question. DHS says that this man approached officers with a gun. O'Hara says we were not provided any statement. We've only seen the video, so we don't know what happened before that altercation. And then he said that the 37-year-old man who lives in Minneapolis, they say that's the victim, when asked about conflicting reports, we reported on our air what the Associated Press said, which is that it was a 51-year-old man. He said Minneapolis officers accompanied the man to the hospital. That's how they confirmed his identity. And in that confirmation of who he is, they say they have a name that they will not release. They said that they believe him to have no criminal record. You heard that, Reg.
Yep.
And that they believe that he is a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry. So that's some new information about the person who was shot and killed, a 37-year-old man, according to Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara. And yeah, that's the biggest thing that I took away in terms of new information that we had not yet heard, and that they had not heard directly from the Department of Homeland Security yet.
That was very different. I mean, we cover these press conferences regularly, all three of us as reporters, being out there, and you usually get more information at this point, but the chief made it clear he does not have much information right now.
Well, it's
and
a very developing scene.
Interesting.
Yes, it's very developing still, but remember, DHS in its statement this morning said around 9 a.m. Law enforcement officers were doing a targeted investigation. I'm reading verbatim from her statement here in Minneapolis against an illegal alien wanted for a violent assault. And then DHS, Tricia McLaughlin claims the individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. We have a photo of that handgun that we've been showing you on here. But again, Minneapolis police say that they got no public safety. Yes, that they are going off very limited information. Right. And that right now what they know is based on that video that we've talked about, we've seen, which captures one angle of this incident. It appears that there is another person who shot another angle on their cell phone of this incident from that other side, right? Because remember that video, if we can take it here, we're seeing it from across the street, and we're seeing a clear confrontation between multiple agents and this individual who is knocked on the ground. It is unclear what transpires. It is not clear that he was brandishing a gun in this circumstance. Of course, DHS claims that he was, and what we know now is that this is a 37-year-old man who lived in Minneapolis, according to Brian O'Hara, the police chief, and that they believe him to be somebody with no criminal history and that he is a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry.
Mayor Fry says the citizen was pummeled. Those were his words exactly. He said he was pummeled by federal officers. And the police chief also had a message for those people who are out there at the scene right now that this is an unlawful assembly. It is unsustainable. And if you are there, they're asking you to go home because you can, you know, face arrest for being there at an unlawful
And
assembly.
the chief acknowledged the anger. He said, I understand the anger, but this is now an unlawful assembly. You need to disperse. And Reg, to your point, he did say this is not sustainable, right? We've heard the local law enforcement, even in other agencies. He's talked about suburban police departments helping with mutual aid in this scene. We heard from some local police chiefs about the concerns they had about some of the tactics being used, saying that their own off-duty officers had been targeted by federal agents and some concerns about that. We've heard the chief talk about the concerns about tactics, and he mentioned that today too. He said their request is that these agents act with, quote, discipline, humanity, and integrity that they expect of their local law enforcement here in the city.
And you have to acknowledge the emotions of the moment. And we saw yesterday 10 below zero, thousands and thousands of people marching through the city because they didn't want the violence to continue, and then people waking up to this today. So we know emotions are high. That being said, the chief said, I wrote this quote down, please don't destroy our own city. So trying to temper the emotions that are getting harder and harder to temper.
And once again, we hope to hear from Border Patrol head Gregory Bovino. He is slated to have a press conference to give his take on exactly what happens. We're hearing from
that
them,
will be interesting.
That will be very interesting.
We're also going to hear from the governor here at 1:30. I'll be heading that way here shortly to that press conference. Usually, or I should say, at least in these recent incidents, namely the Renee Good shooting that happened on January 7th, the governor was flanked by his Department of Public Safety chief, Bob Jacobson, and Bob Jacobson, DPS, oversees the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, or the BCA is under their purview, right? So I'd be curious to ask the governor there, when we talk about, as we mentioned earlier on this broadcast, there has been a point of contention between the state and the federal government over the Renee Good shooting. They say that they would like the state to be involved. BCA claims that they have been shut out of that investigation. Right. I'd be curious to ask the DPS and BCA, have they gotten any word about, to the extent that they would be allowed to be processing this scene? It sounded like we did not hear anything from Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara in terms of what that sort of coordination looks like at this point.
I want to bring up something too. There was kind of a solemnness to him delivering the information this morning, and a life has been lost this morning. And you could tell the heaviness. He said that they had officers at the hospital to figure out and identify who this person is. So there's also the level of mourning. There is sadness. There is anger. And these images we're seeing just portray that, right?
Yeah. And what we're seeing right now
they're saying, please don't make it worse.
It's escalating as we see this video of also seeing people being taken away in handcuffs, as once again, the police chief said this is an unlawful assembly, not sustainable, and that people
getting gassed, you can see their faces.
Facing arrest because of that, so.
Covering. And they have asked people to stay home, but you can see people, it does not appear to. We also want you to hear what the mayor is saying. I mean, there has been so much conversation back and forth through us, the media, from Washington here. Mayor Fry said he had a very important message he wants the president to hear.
To President Trump, this is a moment to act like a leader. Put Minneapolis, put America first in this moment. Let's achieve peace. Let's end this operation, and I'm telling you, our city will come back. Safety will be restored. We're asking for you to take action now to remove these federal agents.
We know that's a request that the mayor has been making for a while now, and I know, Caroline, you've heard from the federal officials who came into town this week. I mean, we know the vice president did, and from all accounts, we haven't heard signs of slowing up as up to this moment.
Right. So I was at Vice President J.D. Vance's appearance in Minneapolis. That was on, we're on here on Saturday. It's on Thursday.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes these days pass like years.
Right.
So in that address, the vice president really talked about how he said he, was meeting with local business leaders and law enforcement agents, saying, we need to lower the temperature. But he really emphasized multiple times, and you heard the mayor actually directly mention this. He said, there needs to be more collaboration between the local officials, the state officials, and the federal officials. And, the mayor said today he's tired of being, quote, I'm tired of being told locals are being it's the responsibility of the locals to turn down the temperature. And we also heard from Greg Bovino earlier this week, too, that they're not relenting at this point. There's no end in sight yet for this operation.
We'll see if this changes things today. And Caroline, we know you're going to go talk with them, listen to the mayor, right?
Or I'm going to the governor. We just heard from the mayor.
Yes.
The governor. We are going to hear from him. I am just told from the governor's office that he has activated the State Emergencies Operations Center. He's meeting with public safety officials right now as we are on the air, and he will have that press conference in an hour, and I will be there. So.
Anything big you want to ask him?
Well, I really want the question to be answered about to what extent is the state involved in processing this scene and what investigations are going on. But we've got, I think, Esme Murphy here with us with an update from that, what we just heard from the mayor and the police chief. Esme?
Well, Caroline, I can tell you the thing that really stood out for me is one sentence from the chief. It said, this is not sustainable. This cannot go on. This is not sustainable. And I think that is what a lot of people in the city are feeling right now.
Yes, I can hear you, but I'm hearing multiple things in my IFB from off
the
air.
mayor also said, how many more residents, how many more Americans need to die or get badly hurt for this operation to end? These are extraordinary words from both the mayor and the chief. They used the word invasion several times. There had been an effort to tone down the rhetoric. The rhetoric is back up with this incredible shooting. I can tell you that the mayor and the chief, obviously, I was surprised to see had such little information. They had no information from DHS directly. I actually quoted from Tricia McLaughlin, the DHS spokesperson's comments, written statement, and they didn't know. They did say, though, that this 37-year-old white male from Minneapolis does have a permit to carry, as do thousands of people in Minnesota. But again, it obviously a very concerning moment here, and the concern, as has been the concern since Renee Good was shot, is this going to happen again? And actually, the question has been, when is this going to happen again? The mayor and the chief have both said they were very concerned that somebody else would die on the streets of Minneapolis, and now that has happened. The concern now is that no one else does. We were told that they will come back if they have any additional information, but for now, that's it. But they have very little information. They are obviously on the scene. I thought it was interesting that they said that the BCA was on the scene, because that's something that's very important to the state, that the BCA be part of this investigation, that the state be part of this investigation. The FBI is on the scene, and we heard just yesterday that the FBI agent who was going to open an investigation into Jonathan Ross, the agent that shot and killed Renee Good, has resigned because she apparently, we're told that she felt that she was not able to go forward with her investigation, which would have been a civil rights investigation into the death of Renee Good. So there are a lot of questions here, a lot of questions about who has control of the scene. But right now, I think it's extraordinary that the police chief and the mayor have been shut out from some of the initial statements and initial investigative results from Border Patrol. I think this is something that's incredibly unusual, and I think their language is very concerning here, that obviously this is something that is very, very dangerous. It's a very dangerous situation. And I think a lot of people are worried perhaps this could happen again.
Esme, I know you mentioned at the beginning that it was surprising how little information the chief had. Give us some perspective here. In a situation like this, typically the chief would have more information, right?
Absolutely, Susan Elizabeth. I mean, this is the streets of Minneapolis. This is, we're just a couple of miles from two different Minneapolis police precincts, and they have no information. There's a man dead on the streets of Minneapolis. There are videos showing it. The videos have created a great deal of concern. And the mayor did talk, the chief did talk to DHS, but did not get any information. We'll toss it back to you now.
Thank you, Esme. Let's go live to Mike Max, who's back at the scene. Mike, it looks like the scene is getting even more chaotic. What can you tell us? What's happening now?
It is, yeah. What's happening is a couple of cars have blocked the streets so that a Humvee back here you can see cannot get through. We've got one car coming this way, another going that way. The white Ford pickup here was parked for a while. Eventually they asked it to move. This woman came down this way and said she's not going to move. So now they're taking her out of the vehicle. And you can see what's going on. They had asked her to move this scene, and she didn't. And so you're watching a live arrest on the air because she had come down here and they'd asked her to leave. And so they were impeding traffic. The white pickup truck, I believe, succumbed and agreed to leave. But this vehicle right here said she was not going anywhere for a bit. And they asked her to leave a couple of times peacefully. Then an argument ensued, and you can see the end result is she's been arrested. We saw another person arrested before, and ICE has commandeered her vehicle. And I assume that she's going to the local precinct. But it's heating up. There's just too much commotion down here right now. There's so many things going on. They're trying to establish a new perimeter. You can see what's going on here. Here comes the next one. We interviewed that gentleman. We'll bring you that later as to what he was trying to achieve by having that pickup truck there. We'll bring you that a little bit later. But in essence, you can see the Humvee over here came down and asked people to leave. Now you got people throwing things from their houses.
And Maxie, is that Humvee the federal agent?
Yes, it's a federal agent that came when they couldn't get the vehicles to leave, and now you can see what's going on.
Yes, they're taking someone down in front of us right now.
It looks like the agents they're having to be aggressive because the crowd is very chaotic right now. They have been told this is the unlawful assembly.
Crowd's chaotic, and the people wouldn't leave, and so therefore they'd asked them to leave. They asked them to move with the Humvee. Nothing happened, and eventually this is the end result. And we saw someone else arrested for something else. We'll try to get another shot of this, another perspective on it, because we're being asked to move back to the sidewalks. But it is extremely aggressive, and there's just a lot going on right now.
And are you seeing a lot of agents right there?
A lot of agents right here because they've come to the scene. They've reestablished a whole different, hopefully we can show you later. They've parked cars for about 2 straight blocks in the middle of the street, police vehicles. So they're establishing a new perimeter so that the traffic can't, and if somebody drives down here, they can't get close to it. That's the pickup truck. We interviewed the gentleman that owned it earlier. We'll bring you that later in the newscast. And he was taken away because he was blocking traffic. He was a South Minneapolis resident. That told me he was waiting for someone, but that was his way of playing a stall game. Here comes the Humvee, and they're just really trying to reestablish another avenue or venue that people can get to and from. And with emergency vehicles possibly being needed in this area, this becomes some main ventricles to what has become ground zero. But they're taking the vehicles and leaving them right now, and. Here's another one.
What's the problem? He's trying to move his car.
So in this case, what it looks like is he got out of his car and said,
he's trying to leave.
I'm not getting involved in this. And you can see him right there. So in this case, I think they just want him to get out of the way or to park it somewhere else. You know, the other thing that the game that's changed here is you can see it up on the porch over there. Everybody is rolling on video all the time in this day and age. And so everybody's got a camera and everybody's capturing everything. Every time that we set up to do a report, there's 3 cameras trying to capture what it is that we're doing. And you just feel that, but it's everywhere. It's an automatic as soon as something happens. You can see the ICE agents now walking this way. and basically taking over this street right now.
And Maxie, we just heard from the police chief and the mayor. They're asking people not to come to that area. They're saying, we don't want to destroy our own city. Do you see anybody, or the crowd's growing?
They're growing, but what police have done is, you can't see it here, but about a block down, they're parking vehicles in the middle of the street for like a block at a time. So therefore, you can't get close or as close as you could. In essence, they're creating their own circumference here so that people can't come and go as they want. Now, you can see right there, they're getting closer and closer to whatever it is. And here comes another vehicle. Well, these are police vehicles. These are border vehicles. And they're going to try to get them out of here safely. So that's why they wanted to clear this path. And that's why they're, in essence, becoming the chauffeurs for them. You can see what's coming here.
Are they deploying more chemical irritants there, Maxie?
Those are agents. Yeah, here we go. If they get you close.
And we know in other areas right now we're seeing more gas being deployed.
Those are all agents.
495.
Yeah, you can kind of anticipate it sometimes because you can see it's building towards an apex. We saw one person that was arrested and taken away, and then what ensued was, it's almost like a routine to it. You can see it. This happens, then this is what's coming next. So you can almost anticipate if anybody gets aggressive when the gas is going to be deployed or the chemicals are going to be deployed. There's just kind of a rhythm to it right now because this has been done so many times over and over and over in this town that you begin to, there's a playbook to it almost. And it is much different than, you asked earlier about the George Floyd riots, much different than that. The demographics of the people that are out here are much different. There's much more driven by a different kind of political ideology, I guess. And during the Floyd riots, you actually were having a lot of conversations with people. But I got to tell you one thing, we're going to bring it to you a little bit later, too. There was a lady visiting with an agent, and they were just talking back and forth. And so we interviewed her afterwards to find out. She said, well, I just think... Here we go. She just said, I think it's important for me as a protester to humanize them and to let them know that I'm okay. And it was a rather compelling interview that we'll bring later on in our newscast somewhere about how I don't think I'm doing any good by fighting hate with hate. Let's see if we can at least establish some kind of a dialogue. But that is few and far between. Most are very aggressive. Most are shouting things in their face, and you're just watching, waiting to see if anything else erupts now. There's a van here. I don't know if it has, it's got some things written on it that we can't show, and I don't know if that's considered to be impeding traffic either, if they're going to take that out as well. But
okay,
we're going to move down here a little bit and see if we can get closer to the perimeter and show you what we're talking about.
Thank you so much, Mike. And remember, I mean, -7-degree temperatures they are dealing with out there. On the other side of the perimeter, we are going to go to our Adam Duxter, who has been at the scene since right after this happened this morning. And I believe Adam is where we're seeing more of that gas be
and
deployed.
More arrests. It seems like we saw a takedown, too, where Adam is. Adam, what's going on where you're at?
Yeah, Reg and Seuss, I want to show you guys something. There is another barricade that's up here now, but this is one that this crowd brought out, and I want you to hear from someone who's out here right now. Tommy, right? Yep. Tommy, tell people who are watching you at home right now, who are you? How do you relate to this?
I'm Tommy Beavis with Pimento Jamaican Kitchen, and a proud citizen of Minneapolis. And what we're doing is we're letting people know that this is our block, and we're going to protect our people. We're going to protect our community. We hear explosions behind us right now, but at the end of the day, we have volunteers ensuring that the protesters stay peaceful and stay on this side. We literally brought our barriers out from our rum bar to ensure that people know do not cross it. And as long as the police are aware that we have volunteers here, we don't need them to get involved in dispersing crowd. We have our own people doing that. We don't need them to cross the line. We don't need them to escalate. We don't need our people to escalate. We just need to ensure that everybody remains calm and peaceful throughout this process.
For people who don't know, Pimento is how far from where we are right now?
Walking distance. I'm looking at it right now. And this has been the safe space for our community. And the fact that it's right here on our doorstep is alarming. Nobody's safe in Minneapolis anymore, right? Brother George Floyd was murdered, lynched just a few blocks from here. Brother Winston was lynched just a few blocks from here. Sister Renee was lynched just a few blocks from here. And right here on our block, on our doorstep, on our safe space. Nicollet Avenue has been that safe space for so long. Of immigrants, of diverse people coming together for healing, for safety, for comfort, and now it's being violated right here in the heart of the city. But we're doing what we do best, protect our people, keep our people safe, and remember that Minnesota, this is one love and one Minnesota. We're leading with compassion, we're leading with community, we're leading with heart. Nobody's going to break the Minnesota one love.
We've been talking all morning. The fact that this happened right here, I mean, this is East Street.
East Street.
And people come here, they bring their friends, they bring their families, they bring people from out of town. What does it mean that this happened here?
It means that none of us are safe. It means that there's no limit, there's no line drawn, and that's why we're calling on the mayor, we're calling on the governor, we're calling on the president of the United States. Come home to Minneapolis. Let's sit down and break bread together. Donald Trump loves jerk chicken. He's from New York. So we'll have a summit here at Pimento where we can host everybody together so we can figure out how we can tone down the rhetoric. Enough is enough, right? What do we need to do to figure out how to put this to an end? And we need somebody to stand up tall and be like, enough is enough. We don't need to this escalate anymore. And I'm willing to be that person to host the president, to host the governor, to host the mayor right here at Pimento. This is where everybody come anyhow when they have issues, so we can break bread together and figure out what we need to do to scale this back.
Tommy, we're standing right next to this line.
Yeah.
We've been tear gassed here multiple times. You've heard the dispersal order. That seems like that was
tear gassing now. They're tear gassing now. We can see tear gas. I smell it. I feel it in the air.
Are you afraid at all?
We're not afraid because, one, black people, we're not afraid of this because we've been experiencing this for generations. But secondly, I'm not afraid because I know that Minnesotans will stand together and protect each other and make sure that we're all safe. I'm not afraid because I know that this is a part of the revolution not being televised. We're not afraid. We can hear those explosions. We're not scared. We're not afraid. We're going to continue to keep our people safe because one Minnesota united is how we're going to do this. We're going to show the world that we are indeed a model city. We're going to show them that no law, no government is going to break the backs of Minnesotans who love their neighbors as the Lord requests.
Tommy, how does this end?
It ends when we all as leaders stand up and say enough is enough. Enough is enough. And right now, enough is enough.
Thank you, Tommy.
We got Mike Max right in the middle of some commotion.
Maxie.
We're going to break from you, Adam. We're going to go right to Mike Max. Mike, what's going on?
Yeah, what's happening?
Well, we just got gassed again, so I'm not going to be able to go, but they're trying to get vehicles out of here. Vehicles. Oh, God, here we go.
Okay, we're just going to watch the video right now. As you can hear, Maxie.
Clear back there, Maxie, and I think he's with photojournalist Joe Van Ryn. So
yes.
They've been out there on the scene, and they've been trying to get that scene clear for quite some time. It's been called an unlawful assembly. It shows us how emotional people are.
The temperature is right now. Yeah. And what happened this morning, no doubt, only intensifying that. We know a life was lost. We know there are a lot of questions. We're expecting to hear from the federal side of the investigation shortly. We're going to hear from Greg Bovino. We want to know more about what happened. We heard that a gun was presented to agents and that it appears they acted. We know that a 37-year-old man has lost his life. Now, this all comes in the context of 2 weeks of mourning and protesting after Renee Good was killed. And as it looks right now, it's just heating up. You know, the mayor said, though, please don't destroy our city. They were pretty clear that they did not want people to show up. But it seems like, you know, it is the cat's out of the bag.
Well, the police chief said this is not sustainable and that they want people to stay away from that area. If you are there, they're asking you to disperse because it has now been declared an unlawful assembly. So they can face arrest if they do not disperse and get out of the way of the investigation and of those federal agents trying to contain that scene there, because there's still an investigation underway. Like you said, we're hopefully to hear from the head of Border Patrol so we can get the federal side of what they're saying. But we did hear the mayor make a plea to the president. How do we end this? How many more lives have to be taken before this action is ended and we can sit down and have a peaceful resolution to it all?
Well, you heard Tommy right there. I mean, we've had Tommy on our show a lot.
And I've eaten that One Love special a lot down there. Yeah, definitely. But you're looking at a live chopper forward. You can see the chemical irritants in the air. They are really trying to disperse that scene. And, oh, that's something to see from the air there.
And as you saw our Mike Max and our Joe Van Ryn running from the scene right there as things are heating up. And, I mean, just look at that. Again, factor in, I keep bringing it up because it's so important. I mean, there's people around the country who have never felt temperatures like this. It's 7 below zero right now in Minneapolis with high winds, the wind chills, no doubt, much lower right now. So you add that on top of the irritants, on top of the mourning, on top of the anger, on top of the frustration, and just like people were saying, how long can we sustain like this? I think that's a big question.
But as you said, they do not want to see the city burn. Again, like what happened during George Floyd, the uprising. So they're asking people to be peaceful if they are out there. If they are out there, try to disperse. It's time to go home, they're saying.
Yes, I mean, the exact quote from the mayor, please don't destroy our own city, asking people to not get violent. Now, what we see right there are crowds. We see emotions, a lot of that happening. Now, any second now, we're going to hear from Greg Bovino. Very interested on that, because what was striking when we heard from the police chief, in his own city, he had very little information about why a man had died. And 37-year-old, what do we know about that man?
Well, first of all, let's listen to a woman who showed up out here at the protest and why she felt motivated to come out here and be a part of all this.
What brought you out here, and kind of just tell me who you were chatting with and what words you were using to comfort her.
So my husband is in there somewhere. Like, we were at home, you know, in our posh home in Edina, and we were watching the news and learned that there was another shooting here. And like, we were just like, I can't stand this anymore. I can't stand what's happening here. So we came out immediately, and you know, we were here after a lot of the folks were getting pulled out and, like, you know, tear gas and can't see out of their own eyes because they're literally blinded by the chemicals. And so I was helping people back there, and I happened across this woman. I don't know where she is now, but she was having a panic attack. She was in the moment of having a panic attack, and I walked up and I gave her a huge hug, and I just said to her, I said, we got this. This is when we show our resolve as a city, because we're better than this. We are under attack by this administration right now, and this is not okay. It's just not. I'm a 55-year-old woman who lives in Edina, and I have to come in here and tell the world, like, we have to change this. This is not okay for our city.
How long?
It's not okay for our city.
Yeah, I think those are shared emotions by a lot of people. And you know, people have many perspectives on this. We've seen that, right? But I think something everyone can agree on is that someone lost their life, and that's a really sad thing this morning.
A 37-year-old resident of Minneapolis, according to the police chief, he has no criminal history. He does have a lawful permit to carry a gun, and they're saying that the only thing he's had on his record are traffic tickets.
And that's what Minneapolis police could tell us. So far, we got one statement from DHS, which is the federal side. Again, we're going to hear from the federal side. You can see right there any second, Greg Bovino. What they have told us is that a weapon was shown to agents, and they responded.
And they responded exactly, saying that they basically feared for their lives, and they were in an altercation with this guy, and then the agent fired to protect themselves.
And I'm really curious to hear what they have to say here, because again, the police chief said they had very little information, so we know most of the information is in the hands of the feds right now, and that's who we're going to hear from.
And the question was asked, there was very little coordination between local and federal officials. And like you said, the police chief said he's a top cop, and he doesn't know what's happening on the streets of Minneapolis because he says the feds are not sharing that information. So I'm curious to hear what the feds have to say, although they first reported it was an immigrant who approached those officers with a weapon. We have not seen that in the video that was given to us here at WCCO, but there are other viewpoints of that. We're hoping to get that video in
right, because we don't know what happened leading up to that video. And the police chief said that. He said, I don't know what happened. Everyone has seen video where we see someone just taking lick after lick. But what happened before that, what transpired, that's what we're waiting to hear more about from the federal officials any second now.
But our Caroline Cummings is all her way to hear from the governor. The governor's going to speak in about an hour, and we're kind of curious to hear what he has to say and what questions he will have of our federal law enforcement partners here that are on the ground in the city of Minneapolis.
I'm curious, Reg, you and I both have been reporters for several decades, and something that has stood out to me for the past 2 weeks is typically when we go go to these scenes, we often do see law enforcement working together. They thank each other. That's the first thing we do. We kind of make jokes sometimes. They thank everybody, you know, everyone who came out. And this is the first time I can remember getting different perspectives from law enforcement.
Same way. Photojournalist Chris Cruz and I have worked with Operation Safe Summer, where local and federal law enforcement work together to kind of clear the streets of the worst, the bad guys who they want off the streets. They always work together in these situations. Like you said, they're thanking each other. They're working in conjunction with each other. They partner. Everything they do is for the safety of the community. It's been different since Operation Metro Surge here. We're not seeing the cooperation between local and federal law enforcement officials.
And an example there, we see the yellow vest. So there's different law enforcement on scene too. And honestly, I found it hard at times to tell who's who.
Yeah, well,
so that makes it trickier keeping the peace.
It does. But we knew at first it was HSI and Border Patrol and ICE agents out there forming a perimeter. Then we saw the vests, as you said. And those were Hennepin County sheriffs trying to show themselves different to State Patrol.
Yeah, explain the conservation officers.
And the conservation officers are also used because, like the police chief said, they were calling out all their local partners. And even the DNR has been at some of these scenes. They're trying to make sure they use every lawful law enforcement agent to help control the crowds. They're not arresting people. They're not doing anything like that. They're just trying to control the crowds, to keep people safe and to keep our city from burning.
Right. And I think that is what obviously the mayor and the chief were afraid of this morning when they issued that very clear statement asking people not to come to the scene. But we see people are coming to the scene, and that is no doubt fueled by emotions.
Yeah. And if you talk about Adam Duxter was talking about how it's almost a standoff. If you see the agents forming their line and you see the citizens there in South Minneapolis standing their line too. Because as Mike Max talked to one of the protesters out there, they're just trying to protect their community. They set up a border there. They put trash cans out there to make sure, as they said, we don't want ICE agents in here. We'll stay back this way. We want them on the other side of our perimeter trying to protect their communities.
I really enjoyed that interview that we got from Adam Duxter with Tommy, who owns Pimento, a business right there near the scene of the shooting on Eat Street. He has Caribbean food, great spicy stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But he was just searching for, he said, one love. And it does in this moment feel like unity is far away.
Well, he offered to use food, which is the common denominator of us all, to bring in the mayor, to bring in the governor, to bring in the president, to let them sit down and talk this thing out. This is not sustainable. They want to figure out a way to promote peace, to get this action to stop. Let's listen to Tommy Beavis again.
I love what he had to say.
And this has been the safe space for our community, and the fact that it's right here on our doorstep is alarming. Nobody's safe in Minneapolis anymore, right? Brother George Floyd was murdered, lynched just a few blocks from here. Brother Winston was lynched just a few blocks from here. Sister Renee was lynched just a few blocks from here. And right here on our block, on our doorstep, on our safe space, Nicollet Avenue has been that safe space for so long. Of immigrants, of diverse people coming together for healing, for safety, for comfort, and now it's being violated right here in the heart of the city. But we're doing what we do best, protect our people, keep our people safe, and remember that Minnesota is one love and one Minnesota. We're leading with compassion, we're leading with community, we're leading with heart. Nobody's going to break the Minnesota one love.
Nobody's going to break the Minnesota one love.
Leading with compassion, community, and heart.
Welcomed words after this very, very tough morning. And we know a lot of people woke up to that news today, right? I mean, a lot of people sleep in. It's Saturday. It was just after 9 o'clock this morning.
Our show ended this morning, WCCL Saturday morning, when we heard about that shooting near 27th and Nicollet, right in front of the Good Grocer there on Eat Street in South Minneapolis. A crowd began forming almost instantly, blowing their whistles, shouting profanities at the federal agents that were there.
And at first we didn't know what was going on, right?
No.
We just knew ICE agents, or federal agents rather, were involved. But then we've gotten more information throughout the morning. Not a ton, but we have gotten information from federal and from the police chief, who basically didn't say much, but told us the basics, right?
Yeah, he basically said that once that individual was shot, that he sent officers to the hospital to get information about who that victim was. And we're told that individual was a 37-year-old man who is an American citizen, who has nothing but parking tickets on his record, and is a lawful gun owner and allowed to carry a weapon on him.
And that is the information the police chief said. Then we did get a statement, a written statement from DHS. Again, any second, we're going to hear from, hopefully, Greg Bovino and get more information from the federal side. But they pretty much said right out of the gate, hey, the agents felt threatened here by that gun, right?
They said he had a 9mm gun and 2 magazines on him. He brandished that in front of the agents. There was a scuffle, and the agents fired because they feared for their life.
And we do know that there are certain times when law enforcement do have protection in acting like that. We don't know if this was that case at all, but we're waiting to get more information on that. We do know that there's the gun.
There's the gun, picture of the gun that the Department of Homeland Security has given to all of us here at CBS News, and that is the gun that they say that the individual who was shot and killed was brandishing to the ICE agents, and that is the reason why they fired and to protect themselves.
And the chief did again say that it was someone who was permitted to carry a weapon, right?
Yes.
And it really got me just seeing the police chief, the heaviness on his face, talking about how officers had to go to the hospital, identify the person. You know, people were saying, hey, can you say the name, chief? And he said, no, I can't. And that, no doubt, is out of respect for people who are getting the worst news of their entire life this morning, who knew that person.
And we've talked to the chief just right after Renee Good was shot and killed, and he said this was his biggest fear. This was his biggest fear, that this would happen and it would set off a chaotic scene in the streets of Minneapolis. And this is what they're dealing with right now, an unlawful assembly near 27th and Nicollet where a man has lost his life, and people, like you said, the tensions are high and people are lashing out and saying no more.
Yeah, and I think that the hope by him was that this won't get worse. And the way they're saying to not make it worse is to stay home right now.
That's right. And the police chief is asking people to stay out of that scene. Don't go down there.
We see people are there, though.
Yeah, they're down there. But and he just said you do have a right to express your First Amendment rights and protest. But when it gets to the point where you're attacking these agents who are trying to do a job, it becomes an unlawful assembly, and they want people to disperse in the area.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are being reminded of what happened in the days after George Floyd was killed in this city. Yes. And that is one of the biggest fears from people, is that businesses and innocent people would not get caught up. We can see they're controlling the crowds right there. I mean, this has been a huge theme over the past few weeks, right?
We've seen it in different locations, especially at the Whipple building, the Whipple Federal building, where crowds have gotten a little out of control and they've used chemical irritants to try to control them. But even in -7-degree temperatures, Susan and Elizabeth, these people are still out there expressing their discontent with ICE in our communities. I
know, and there's probably people around other country, you know, in other parts of the country going, how in the world do people do this? I think something I took away from yesterday's huge, large-scale protest on the coldest day in 6 years in Minnesota was that that's part of it. People are saying, we don't care how cold it is. We want to make our point. We want our voice to be heard. Esme Murphy was at the press conference with the mayor. And Esme, I know one of the most startling things about the press conference was that the police chief didn't seem to have a lot of information about what had happened in his city.
It is surprising because it obviously is a homicide that happened in the city. Also, I'll note that there have not been that many homicides so far this year in the city of Minneapolis. 2 of them have involved ICE now, which is a remarkable statistics. I know that we're awaiting the press conference from Greg Bovino, the commander of the Border Control. I'm sure they didn't want this as well, but certainly there are an awful lot of questions. I go back to that protest yesterday, which was so powerful. It was so powerful to see thousands and thousands of people in sub-zero weather. I mean, this was -10, wind chills -30, deciding that they had to come down and march and take a stand. I mean, this is something that is permeating the entire state of Minnesota. It was interesting, you heard the woman from suburban Edina that you had on. This is registering across all kinds of people, suburbs, exurbs across the state. And I think there's a lot of concern. One of the things that I was planning to do this coming week is interview somebody from the Minnesota Farmers Bureau, because they are worried about some of these ICE raids in the rural areas and in the outstate areas, because those areas depend on immigrant labor to do all their work. So this is a very, very sobering time. And something that Reg said, really stands out to me, Reg. All of these people behind the scenes, like the mayor, the police chief, officers on the ground, have all said they were worried this was going to happen. Some said it was a matter of time. And I think the fact that it has happened is just something that is so alarming. And I think that you have this parallel universe where DHS will come out here pretty soon to make a statement. And they have their reasoning. They are going straight ahead, at least according to the statement from Tricia McLaughlin. They're already justifying this as a justified shooting, saying in Tricia McLaughlin's DHS statement, I think that that's very important, that came out within minutes of the shooting, that this man, that the agents were approached with a gun. So I think that's a pretty quick step that we've heard from DHS. It'll be very interesting to hear what Greg Bovino has to say. And obviously this scene is still unfolding, but you folks are doing a great job up there. It's just a very tense situation here at City Hall, as everybody is just waiting to see what happens, and also what the commander of the Border Patrol has to say in just a few minutes, we hope.
May, watching that press conference from here, it just seemed there was a heaviness and a sadness to the police chief, the way he gave that information.
And the mayor.
And the mayor, obviously, just very passionate and clear, asking the president to come into cooperation. How would you describe the room, Esme?
Well, I can tell you, I agree with you, Susan Elizabeth. I've covered both the mayor and the police chief a tremendous amount. The police chief did have a heaviness to him. He is an emotional man. We've seen him shed tears when there have been shootings of police officers. He basically looked just worn and just very, very concerned. And then the mayor also, I think, was reverting back to anger. Angry that this is happening again. Anger that this situation that they have all been worried about behind the scenes has happened, and the tension on the streets is so high. It's so high. I mean, it's just, everything is so volatile. And this man that was shot, the police chief said he has a conceal and carry permit. Well, thousands of Minnesotans have conceal and carry permits. There are a lot of guns on the street, both legally and illegally, in Minneapolis. I know that photojournalist Joe Kaczynski and I were at a scene on December 15th that quickly went out of control. And I remember both of us looking at each other, and this was a scene where there were arrests and people were knocked to the ground and confrontation with ICE. I remember saying that, all we need is somebody to pull out a gun, and this is going to be a disaster. Sadly, this continues to happen, and I think officials here are just, I think, a bit in disbelief, but obviously moving forward with what they have to do.
Okay. Thank you so much, Esme. I want to read a statement here. We are hearing from Tom Emmer, congressional Republican from Minnesota. And this is a statement that was made on X. It says the governor and local leaders' rhetoric has empowered criminals and put federal law enforcement's life at risk. It's dangerous and has made the situation in Minneapolis much worse. Unlike my Democrat colleagues, I'm going to let law enforcement conduct their investigation. So that's what we're hearing right now.
Some elected officials are saying that.
Let them figure out what happened, asking people not to make assumptions. And I think we all want to know more about what happened. And I believe that we will after we hear from Greg Bovino here
and then
in just a few
hopefully
minutes.
within a little half an hour from now, we'll also hear from Governor Walz. And that's where our Caroline Cummings is on her way to see what he has to say about that. And hopefully, we can get shed some more light on exactly how this investigation will move forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just want to kind of walk through it again for people who woke up this morning to the news. It was just about 9:05 9:03, according to the Minneapolis police chief, when this happened. Eat Street, very family-friendly, popular area of Minneapolis. There's tons of ethnic restaurants. I mean, Caribbean, Mexican, you name it,
Asian German food.
Yeah, everything is right there in that little hub. And this is 9 o'clock on a very cold, -9-degree morning. And then we started getting word here that there had been a shooting involving federal agents.
And then we got some video into WCCO that showed officers or agents, on top of one individual. There was an altercation, and then we hear gunshots. And that was in front of the Good Grocer there on 27th and Nicollet Avenue. That's when we started hearing whistles and started seeing people come out yelling and screaming at ICE agents. And they were trying to set up a perimeter, HSI, Border Patrol, and ICE agents to try to make sure that they contain that scene. And our Adam Duxter is live still out there near 26th and Nicollet. Adam, what's going on there?
He's been out there all day.
All day.
Yeah, Reg and Sue. So when we saw you last, hold on, I'm going to pause.
Front here on 26th. You need to move back now, or chemicals will be deployed. This is your warning.
I want you to see this. Barricade to the north, barricade to the south, and then if you look here to the east, Suze and Reg, we're on 26 now, headed east. If you look to your left, or if Will will show you on his left, they are setting up dumpsters here to block the street from these large armored vehicles to get out. We're standing right in front of Little Tijuana there, and here's the Prodigal. I mean, again, these are, if you live in Minneapolis and you like to go out to eat, people know this area. You hear the promise for chemical agents here, and the reasoning behind that, Reg and Suze, is you see this barricade here. This is 26th and 1st, or yes, this is 26th and 1st here, where you see these people lined up and you see these dumpsters set up here, because what's about to happen here in a moment is they're going to attempt to clear this scene. We've been saying it all day long. And this is what's going to happen. Sorry, are you associated with this restaurant here? We're talking to people. My name is Adam. Would you talk to us for a second? We're at WCCO. What is your name?
Jeff.
Jeff.
Palmetto.
And you're the owner of the Prodigal here. Yeah. You just heard the warning a second ago. They're going to come through with chemical agents. We are standing right in front of your restaurant.
Right. We're trying to be a public house. We're trying to let the neighbors gather in peace and in safety and to fight against this bullshit.
How are you feeling? You're looking straight down.
A neighbor was murdered. One of our regular pub attenders was right there. I mean, they were murdered on the street. Well, I mean, how are you supposed to respond? It's ludicrous. It's asinine. It's crazy.
You're a business owner.
I'm a business owner. I was shut down yesterday. We're going to have to be closed today. It affects, there's a lot of ripples, not just emotionally, spiritually into people's lives, but economically in the neighborhoods and businesses.
But as a business owner, you pour into this community.
I've been in this neighborhood for 40 years. I was a pastor for 38, 2 blocks down.
How would you describe this time now compared to any of the other times you've seen?
Well, it reminds me of the Middle East. It's total chaos, military presence, invasion. Everybody in Minnesota wants these folks out. 2 people have been murdered.
Anything else you'd want people to know? Your business is right here. We just heard from the owner of another restaurant just up Nicollet as we were standing there. Yeah. But I think for the business owners who love and pour into this community, your insight is so valuable. Is there anything else you'd want people watching at home right now to hear from you?
I just think we need to stand together, and we need to tell the truth about what we see and not let others tell us what we're seeing.
Jeff, thank you. I know you're busy. I know, and Reg and Suze, I mean, we just heard from the owner of the Prodigal. We heard from the owner of Pimento a moment ago. And you also just heard from the State Patrol, who said, hey, this is your warning. We are going to deploy chemical irritants. And we were talking with our crew here. We have a photojournalist and we have security here with us as well, about what's the exit plan or the exit strategy going to be for us. And we're looking, and here at this apartment complex, they have an exit that would be a place to get out, barricaded off. And then if you look behind us here, you see those dumpsters that are set up here on 26th.
Yeah.
And you both saw when we were on Nicollet, as it feels like things are ramping up here a moment. You both saw on Nicollet what the scene was when they tried to roll through that armored car. My sense of time is a little skewed, but I want to say that was at least a couple of hours ago now. And there was people hanging off of the front of that armored car. And you hear them urging this crowd now once more to go home, and they're slowly going to push back. And they're trying to walk this crowd back, because what they're going to do is they're going to try and move these vehicles through. And we're going to go to Mike Max here in a second.
Okay, thank you so much, Adam. And you heard the State Patrol there saying that they will deploy irritants. Let's go to Mike Max right now, who's on the other side of the perimeter. Mike.
Yeah, they've issued their last warning. They're slowly walking, and they're now starting to confront some more of the protesters that decided not to succumb. They've already made the threat that they're going to deploy gas again, and there's a small group here, contingent, that is choosing, I guess, to confront the officers as they walk slowly, and then they're trying to set up a bigger perimeter to get the vehicles out of here. But some people have chosen to continue to stay right up at the line here and fight this. So I think any minute, if they don't, you're going to either see the spray come out, or they're going to get chemically deployed. They're going to have some chemicals deployed. You can see the vehicles behind them that they're trying to get out of here. And in essence, I think they're trying to leave the scene, and there will be no one to protest to.
Is what they're doing.
And so you can see this right here. They're just slowly walking. We get over here, Nick. They're slowly walking. They're putting down, and about 10 feet from where people are throwing dumpsters and cables, here they come. You see if you can get that shot right there. Okay.
Maxie, can you
They
tell?
just deployed tear gas.
Who is deploying the gas?
So there's our officers, there's the people, and about on Nicollet and 26th, they're now starting to throw dumpsters towards the officers, which you can see over here. Simple debris. Oh my, if you get the shot there, the gas is coming in a big way. Look at everybody coming, and the tear gas is right behind. They're going to clear the streets. This is coming in a big way right now. Look out, Nick, there's a car behind you. But the gas has been deployed. They've just deployed all these troops. And the people are either going to have to walk away, or they're going to have tear gas in their eyes in a matter of seconds, because it's moving down this way. We've seen this before. You can see the white gas there. You can see the people confronting the officers. But they probably won't be here for long, because you just can't take it. When that chemical gets into you, all you can do is cough. And so this is the final retreat, I think. There are far fewer people, by the way, than were here before. The last round of tear gas sent a lot of people either home or scattering. But they're moving quickly now, folks. Here we go. Let's go, Nick. We're going to get it, buddy. You can see the canisters coming out. Here they are right there. And they're moving the last group of people as best they can out of here. And oh my, that's right by us, man.
Yeah, we kind of lost your shot.
Now that people are throwing it back, they're throwing it back at these. We got to go. We got to go.
Yes, we want you to get to safety right now.
I got you, Nick. I got you, Nick.
But we can see the shot from Sky 4, and you can see the chemical irritants actually sweeping through that area that were just released by those law enforcement there on the scene. They're trying to control the scene. The Minneapolis police chief has said, Brian O'Hara, this is not sustainable. This is an unlawful assembly. They're asking people to disperse the area, and they're forced to use chemical irritants to drive them out of that scene.
And I'm not sure if you could tell, Reg, I know when we heard from Adam, we could hear it was State Patrol that was asking people to leave or saying they were going to deploy irritants. I couldn't tell with Maxie who was deploying the irritants, if it was
either,
federal
but
it
looks like it was state officials who were basically trying to contain the scene, trying to make sure protesters are safe, but also to disperse.
And I cannot imagine in this moment out there if it's not confusing to people.
They don't know who's federal, who's state,
who is local. And there's been an amount of people who have seen local as sort of their protection in this. And then they have seen ICE as agitator. And in this moment, not sure who can tell who is who.
And that is true. And as you see, people are moving back. Those chemical irritants seem to be working to disperse that crowd. Our Mike Max was caught up in it as well, him and photojournalist Joe Van Ryn.
Our absolutely amazing photojournalists who are on the line. And I want to be clear to you, it is below zero. There are high winds. There are irritants in the air. But this is how important this story is, that we are committed to be there. We have security with us, too, is we are not taking this lightly at all. But we think it's important for you to see history unfolding with your own eyes. That's why our crews right now are still rolling, see, with the tensions like that. People just running, coughing, mourning, screaming.
And how cold it is, the irritant seems to linger in the air. So even after the big impact of the smoke passes you, and we've been out caught in this too, Suze.
Yes, we have.
Just sticks to you. You cough and you can't get it out of your system because it just kind of lingers. And that's what we're seeing right here. But as Mike says, it's just the adrenaline that's keeping people going, because how are they doing this in negative 7-degree temperature?
Speaking of adrenaline, Adam Duxter, his crew has been out there since at least, 9:30 this morning straight. Adam, what's happening on your side of the area?
Yeah, Suze, we just saw a second ago, and I don't know if you could hear it if we had any live feeds going. We saw one of the people in this crowd throw, I don't know if that was an M80 or what, but some sort of firework back towards the federal agents, not federal agents, sorry, rather the State Patrol, who is here to try and disperse people. I told you all essentially this morning, as we're probably to a safe spot in the gas, but this is what had to happen at some point, is they had to get these crews, whether it's Minneapolis police or Minnesota State Patrol, or I'm not sure how many federal agents are still here, but they had to get them out at some point. And so that is really what we just saw. And it appears they're trying to get out on 26th and head east from the scene. But that was as much force as we can see, and it sent the entire crowd scattering. Gas, you name it. They're using less lethals, as they will say, and that stuff is no joke, as you've said. You want to ask yourself the question, though, is if they're clearing the scene, is this at least slowing down or settling down for now? I can tell you that we were at the scene when Renee Good was shot and killed by ICE agent Jonathan Ross just about 2.5 weeks ago. And the biggest clash we saw that day was when the federal agents were trying to leave, and then things were kind of on a standstill with Minneapolis police on scene that day. And then there was another clash when Minneapolis police left, and then almost instantly that night, if you can both remember, people just started flooding back into the scene, and it was a vigil in a moment's time. And then that night, the night that Renee Good was killed, if you can remember, on 34th in Portland, there was 10,000 roughly people out there in a peaceful protest that night. And so you wonder now if those crews have rolled out, and we can give you again a look back there as they are rolling out. You wonder and you hope if that is the end of the clashes, at least for today, if that they're through, and that this street will reopen, and there's no longer a standoff, if you will. But you could see that gas and the attempt to get out there was so intense. And now I think the crowd is pushed back and they're not sure what to do. But you could still hear it a little. But again, I think we've been saying it all morning long, is that as this crowd grows, at some point, the law enforcement on scene is going to want to try and clear out. And we saw that happened just now. That is what we just witnessed, and you can still see. Our photojournalist Will Grinder is going to give us a shot down the street. Look at that image, just riding through the smoke of the heavily armored vehicles on 26th. and just the armed people running with them. And now it looks like, again, things are really clearing out. But you would hope, Reg and Suze, that with people clearing out, with those law enforcement on the scene clearing out, that we've seen the end this morning and this afternoon of people being gassed or just these less lethal means used. But you really can't say for sure. But that's what we just saw there a moment ago, was them just trying to move out.
Well, thank you so much, Adam, for your reporting this morning. We want to go now to Greg Bovino, who is in town. He's about to address us from the federal perspective. It sounds like they have a lot of information about what happened. We're waiting to hear his words. He's coming to the podium right now. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here today. I'm Gregory Bovino, and I have the privilege and honor of leading United States Border Patrol and Customs and Border Protection here in Minneapolis. Some of those brave men and women of Border Patrol and Department of Homeland Security law enforcement join me here today to show support for all federal law enforcement who have been under constant attack in Minneapolis for weeks now. This morning was no different. At 9:05 a.m. Central Standard Time, as DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien, Jose Huerta Chuma. You can see this illegal alien on the screen to my left and right. That is Jose Huerta Chuma, whose criminal history includes domestic assault to intentionally inflict bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license. During this operation, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, a Border Patrol agent fired defensive shots. Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 loaded magazines and no accessible ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. Then, about 200 rioters arrived at the scene and began to obstruct and assault law enforcement. Crowd control measures have been deployed for the safety of the public and law enforcement. This situation is evolving, and more information is forthcoming. The officer was highly trained and had been serving as a Border Patrol agent for 8 years. The officer has extensive training as a range safety officer and less lethal officer. As mentioned, this is only the latest attack on law enforcement. Across the country, the men and women of DHS have been attacked, shot at, doxxed, had their family members threatened. And, as we have seen, more than 100 vehicle rammings over the past year against federal law enforcement. We will not allow violence against our law enforcement officers, and we need state and local help, state and local law enforcement, to help us coordinate to get violent criminals off the street. Mayor Fry and Chief O'Hare just a few minutes ago did the opposite of that by omitting the fact that the suspect had a gun and magazines full of ammunition. In what looks like a situation, again, where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. I want to reiterate what President Donald Trump, Secretary Kristi Noem, myself, Director Marcos Charles, and so many others have said time and again. If you obstruct a law enforcement officer or assault a law enforcement officer, you are in violation of the law and will be arrested. Our law enforcement officers take an oath to protect the public. We go to work every day to protect our friends, our neighbors, and our fellow citizens. The fact of the matter is that the law does not enforce itself. It takes men and women who are willing to risk their lives to enforce it. The men and women of CBP and ICE, law enforcement, are highly trained professionals who love this country and do this work because they want to leave their kids and their grandkids a country that's safe and secure. Questions?
Commander.
One question. First question, when did agents learn that he had a gun, and did he ever brandish that weapon at agents?
Allie, this situation, again, is evolving. This situation is under investigation. Those facts will come to light. This particular incident is being investigated just like we investigate other similar incidents like we've done over the past several years. It's in the hands of professionals. Those facts will come to light.
All right, going on to the next question. So, did he have an additional gun, or was the gun moved from the scene? And I watched the video from start to finish of how the man was wearing the red jacket, and it doesn't seem like he pulled the weapon at any point. So, did it come from the agent? Did they say, hey, he pulled the gun before, during, after? When does the gun come out?
Again, this situation's evolving. This is under investigation. Those facts will come to light. But let's take a look at the gun. You can see the gun here on the screen there that individual possessed. It appears to be a semi-automatic, high-capacity type, possibly a Sig Sauer 9mm.
All right, no more questions. Sorry, no more questions, sir.
Commander, the videos that are publicly available directly contradict the speculation that you are putting out there at the moment. What comment do you have? Commander, there's no video supporting the way that you are addressing this issue.
Okay, I am joined right now by Frank Vassalero and Derek James. You guys came in, of course, this is such a big story. We're going to be continuing it nonstop. But that was the first time we got a little bit more information on what happened. You know, we had talked to the police chief this morning who said, I know very little. Greg Bovino giving more information, as he says the federal account was that at the end of the day that an agent feared for his life.
And that an individual with that 9mm violently resisted arrest were Bovino's words, saying that an agent fired defensive shots, that person had 2 loaded magazines, and that he considered this an attempt at a massacre against law enforcement.
And we should be clear that that person that they shot, Bovino says, was a citizen who saw them trying to arrest
this other gentleman,
an undocumented immigrant who they are going after, supposedly someone with a criminal record. And he intervened in the situation in some way. Now, he didn't explain how police saw the gun or what led to that. And then we had a good question from our Connor White that was unanswered about what you're saying doesn't appear to be the same story as what's happening in the video.
The video that we're seeing thus far, which is one angle that we've seen reportedly, and obviously we know, as we've heard from our reporters out there in South Minneapolis, that there are folks recording and documenting this everywhere. So it is very likely that we're going to see additional pieces of video.
Everybody's been watching is this video and wanting to know what led up to it. And we got a little bit of information from that today. You know, the president, right before this press conference started, put a message out on Truth Social. So we are getting that in right now.
Yeah, let's bring that to you if we can pull that up. This is the message from President Trump. It reads, "Where are the local police? Why weren't they allowed to protect ICE officers? The mayor and the governor called them off." Now he's asking that as a question, as you can see on the screen. It is stated that many of these police were not allowed to do their job, that ICE had to protect themselves. Not an easy thing to do. The first time that we are hearing from President Trump today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm sure we'll hear more from them and more from DHS. And again, we just heard from Bovino's side, but you know, there's a lot of conflict, and as you can see, emotions are running so high, and people are upset, and they're completely disregarding the order of, hey, please don't go to the area. Right. Please disband. They're doing the opposite, and it's not a judgment statement. That's just a factual statement, because I know that people are upset and they're angry, and it's very very emotional time, and people are really passionate. And to wake up on a Saturday morning and see another person in Minneapolis shot and killed at the hands of an ICE officer is extraordinarily upsetting to folks.
It's very interesting. It takes me right back to the moments after Renee Good, because we're going to get a lot of different perspectives on this, right? I mean, at this point, the city's saying we basically know nothing. And then federal officials saying that. People are going to see the video. There's going to be so many questions in the days ahead. They didn't even take questions after the press conference.
Yeah, and
they did.
Well, a few, yeah.
They took questions.
Okay.
That too, and I just worry almost more about the immediate, and I'm not sure what our tour is going to be here. We'll find out through our producers where we're going, but I'd like to see how, what's going on with the crowd. We saw what happens with Mike Max, where Frankie was on one side of 26 in Blaisdell, and where Adam was as well, because those are longer term questions. Today, I'm just wondering, is there more violence? Is there more disruption? This order of dispersal that we've heard from the police is not being obeyed or listened to. And we're going to try to bring people a sense of what's happening on the ground right now, and then start looking at those other
different angle of video we're getting right here. We got this into the station of the situation that unfolded. This is a different angle. We got this video from the Associated Press, so it gives a little bit of a different perspective on what happened. I think people could all see agents surrounding someone, and we've had to blur out part of it right there. But this gives you an idea of a different angle, and we know in these moments, phones are running, everyone's rolling.
And I think it's important to pull out, as we live in a world of AI, and people are saying, even the protests yesterday, oh, well, that is AI video.
Yes.
There's a rigorous process that goes through before we put these videos on the air, whether that's CBS News, WCCO, or the Associated Press, to verify the video. And we actually have teams that work to do that, to verify these videos before they ever go on air. Well, one other thing that's been talked about a lot since this Operation Metro Surge started is how much experience do these various federal agents have, because you have so many different agencies on the ground at the same time, as our reporters have even seen today. One thing I noticed is that Greg Bovino, when he spoke just moments ago, said that the agent, I believe, that fired his weapon was a Border Patrol agent with 8 years of experience.
Yeah, he did say that.
Yeah, let's hear a little bit more about what he said about what unfolded.
At 9:05 a.m. Central Standard Time, as DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien, Jose Huerta Chuma. You can see this illegal alien on the screen to my left and right. That is Jose Huerta Chuma, whose criminal history includes domestic assault to intentionally inflict bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license. During this operation, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, a Border Patrol agent fired defensive shots. Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 loaded magazines and no accessible ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
Okay, and earlier we heard from the mayor a little bit about the person who lost their life right there, and we were told it was a 37-year-old. Now, the police chief said that they did not have a record on the person outside of traffic citations, and said that they did have a permit to carry.
Yes, a lawful gun owner is what O'Hara said.
Mentioned from that, yes.
Yeah, a little confusion about that, and I'm sure we'll get it cleared up through the course of the day. We've heard he's 51, and then we heard a report that he was 37 from the police chief, who said he had officers with him at the hospital. But we'll get to the here and now and deal with that a little bit later. This is a live shot from our chopper, 24th and Nicollet, and a large crowd occupying all 4 parts of that intersection. I'll be curious when we get to our reporters if those ICE agents have left. I know that was a point of conflict. Some of the video that I was really taken with earlier today is you get an idea of people's passion and resolve, and they're literally standing in front of an armed vehicle trying to force it not to move forward.
Moving, yeah.
Adam Duxter has been out there since moments after it happened. I mean, this isn't far from our station, so he got there pretty quickly. Adam, when we talked to you earlier, it looked like things were settling down. What's the feel now?
So you hear the cheering. This is exactly what we kind of thought would happen when these local police, local law enforcement, and federal agents move out, is essentially the crowd that was pushed back by the chemical irritants and the tear gas and whatnot has effectively walked all the way back into this intersection. So right now where we're standing is literally in the intersection of 26th and Nicollet. And I want Will to turn around and show you, try and get a sense of how many people are in this intersection right now. This is a massive crowd of hundreds, if not over 1,000 people in this intersection right now. Just like we saw, and I apologize if it's hard to hear me, but just like we saw after the shooting of Renee Good, is that this entire intersection has been blocked off. So people have brought in dumpsters, people have brought in tables and chairs and barricades. You see one person now addressing the crowd, but this is a crowd now that knows that law enforcement is gone. And so people have come back to this scene, come back to this intersection. I'm trying to get a sense of what's being said, but I can tell you now, this is a group of people, Frank and Suze, that were on all sides of this intersection. You saw clashes on the north, east, south, and west side of 26th and Nicollet all morning long. And now this crowd has gone together, and there is a sense of what's next. I know we talked about it, though, after we saw Renee Good get shot and killed just over 2.5 weeks ago. We saw the community essentially reclaim that area in the moments after. We saw them block off the entire 34th and Portland, between 34th and Portland and 33rd and Portland. Of course, we saw city crews come back and clear that the following morning. But you get a sense that it's going to take a lot for folks to leave this intersection now, especially that there is no more law enforcement presence. And folks are essentially listening and trying to figure out what's going on next. So I do want to listen a little bit to what's being said through this megaphone, because one person is talking and has the attention of this entire 1,000-person crowd right now. I'm going to try and give you a sense of what they're saying as best we can.
Hey, Adam.
Yes.
Well, a couple things. We have a chopper shot of your location so we can see how big that crowd is. It spills onto all four crossings of that intersection. But I guess the key to the whole thing is that the police are going to be fine letting these people occupy this intersection. There are no state patrol, conservation officers, Minneapolis PD, ICE. They're all gone, it sounds like.
Nothing you can see, Frank. That's where we saw, just within the last half hour, those big clashes. It was those folks trying to move out of this intersection and clear this scene. And so, no, you look every single direction now, and there is no law enforcement as far as you see. And I think that is why people have kind of come back to this spot. They've wanted to be here. They've wanted to be in community and be in this spot. And so since those folks have all cleared, since we saw those conservation officers, since we saw those state patrol troopers clear, now it is just people here in this intersection. And so as for what's next, now we're not sure. I'm sure some folks will go home. It is very cold outside still, despite the sunshine. But you hear this chant right now, Frank and Suze. Can you make that out? They're saying, keep this block. And so, I mean, you saw it following the murder of George Floyd at Chicago, and 36 and the stretch to 38 that became, George Floyd Square. We saw the attempts to do that, 34th and 33rd in Portland following the shooting of Renee Good 2.5 weeks ago. This crowd says they're not giving up this block, so we'll see how long folks hang out. We know that when Renee Good got shot and killed 2.5 weeks ago, people spent the night, and that was similar timing as far as when that shooting happened. Of course, this one was just after 9. Renee Good was shot and killed just after 9:30 in the morning 2.5 weeks ago. But people stayed the entire night, and people were building yurts in Portland. It's essentially saying they're in it for the long haul and they're not going anywhere. And so, yeah, you heard the chants just a moment ago, keep this block. And I think for people, there is even just a sense of relief, though, as you can imagine, that there's no more chance of getting tear gassed. And you hear now a chant being led, but Frank and Sue's, there's over 1,000 people. Easy. I know you've got the chopper view.
Yeah.
If you want, we could try and talk to someone here. I mean, I could keep talking all day long. I could try and talk to someone in this crowd.
Yeah. Why don't you go ahead and do that? Maybe we'll circle back with you as we share a little bit of information. I'm curious too. I don't know. I know the Renee Good thing was so emotional, with her being shot. I know the reaction was less powerful or vociferous when the Venezuelan national was shot. And I don't know if the circumstances change. And I don't know if people are just upset that someone else has been shot or the fact that this man apparently, the deceased person apparently had a gun and was trying to intervene. I don't know if that changes the equation either. It might be too early to even think about that because people are emotional. But yeah, talk to some folks. We'll get back to you. As we look at this,
the crowds.
I can't imagine that there's any incentive for Minneapolis police to go in there and try to have these folks
with those barricades now set up the way that they are.
Very interesting.
And we're going to hear from the governor here. We're told any moment, and our Caroline Cummings is in the room. I also wanted to point out we just got word from the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office that they have requested assistance from the Minnesota National Guard to support deputies at the Whipple Federal Building so that they can relocate deputies to other areas in need of support in the county right now. Their job, according to this release, will be to assist the Sheriff's Office in protecting life, preserving property, and helping to ensure the safety of everyone in the community.
Well, that'll be a big deal. I'm sure the governor will address right away. They've been put on, he had them on a pre-assembly warning. Then he actually had them on standby. And now it looks like we're on the verge of seeing a deployment. We'll let the governor announce that. We don't want to speculate about that, but if that's what the sheriff's saying, and we'll see if that changes the equation, because I was curious about that too, Derek. There's several main points of protest, and one of them is Whipple, always has been. So we'll see if we can get a shot of what's going on out there.
As we await that information from the governor, we do want to show you again one of the newer videos we get. This is kind of an opposite angle of what happened. Now you can see the agents right there. A lot of people asking what led up to it. Greg Bovino saying that basically the agents feared for their life.
Well, they said the guy had a gun. And that they were trying to make an arrest. It was a 9mm.
Yeah. Yeah, they said it was a 9mm.
But the moment that I wonder about is where I can't tell. Were they trying to wrestle the gun away from him? Was he reaching for the gun? Was he reaching for an ICE agent's gun? Did he have it in his hand? It's because usually, you see them screaming from a distance, drop your weapon, that kind of thing. I don't know how they got into this, physical confrontation where they're wrestling with them. And did we not hear two, Suze? Did I hear that right? Was it more than one officer or just one ICE agent that fired his weapon?
We don't know about that exactly. Border Patrol
agent with 8 years of experience, according to Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino.
Okay.
Right. And then, something else that comes up here is we just saw those crowds where Adam was. Really powerful quote, I think, that we heard from the police chief, Brian O'Hare, this morning is, please don't destroy our city. When we see this image, a lot of us have flashbacks of 5 years ago. And they said, don't let innocent people get involved in this. The suggestion there, businesses, the looting we saw before, they're really trying to temper that. And I expect the governor will echo that message here any moment.
Yeah, although, listening to Maxie and some other folks, it just seems like a much different vibe of the pandemonium that we saw for George Floyd and those 2020 riots, just in terms of, not only the temperature of the people, but the actual temperature outside, how many people are involved, and what incentive is there, right, for anyone to go ahead and destroy any of these things. I'd imagine that's when we'd see law enforcement and maybe even the guard again if we saw destruction. But I don't get the vibe listening to our reporters on the ground that that's what's happening in this instance. And I'm sure that's why, again, what's the incentive other than a intersection in South Minneapolis is blocked for the police to go in and try to disperse 1,000 people.
And Maxie did mention, you know, it was 70 degrees when George Floyd happened, and it is 7 degrees below zero right now in Minnesota, too.
Yeah.
So no doubt that plays into the situation.
I think to your point earlier, Frank, about the new video we saw from the AP, I think it'll be interesting to see if at some point today or in the near future, we see some video that was taken in the moments before. Governor Walz speaking now. Let's listen in to that.
Then I'll turn it over to Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson to update the situation, joined here by Hennepin County Sheriff Witt, State Patrol Colonel, and General Menke, the Adjutant General of the Minnesota National Guard. Well, as I said last week, this federal occupation of Minnesota long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement. It's a campaign of organized brutality against the people of our state. And today that campaign claimed another life. I've seen the videos from several angles, and it's sickening. But I have a strong statement here for our federal government. Minnesota's justice system will have the last word on this. It must have the last word. As I told the White House in no uncertain terms this morning, the federal government cannot be trusted to lead this investigation. The state will handle it, period. Let me say something else, and this is critically important. All of us understand what happened this morning and the tragedy of it, and my deepest sympathies to the family of a 37-year-old Minnesota resident, a lawful firearm concealed permit carrier, something that I've been lectured to by Republicans for decades, that is not only your right, it's your duty. We know that the potential to further inflame tensions is high, and to Minnesotans, there's a difference. We want calm and peace and normalcy back to our lives. They want chaos. We cannot and we will not give them what they want by meeting violence with violence. Minnesota and our local law enforcement, as you have seen, have done everything possible to de-escalate. Local media has reported extensively on the cooperation to de-escalate this situation. Donald Trump, I call on you once again, remove this force from Minnesota. They are sowing chaos and violence. We've seen deadly violence from federal agents again and again and again. But in contrast to that, on these frozen streets, what you witnessed yesterday was the best of Minnesotans, peacefully exercising their First Amendment rights. And I attended in the church basement hundreds of Minnesotans from all faiths packing care packages for families that have been ripped apart. Despite the horrific acts by this federal government, Minnesotans are standing up for the rule of law. They're protesting loudly and urgently, but peacefully. It must stay that way, Minnesota. Minnesotans are witnessing, and we're creating a log of evidence for the future prosecution of ICE agents and officials responsible for this. They're helping their neighbors. They're walking their kids to school. They're feeding families. I salute their courage and their restraint. And I call on all Americans to see the decency that this state is exhibiting and the horrific cruelty, unprofessional, absolute abomination that is passing for what these ICE agents are doing on our streets. They think they can provoke us into abandoning our values. Well, they're dead wrong. We'll keep the peace, we'll secure the justice with our neighbors, and we'll see this occupation ends. Minnesotans and Minnesota law enforcement that continuously is being denigrated by this administration will continue to be the adults in the room, the professionals in the room, the decent human beings in the room that will keep the peace. With this, I'd like to turn it over to Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson to update you on the situation as we know it. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Governor. I'm Bob Jacobson, Commissioner of Public Safety for the Department of Public Safety, and again, it's my honor to serve in that position. A man was shot and killed this morning in Minneapolis. I want to pause and remember what cannot get lost in this moment. A man died. His family and friends are feeling unimaginable heartbreak and trauma. And I know Minnesotans and I know our community will rally around this man's family and friends to support him. I also understand clearly that people are upset. They're scared, they're confused. And I want to assure you that this state's public safety officials and our local law enforcement partners are doing everything in our power to get answers, to help return a sense of normalcy back to our communities. You have the right to demonstrate peacefully. We recognize that demonstrations are often driven by strong emotions, beliefs, and a desire to be heard. But please, please remain peaceful. And I want to say it again that because it is important and it is critical. Peacefully demonstrate. By doing so, you help local authorities to get answers. You help us to do our investigations. By remaining peaceful, you help ensure nobody else may be killed or injured. The thousands and thousands of people who gathered yesterday in Minneapolis prove that Minnesotans can make their voices heard peacefully, and they can do so without violence, and they can do so without destruction. And state resources are available and ready to support our local law enforcement partners as requested. And those resources include the Minnesota State Patrol, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and the Minnesota National Guard. With that, we'll stand for questions.
Ken Gurnall with KARE 11. Governor, you've made this request before. Is there any reason to believe that it will be answered differently? Have you had any conversations with the president, with the federal government, and is there any indication that they are going to pull out or back down?
Well, I spoke twice this morning, shortly after I received the call of this shooting. I spoke with the president's chief of staff, and first request was to get her people out of there, to get these federal agents out of there. They were going to cause more chaos. And second call is, with no uncertain terms, that we will investigate this. We will not be stonewalled. What we've already seen, and you saw it this morning, before any investigation is done, you have the most powerful people in the federal government spinning stories and putting up pictures, and unrelated people who we don't know anything about, and a picture of a firearm to try and spin a narrative. And I ask Americans, this will end when enough Americans say this will end. Do I have any confidence Donald Trump will do the right thing? No, I don't have a lot of confidence Donald Trump will do the right thing. I do have a lot of confidence that the majority of the American people will do the right thing. And I think there cannot be very many people across this country looking right now, after all the reporting that's been done, after everything that's been said, under the pretense that they are here about immigration reform, and quit referring to these people as law enforcement. They are not law enforcement. We have law enforcement who do an incredible job. And to listen to Greg Bovino denigrate the work of our people who are out there cleaning up their mess, no, I don't have a lot of confidence that he himself will do it. But here's what I do have confidence in. There's a whole lot of Republicans, for whatever reason, cannot find their spine. But they might find the ability to know that they're not going to win another election as long as they live, unless they stand up for what's right and stand up for the rule of law and stand up for human decency, and that's the moment.
So then, just a follow-up, because then if that is not the case, what are the people of Minnesota supposed to do who are in the middle right now? Because if they stonewall and you're trying to investigate, is that forcing?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. And look, I speaking to the people of Minnesota right now, I hear that scream from you, and I'll continue to plead and ask you for peace. And I know the answer is, you ask us for peace and we give it, and we get shot in the face on the streets coming out of a donut shop. We cannot give them what they want. I don't know how to say this in so many terms, to watch the madness that we've witnessed over this last week coming out of the White House and what it's doing here. My confidence is, and I say it to Minnesotans, as I've said, exercise your First Amendment rights, speak out, bear witness and document legally. But I understand the risk in that, and I understand the courage that it takes to have people out there doing this. Thank God we have video, because according to DHS, these 7 heroic guys took an onslaught of a battalion against them or something. It's nonsense, people. It is nonsense, and it's lies. So my confidence is this, Minnesotans. You know who you are, and you demonstrate it every single day, and we damn sure know who these people are. The American public knows, and this needs to be the event that says enough.
Governor, have there been any indications?
Go ahead. No, I'm up front.
Governor Carolyn Cummings, either you or Commissioner Davidson speak to the fact that you talk about you don't trust the federal government to handle this investigation. We know with the Renee Good shooting, BCA said that they were blocked from accessing evidence. Has there been any suggestion that BCA is not allowed to do this investigation? Do you have officers on the ground doing the investigation right now?
The question was related to whether or not the BCA is on the ground currently with the investigation, and a reference to previous investigations that the BCA have attempted to be a part of. What I'll tell you right now is that we no longer have BCA agents or public safety, State Patrol, or Minneapolis on the ground at that crime scene.
Is that an instruction by the federal government, or did you pull your agents out?
What I will tell you, and not to get further into the investigation, but DHS pulled out of the scene, leaving that to Minnesota State Patrol, Minneapolis. We did not have enough resources to be able to hold that ground safely, and we had to leave that scene because of the number of people that were available and the safety of those in the public and the safety of our teams. We were able to get there, but at that time we were not able to hold that scene to do a crime scene investigation. I can't talk any more about those details.
Who is handling the investigation? If not either DHS nor state officials right now?
We'll have more on that, but the BCA is engaged and involved, and we are working at the request of the Minneapolis Police Department on this, on the scene and in this investigation. So we are there, we're available. We want to make sure that we continue to work on this and engage with our federal law enforcement, but at this point, we don't have anything more to share about the crime scene. Again, we were not able to hold it. We wanted to make sure and keep people safe, but federal law enforcement left the scene and left us there.
Governor Ernesto with the New York Times, have you activated the National Guard? I noted that Sheriff Witt has requested for additional assistance. Can you tell us whether they're going to be playing a role in keeping?
Yes, the answer is yes, we have, as we said last week, and we staged those troops. I'll have General Menke talk about where they're at, and again, use this as an opportunity to stress to Minnesotans the frustration you have, and as you saw this, they killed a man, created chaos, pushed down protesters, threw gas indiscriminately, and then left the scene, and then we're left to clean up. I understand the anger. I understand trying to parse who were the law enforcement on the scene when you got there after a man was killed is difficult for the folks who are out there. But I can't stress enough, our goal, and I'll have General Menke talk about what the role of these Guard troops are in conjunction with incredible work from the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, from mutual aid across, and of course the State Patrol, of trying to get to the point where what we're saying is we can handle this and Minnesotans can express their First Amendment rights and have our folks on the streets and get these people out of here. And so, John, if you want to talk a little bit, but the answer is yes, there's activated. He can talk to you about numbers.
To be clear, Governor, activated different than having them staged.
Yeah.
So the question is, what's the National Guard doing right now? So we have, we have been on state active duty for over a week. So we've had soldiers prepared in the metro area to respond in a much rapid manner than if they were not mobilized. So we have a request from the Hennepin County Sheriff to support them, and that is to help them free up additional resources for other work that they need to do. And we have started coordinating with them this morning on that, and that first area of support will be assisting them with their requirement to provide security to the Whipple building. So we'll be helping them there. And then we are in parallel planning with other organizations within the state of Minnesota, to include the State Patrol, the Minnesota DNR, and other local agencies to render assistance if requested.
Can you say how many are now employed?
I would say that the number that we have is adequate for the requests that we have right now, and I will also tell you that we are bringing more resources that will be able to respond in a timely manner that are not fully mobilized yet, but we are mobilizing more soldiers as we talk at this time. I'd like not to get into specific numbers for an operational security standpoint, but right now we have all the resources to meet the requests that we have.
I would note on this one, too, that we'll be billing the federal government for the cost of the National Guard because they are incurring the costs that are falling on us by their reckless actions. Yes, sir.
You alluded to this earlier, but are you rejecting the narrative that has been presented by federal officials that this man, this 37-year-old citizen of Minneapolis, posed a threat to these agents? And are you rejecting the idea that he played some role with the weapon in leading to
I'm rejecting the rush to judgment within 15 minutes of this, which they did last time. That's why you need to have a fair investigation. And that's why a video can show one thing, but what happened beforehand. But they already will slander this individual. They've already made this the case. And I will just say, you will all start to see it, and some of you probably have. There's multiple angles of this. And I'll go back to what we talked about before. They're telling you not to trust your eyes and ears, not to trust the facts that you're seeing in front of them. And at some point in time, your reporting, and I think the reporting this week has been spectacular across Minnesota, that there's not two sides to every story. But in this situation, what I'm saying is we need to have a fair investigation, understanding what's happening, and held accountable. We continue to hear, and we heard it from the vice president, that these folks can do whatever they want. They can have full immunity. And what I'm telling you is they will not. There will be justice to Minnesotans. Continue to gather the information. So I won't say where it is because I think it's irresponsible to make that judgment. But what I see with my eyes and what you're going to see with your eyes makes that pretty hard to believe. And I would imagine as a federal officer, they would have come out and sounded like these professionals sound and say, we need to gather the information, we need to gather all the facts, we need to put them forward, and then we can make some informed decision based on the fact. They've written the narrative already. And the audacity to critique the police chief of Minneapolis after what work that those heroic officers are trying to do, and to be critiqued by this guy, I mean, I don't know, I've said it a lot, but America, as you're listening, enough is enough. Enough is enough of this. End this. End this. And we see them moving to Maine. If you're in Boston, you're in Chicago, you're in Philly, you're in Miami, it doesn't matter. We can't live like this. Our children are in trauma. A 5-year-old, you saw the picture, the bunny hat and the Spider-Man. These are not like some narrative to throw around, to parade around in some coat you had made and act like you're a tough guy or whatever. These are people's lives, and we have rule of law. So I'll let the investigation play itself out. We will do our best to find it, but I don't know, you kill a man and then you just leave your law enforcement, you just leave him. Is there a single case in American history where you just like walk away and say, I guess that just happened and we're not going to clean up our mess? I'm proud of Minnesotans. I'm proud of law enforcement here and our partners, and we'll get to the bottom of it. I think we have time for another one. So, yes, ma'am.
Bringing up with the Channel 5, Vice Commander just said in the press conference within the hour that they're calling on state and local law enforcement to, quote, help coordinate to get violent criminals caught. What's the response to that request?
I'm better off to let these guys, the professionals. I have my thoughts.
So the question was, what are we doing to assist federal law enforcement on getting violent criminals off the street, if I understand the question?
Yes, Greg Levino said that in the press conference. He was calling on state and local law enforcement. So what is your response to that?
State and local law enforcement are always ready and willing and able to arrest violent offenders. We do not stand down from that, no matter where we get that information from. If there are violent offenders or violent criminals or violent crimes, we will investigate and we'll bring those to justice. If the federal government would like to work with us, to continue to work with us as they have in the past, to locate those violent offenders, we are always open to those discussions and always willing to assist. We do not ignore that. We are ready and able, and we do that. All of you as part of the media hear us arresting violent offenders all the time. We have not stood down. That is our mission. The federal government is not alone in arresting violent offenders. State and local law enforcement does that every day at great risk to their life, at great risk to the community. We do it because we want a safe Minnesota, and the federal government is not the only one to do that.
Wrapping up a press conference right now. You can see emotions were running high. He said he hopes that this is the event that people say enough is enough. Gave a lot of information there.
One thing that I want to point out is something that Caroline talked with you earlier this morning and Reg on set about was the BCA being locked out of the Renee Good investigation, and what will this be like this time around? And we heard that the BCA is engaged in an investigation at the request of MPD, but that, and this was interesting, that DHS pulled out of the initial scene because they could not hold that scene together due to the number of protesters that were around.
Yeah, was it DHS or BCA? I thought he said the BCA couldn't hold the scene. But
I think he also said DHS.
I don't think anyone could hold the scene because it was pretty chaotic. So that leads to this evidentiary problem where how do you try to get evidence? What witnesses do you talk to? Those type of things.
Yes, he said they did not conduct a proper evidence sweep like they typically do
they
because
weren't
of
able
safety.
to. So we heard about narratives and who's saying what already. Let's get out to Connor White. He's at the Whipple building with a little better look at some of the videos that are being talked about a lot today, Connor.
Right, Frank. A crowd is starting to grow here at the Whipple building. We've seen consistent protests here ever since Operation Metro Surge really got going. This crowd building in light of this most recent shooting, a third shooting at the hand of ICE agents, the second fatal one. We understand that the National Guard may be on their way to the Whipple building to help relieve the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office. Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino was just inside. He put off an initially scheduled press conference by about 3 hours to then come to the podium, reiterate a statement we have from DHS, and then only take 2 questions, not addressing all of the videos that are out in public right now on social media showing several angles of what happened this morning. This first video, it's one that you likely saw on your own. It went viral. You see an officer swinging at a man who is on the ground, several other agents surrounding him. You then hear gunshots, and that man in the middle, he falls. We now know that he is dead. In this other video, a different angle now, there's a struggle on the ground. There's fighting involving people's hands. Again, gunshots, agents running away. We've blurred it, but that man's body is then left lying in the road. In this third angle, you can see an agent pushing a woman. This seems to be before all of those other videos. And the man confronts the agents, gets pepper sprayed, wrestled to the ground. There's a struggle on the ground that lasts about 20 seconds. At least half a dozen agents surround him. Again, you hear the gunshots and agents leave. Now, at no point in any of those videos do we see what appears to be a firearm in that man's hand. Instead, he appears to be holding a phone. There are some angles that suggest that something has fallen out of his pockets or is otherwise recovered by agents during all those struggles on the ground. But from the videos that we were reviewing, Frank, we never see a gun in that man's hands.
Video, the guy that gets pushed that's helping the woman, is that the man who's eventually going to be shot? Because if we can, I'll have our director roll that back again. Is that what you're saying?
To the best of our understanding, yes. Now, of course, we don't have anyone with Minneapolis police or DHS confirming that that is the 37-year-old individual who was shot and killed. But based on all of the videos that we were seeing, these different angles, based on the colored jacket he's wearing, the hat that he's wearing, that does appear to be the man holding a cell phone, not a gun.
So I wonder where the weapon comes from, because here we can see he's trying to hold on to the woman, and then the agents separate him from the woman, and they have him on the ground. So we're watching it here for a second, Connor.
Sure, absolutely. We can let it play.
So we see an ICE agent pulled his weapon. It's hard to tell.
It is hard to tell. Of course, this is purely based on what we're able to review. It is cell phone footage from bystanders, so we may get more footage that could come out. We may get clarifying information from the agencies that were on the ground. But Bovino didn't take too many questions on this. He was willing to make the speculation that this man was here and armed in order to harm federal agents, but then he turned and said that he didn't have enough information to answer other questions, calling this a developing situation, Frank.
Yeah, we heard you yelling a good question at him that he didn't answer, so that's interesting. All right, Connor, do they expect more people there? Do any of the protest folks say that people are on the way? Any sense of what might happen near the airport there at the Whipple Federal Building today?
Here, we haven't heard too much from people actually in the area, and I will say we only just got outside as we were locked down in the Whipple building for the better part of 3-4 hours as we were waiting for Commander Bovino to come to the podium there. But you may have heard it. I do apologize if any of the profanity came through. People here are, of course, angry. We've seen emotions over at that scene near 26th and Nicollet. There are similar emotions spilling over here as this crowd you may be able to see going down the fence, this barricade that has been somewhat recently put up as there have been more and more clashes with federal agents here over the past few weeks. More and more people are showing up in these sub-zero temperatures.
Thank you so much, Connor. And we are going to go to Mike Max. Now, when we spoke to Mike last, Reg and I spoke to him, he had to run away because of the irritants, he and Nick being affected by them. What's going on there now, Maxie?
Yeah, we've recovered from that. Now, we got tear gas twice today, and, man, you can feel it. Cleared out a lot of people, but it's different now out here at 26th and Nicollet. It's almost a pep fest right now, unimpeded, because there are no officers out here, so the tension is gone. Adam, come over here quick. Adam, you've been with us throughout, of course, done an excellent job out here. It feels like right now people are turning their attention towards energy and protesting without there's not going to be any more altercations. It's almost like we've all taken a deep breath here for a minute.
Yeah, and you know what, Maxie, I talked to someone a moment ago who said, we're not going anywhere. This is our intersection now, was the message that they were sending. And so you get the sense that people are going to be here. I mean, if you look behind us, you see the barricades set up. People say they're in this for the long haul.
Yeah, and I don't know where you begin to clean it up. They're talking about the National Guard going to the Whipple building, maybe here as well. But at some point in time, somebody's going to have to just come in here and as calmly and quietly as they can, I guess, try to get everything cleaned up. Because right now we've got barricades and impromptu, all kinds of stuff just sitting in the way. But at least it doesn't feel like there's a threat of danger. It feels more like people just want to be out here burning off energy.
Yeah, and you know, Maxie, we saw the day after Renee Good got shot and killed by ICE agent Jonathan Ross 2.5 weeks ago. People did this same thing, right? There was maybe 8, 9, 10,000 people between 34th and 33rd in Portland that night for a vigil, and they did the same thing. They blocked the street, they put up barricades. People were building yurts overnight, and then we saw overnight, I believe it was a public works crew for the city of Minneapolis came through, and they picked everything up. I think they didn't want that street to remain closed. So like you said, we'll see what happens. I just get the sense from this crowd, people are not going anywhere anytime soon.
Now, hey, thanks for your excellent work out here today. Yeah, you can see this. This is what's said. These are the least of their problems, really, though, unless an emergency vehicle would need to get through here, and you could probably displace a lot of this shortly. But a lot of people, and this is where it does feel like George Floyd a little bit, they understand that there's a sense of history here, that something significant has happened, and they want to be out here amongst other people, and they want to congregate in some way, shape, or form just because they're so energized right now. You know, it's below zero. It doesn't feel like it. A lot of the crowd has gone different directions now because the ICE agents are out of here and law enforcement is out of here. I think, though, that right now you see more smiles and more, hey, we're just getting started kind of thing, more of a mentality here as part of a movement than you do anything else. And I think it will continue for some time, but you're not going to see at least the altercations, the tear gas, or the things that we experienced earlier today out here. That's all behind us, I think, at least for now.
the street being barricaded, is there destruction to property, cars beat up or windows smashed out or anything like that that would require the cops to come in?
Not that I saw. We saw one tire was slashed, and it was not. They thought it was an ICE vehicle. It wasn't. It was someone else's. And then we saw, of course, we brought it to you live on TV. Of course, they smashed a couple of windows when they commandeered a couple of vehicles. I think right now people are speaking, and they're getting a little pep fest going over there in the form of bullhorns and riling the crowd. If you can just take us right over there, you can see some people up on stage. And they're talking to the audience, and they've got a captive audience right now that wants to hear it, that wants to believe in it, and wants to feel it. And so this is all just organic and impromptu, and they want to be